Preface to The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 5, Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Harvey. Preface. In the last part of this work, we examine the figure of the dying and reviving god as it appears in the Oriental religions of classical antiquity. With the present installment of The Golden Bough, we pursue the same thing in other religions and among other races. Passing from the East to Europe, we begin with the religion of ancient Greece, which embodies the now familiar conception in two typical examples, the vine god Dionysus and the corn goddess Persephone, with her mother and duplicate Demeter. Both of these Greek divinities are personifications of cultivated plants, and a consideration of them naturally leads us on to investigate similar personifications elsewhere. Now, of all the plants which men have artificially reared for the sake of food, the cereals are on the whole the most important. Therefore, it is natural that the religion of primitive agricultural communities should be deeply colored by the principal occupation of their lives, the care of the corn. Hence the frequency with which the figures of the Corn Mother and Corn-maiden, answering to the Demeter and Persephone of ancient Greece, meet us in other parts of the world, and not least of all on the harvest fields of modern Europe. But edible roots as well as cereals have been cultivated by many races, especially in the tropical regions, as a subsidiary, or even as a principal means of subsistence, and accordingly they too enter largely into the religious ideas of the peoples who live by them. Yet in the case of the roots, such as yams, taro, and potatoes, the conception of the dying and reviving god appears to figure less prominently than in the case of the cereals, perhaps for the simple reason that while the growth and decay of the one sort of fruit go on above ground for all to see, the similar processes of the other are hidden underground and therefore strike the popular imagination less forcibly. Having surveyed the variations of our main theme among the agricultural races of mankind, we prosecute the inquiry among savages who remain more or less completely in the hunting, fishing, and pastoral stages of society. The same motive which leads the primitive husbandman to adore the corn or the roots induces the primitive hunter, fowler, fisher, or herdsman to adore the beasts, birds, or fishes which furnish him with the means of subsistence. To him, the conception of the death of these worshipful beings is naturally presented with singular force and distinctness, since there is no figurative or allegorical death, no poetical embroidery thrown over the skeleton, but the real death, the naked skeleton, that constantly thrusts itself importunately on his attention. And strange as it may seem to us civilized men, the notion of the immortality and even of the resurrection of the lower animals appears to be almost as familiar to the savage as to be accepted by him with nearly as unwavering a faith as the obvious fact of their death and destruction. For the most part, he assumes a matter of course that the souls of dead animals survive their decease. Hence much of the thought of the savage hunter is devoted to the problem of how he can best appease the naturally incensed ghosts of his victims, so as to prevent them from doing him a mischief. This refusal of the savage to recognize in death a final cessation of the vital process, this unquestioning faith in the unbroken continuity of all life, is a fact that has not yet received the attention which it seems to merit from inquiries into the constitution of the human mind, as well as into the history of religion. In the following pages I have collected examples of this curious faith. I must leave it to others to appraise them. Thus, on the whole, we are concerned in these volumes with the reverence or worship paid by men to the natural resources for which they draw their nutriment, both vegetable and animal. That they should invest these resources with an atmosphere of wonder and awe, often indeed with a halo of divinity, is no matter for surprise. The circle of human knowledge, illuminated by the pale cold light of reason, is so infinitesimally small, the dark regions of human ignorance which lie beyond that luminous ring are so immeasurably vast that imagination is fain to step up to the borderline and send the warm, richly coloured beams of a fairy lantern streaming out into the darkness, and so, peering into the gloom, she is apt to mistake the shadowy reflections of her own figure for real beings moving in the abyss. In short, few men are sensible of the sharp line that divides the known from the unknown. To most men, it is a hazy borderland where perception and conception melt indissolubly into one. Hence to the savage, the ghosts of dead animals and men, with which his imagination peoples the void, are hardly less real than the solid shapes which the living animals and men present to his senses, and his thoughts and activities are nearly as much absorbed by the one as by the other. Of him it may be said, with perhaps even greater truth than of his civilized brother, what shadows we are and what shadows we pursue. But having said so much in this book of the misty glory which the human imagination sheds around the hard material realities of the food supply, I am unwilling to leave my readers under the impression, natural but erroneous, that man has created most of his gods out of his belly. That is not so, at least that is not my reading of the history of religion. Among the visible, tangible, perceptible elements by which he is surrounded, and it is only of these that I presume to speak, there are others than the merely nutritious, which have exerted a powerful influence in touching his imagination and stimulating his energies, and so have contributed to build up the complex fabric of religion. To the preservation of the species, the reproductive faculties are no less essential than the nutritive, and with them we enter on a very different sphere of thought and feeling, to wit, the relation of the sexes to each other, with all the depths of tenderness and all the intricate problems which that mysterious relation involves. The study of the various forms, some gross and palpable, some subtle and elusive, in which the sexual instinct has molded the religious consciousness of our race, is one of the most interesting, as it is one of the most difficult and delicate tasks which await the future historian of religion. But the influence which the sexes exert on each other, intimate and profound, as it has been and must always be, is far indeed from exhausting the forces of attraction by which mankind are bound together in society. The need of mutual protection, the economic advantages of cooperation, the contagion of example, the communication of knowledge, the great ideas that radiate from great minds like shafts of light from high towers, these and many other things combine to draw men into communities, to drill them into regiments, and to set them marching on the road of progress with a concentrated force to which the loose skirmishers of mere anarchy and individualism can never hope to oppose a permanent resistance. Hence, when we consider how intimately humanity depends on society for many of the boons which it prizes most highly, we shall probably admit that of all the forces open to our observation which have shaped human destiny, the influence of man on man is by far the greatest. If that is so, it seems to follow that among the beings, real or imaginary, with religious imagination as clothed with the attributes of divinity, human spirits are likely to play a more important part than the spirits of plants, animals, or inanimate objects. I believe that a careful examination of the evidence, which is still to be undertaken, will confirm this conclusion, and that if we could strictly interrogate the phantoms which the human mind has conjured up out of the depths of its bottomless ignorance and enshrined as deities in the dim light of temples, we should find that the majority of them have been nothing but the ghosts of dead men. However, to say this is necessary to anticipate the result of future research, and if in saying it I have ventured to make a prediction which, like all predictions, is liable to be falsified by the event, I have done so only from afar, lest, without some such warning, the numerous facts recorded in these volumes might lend themselves to an exaggerated estimate of their own importance, and hence to a misinterpretation and distortion of history. James George Frazer, Cambridge, 4th of May, 1912. End of Preface. Section 1 of The Golden Bough, The Study of Magic and Religion, Part 5, Spirits of the Corn and the Wild, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 1, Dionysus. Death and Resurrection of Oriental Gods of Vegetation. In the preceding part of this work, we saw that in Antiquity, the civilized nations of Western Asia and Egypt pictured to themselves the changes of the seasons, and particularly the annual growth and decay of vegetation, as episodes in the life of gods, whose mournful death and happy resurrection they celebrated with dramatic rites of alternate lamentation and rejoicing. But if the celebration was in form dramatic, it was in substance magical. That is to say, it was intended, on the principles of sympathetic magic, to ensure the vernal regeneration of plants and the multiplication of animals, which had seemed to be menaced by the inroads of winter. In the ancient world, however, such ideas and such rites were by no means confined to the Oriental peoples of Babylon and Syria, of Phrygia and Egypt. They were not a product peculiar to the religious mysticism of the dreamy East, but were shared by the races of livelier fancy and more mercurial temperament, who inhabited the shores and islands of the Aegean. We need not, with some inquiries in ancient and modern times, suppose that the Western peoples borrowed from the older civilization of the Orient the conception of the dying and reviving God, together with the solemn ritual in which that conception was dramatically set forth before the eyes of the worshippers. The dying and reviving God of vegetation in ancient Greece. More probably the resemblance which may be traced in this respect between the religions of the East and the West is no more than what we commonly, though incorrectly, call a fortuitous coincidence. The effect of similar causes acting alike on the similar constitution of the human mind in different countries and under different skies. The Greek had no need to journey into far countries to learn the vicissitudes of the seasons, to mark the fleeting beauty of the damask rose, the transient glory of the golden corn, the passing splendor of the purple grapes. Year by year, in his own beautiful land, he beheld with natural regret the bright pomp of summer fading into the gloom and stagnation of winter, and year by year he hailed with natural delight the outburst of fresh life in spring. Accustomed to personify the forces of nature, to tinge her cold abstractions with the warm hues of imagination, to clothe her naked realities with the gorgeous drapery of a mythic fancy, he fashioned for himself a train of gods and goddesses, of spirits and elves, out of the shifting panorama of the seasons, and followed the annual fluctuations of their fortunes with alternate emotions of cheerfulness and dejection, of gladness and sorrow, which found their natural expression in alternate rites of rejoicing and lamentation, of revelry and mourning. A consideration of some of the Greek divinities who thus died and rose again from the dead may furnish us with a series of companion pictures to set side by side with the sad figures of Adonis, Attis, and Osiris. We begin with Dionysus. Dionysus, the god of the vine, originally a Thracian deity. The god Dionysus or Bacchus is best known to us as a personification of the vine and of the exhilaration produced by the juice of the grape. His ecstatic worship, characterized by wild dances, thrilling music, and tipsy excess, appears to have originated among the rude tribes of Thrace, who are notoriously addicted to drunkenness. His mystic doctrines and extravagant rites were essentially foreign to the clear intelligence and sober temperament of the Greek race. Yet appealing as it did to that love of mystery and that proneness to revert to savagery which seems to be innate in most men, the religion spread like wildfire through Greece until the god, whom Homer hardly deigned to notice, had become the most popular figure of the pantheon. The resemblance which his story and his ceremonies presented to those of Osiris have led some inquiries, both in ancient and modern times, to hold that Dionysus was merely a disguised Osiris, imported directly from Egypt into Greece. But the great preponderance of evidence points to his Thracian origin, and the similarity of the two worships is sufficiently explained by the similarity of the ideas and customs which they were founded. Dionysus, a god of trees, especially of fruit trees. While the vine with its clusters was a most characteristic manifestation of Dionysus, he was also a god of trees in general. Thus we are told that almost all the Greeks sacrificed to Dionysus of the tree. In Boeotia, one of his titles was Dionysus in the tree. His image was often merely an upright post without arms, but draped in a mantle, with a bearded mask to represent the head, and with leafy boughs projecting from the head or body to show the nature of the deity. On a vase his rude effigy is depicted appearing out of a low tree or bush. At Magnesia, on the Meander, an image of Dionysus is said to have been found in a plane tree, which had been broken by the wind. He was the patron of cultivated trees. Prayers were offered to him and would make the trees grow, and he was especially honoured by husbandmen, chiefly fruit growers, who set up an image of him in the shape of a natural tree stump in their orchards. He was said to have discovered all tree fruits, amongst which apples and figs are particularly mentioned, and he was referred to as well-fruited, he of the green fruit, and making the fruit grow. One of his titles was teeming or bursting as a sap or blossoms. And there was a flowery Dionysus in Attica and a Patrae in Achaea. The Athenians sacrificed to him for the prosperity of the fruits of the land. Amongst the trees particularly sacred to him, in addition to the vine, was the pine tree. The Delphic oracle commanded the Corinthians to worship a particular pine tree equally with the god, so they made 2 images of Dionysus out of it, with red faces and gilt bodies. In art, a wand tipped with a pine cone is commonly carried by the god or his worshippers. Again, the ivy and the fig tree were especially associated with him. In the Attic township of Archene, there was a Dionysus ivy. In Lacedaemon, there was a fig Dionysus, and in Naxos, where figs are called Melichka, there was a Dionysius Melichios, the face of whose image was made of fig wood. Dionysus as a god of agriculture and the corn. Further, there are indications, but few significant, that Dionysus was conceived as a deity of agriculture and the corn. He is spoken of as himself doing the work of a husbandman. He is reported to have been the first to yoke oxen to the plough, which before had been dragged by hand alone, and some people found in this tradition the clue to the bovine shape in which, as we shall see, the god was often supposed to present himself to his worshippers. Thus guiding the ploughshare and scattering the seed as he went, Dionysus is said to have eased the labour of the husbandman. Further, as we are told, that in the land of the Bisaltae, a Thracian tribe, there was a great and fair sanctuary of Dionysus, where, at his festival, a bright light shone forth at night as a token of the abundant harvest vouchsafed by the deity. But if the crops were to fail that year, the mystic light was not seen. Darkness brooded over the sanctuary as at other times. The winnowing fan as an emblem of Dionysus. Moreover, among the emblems of Dionysus was a winnowing fan, that is a large open shovel-shaped basket, which down to modern times has been used by farmers to separate the grain from the chaff by tossing the corn in the air. A simple agricultural instrument figured in the mystic rites of Dionysus. Indeed, the god is traditionally said to have been placed at birth in a winnowing fan, as in a cradle. In art he is represented as an infant so cradled, and from these traditions and representations he derived the epithet of Lichnites, that is, he of the winning fan. Use of the winning fan to cradle infants. At first sight, this symbolism might be explained very simply and naturally by supposing that the divine infant cradled in the winnowing fan was identified with the corn, which it is the function of the instrument to winnow and sift. Yet against this identification it may be urged with reason that the use of a winnowing fan as a cradle was not peculiar to Dionysus. It was a regular practice with the ancient Greeks to place their infants in winnowing fans as an omen of wealth and fertility for the future life of the children. Customs of the same sort have been observed, apparently for similar reasons, by other peoples in other lands. For example, in Java, it is or used to be customary to place every child at birth in a bamboo basket, like the sieve or a winnowing basket, which Javanese farmers use for separating the rice from the chaff. It is the midwife who places the child in the basket, and as she does so, she suddenly knocks on the palms of both hands on the basket in order that the child may not be timid and fearful. Then she addresses the child thus: "Cry not, for Nijanamung, the Karyamung, 2 spirits, are watching over you." Next she addresses these 2 spirits, saying, "Bring not your grandchild to the road, lest he be trampled by a horse. Bring him not to the bank of the river, lest he fall into the river." The object of the ceremony is said to be that these 2 spirits should always and everywhere guard the child. On the first anniversary of a child's birthday, The Chinese of Fuchao set the little one in a large bamboo sieve, such as farmers employ in winnowing grain, and in the sieve they place along with the child a variety of articles, such as fruits, gold or silver ornaments, a set of money scales, books, a pencil, pen, ink, paper, and so on, and they draw omens of the child's future career from the object which it first handles and plays with. Thus, if the infant first grasps the money scale, he will be wealthy. If he seizes on a book, he will be learned, and so forth. In the Bilaspur district of India, it is customary for well-to-do people to place a newborn infant in a winnowing fan filled with rice and afterwards to give the grain to the nurse in attendance. In Upper Egypt, a newly born babe is immediately laid upon a corn sieve, and corn is scattered around it. Moreover, on the 7th day after birth, the infant is carried on a sieve through the whole house, while the midwife scatters wheat, barley, peas, and salt. The winnowing fan is sometimes intended to avert evil spirits from children. The intention of these ceremonies is said to be to avert evil spirits from the child, and a like motive is assigned by other people for the practice of placing newborn infants in a winnowing basket or corn sieve. For example, in the Punjab, when several children of a family have died in succession, a new baby will sometimes be put at birth into an old winnowing basket, chiaj, along with the sweepings of the house, and so dragged out into the yard. Such a child may, like Dionysus, in afterlife be known by the name of winnowing basket, chahaju, or dragged, gasita. The object of treating the child in this way seems to be to save its life by deceiving the spirits, who are supposed to have carried off its elder brothers and sisters. The malevolent beings are on the lookout for the new baby, but they will never think of raking for it in the dustbin, that being the last place where they would expect to find the hope of the family. The same may perhaps be the intention of a ceremony observed by the Gaolis of the Deccan. As soon as a child is born, it is bathed and then placed on a sieve for a few minutes. On the 5th day, the sieve, with the lime and pan leaves on it, is removed outside the house, and then, after the worship of Cheti has been performed, the sieve is thrown away on the road. Again, the same notion of rescuing the child from dangerous spirits comes out very clearly in a similar custom observed by the natives of Laos, a province of Siam. These people believe that an infant is the child, not of its parents, but of the spirits, and in this belief they go through the following formalities. As soon as an infant is born, it is bathed and dressed, laid upon a rice sieve, and placed by the grandmother, if present, if not by the next near female relative, at the head of the stairs or of the ladder leading to the house. The person performing this duty calls out in a loud tone to the spirits to come and take the child away today, or forever after to let it alone. At the same moment, she stamps violently on the floor to frighten the child, or give it a jerk and make it cry. If it does not cry, this is regarded as an evil omen. If, on the other hand, it follows the ordinary laws of nature and begins to exercise its vocal organs, it is supposed to have a happy and prosperous life before it. Sometimes the spirits do come and take the infant away, i.e., it dies before it is 24 hours old. But to prevent such a calamity, strings are tied round its wrists on the first night after its birth, and if it sickens or is feeble, the spirit doctors are called in to prescribe certain offerings to be made to keep away the very spirits who, only a few hours previously, were ceremoniously called upon to come and carry the child off. On the day after its birth, the child is regarded as being the property no longer of the spirits, who could have taken it if they had wanted it, but of the parents, who forthwith sell it to some relation for a nominal sum, an eighth or a quarter of a rupee perhaps. This again is a further guarantee against molestation by the spirits, who apparently are regarded as honest folk that would not stoop to take what has been bought and paid for. Use of the winnowing fan to avert evil from children in India, Madagascar, and China. A like intention of averting evil in some shape from a child is assigned in other cases of the same custom. Thus, in Travancore, if an infant is observed to distort its limbs as if in pain, it is supposed to be under the pressure of someone who has stooped over it, to relieve which the mother places it in a nutcracker on a winnowing fan and shakes it 3 or 4 times. Again, among the Tanala people of Madagascar, almost all children born in the unlucky month of Fayusa are buried alive in the forest. But if the parents resolve to let the child live, they must call in the aid of a diviner, who performs a ceremony for averting the threatened ill luck. The child is placed in a winnowing fan along with certain herbs. Further, the diviner takes herbs of the same sort, a worn-out spade, and an axe, fastens them to the father's spear, and sets the spear up in the ground. Then the child is bathed in water which has been medicated with some of the same herbs. Finally, the diviner says, "The worn-out spade to the grandchild, may it, the child, not despoil its father, may not despoil its mother, may it not despoil the children, let it be good." This ceremony, we are told, puts an end to the child's evil days, and the father gets the spirit to put away all evil. The child then joins its father and mother, its evil days are averted, and the water and other things are buried, for they account them evil. Similarly, the ancient Greeks used to bury or throw into the sea, or deposit at crossroads, the things that had been used in ceremonies of purification, no doubt because the things were supposed to be tainted by the evil which had been transferred to them in the rites. Another example of the use of a winnowing fan in what may be called a purificatory ceremony is furnished by the practice of the Chinese of Fujiao. A lad who is suffering from smallpox is made to squat in a large winnowing sieve. On his head is placed a sieve of red cloth, and on the cloth are laid some parched beans, which are then allowed to roll off. As the name for beans, pronounced in the local dialect, is identical with the common name for smallpox, and as moreover the scars left by the pustules are thought to resemble beans, it appears to be imagined that just as the beans roll off the boy's head, so will the pustules vanish from the body without leaving a trace behind. Thus the cure depends on the principle of homeopathic magic. Perhaps on the same principle a winnowing fan is employed in the ceremony, from a notion that it will help to waft or fan away the disease like chaff from the grain. Karen ceremony of fanning away evils from children. We may compare a purificatory ceremony observed by the Karens of Burma at the naming of a newborn child. Amongst these people, children are supposed to come into the world defiled, and unless that defilement is removed, they will be unfortunate and unsuccessful in their undertakings. An elder takes a thin splint of bamboo, and tying a noose at one end, he fans it down the child's arm, saying, "Fan away ill luck, fan away ill success. Fan away inability, fan away unskillfulness. Fan away slow growth, fan away difficulty of growth. Fan away stuntedness, fan away puriness. Fan away drowsiness, fan away stupidity. Fan away debasedness, fan away wretchedness. Fan away the whole completely." The elder now changes his motion and fans up the child's arm, saying, "Fan on power, fan on influence. Fan on the paddy bin, fan on the paddy barn. Fan on followers, fan on departments. Fan on good things, fan on appropriate things." Among the reasons for the use of the winnowing fan in birthrights may have been the wish to avert evils and to promote fertility and growth. Thus, in some of the foregoing instances, the employment of the winnowing fan may have been suggested by the proper use of the implement as a means of separating the corn from the chaff, the same operation being extended by analogy to rid men of evils of various sorts which would otherwise adhere to them like husks to the grain. It was in this way that the ancients explained the use of the winnowing fan in the mysteries. But one motive, and perhaps the original one, for setting a newborn child in a winnowing fan and surrounding it with corn was probably the wish to communicate to the infant, on the principle of sympathetic magic, the fertility and especially the power of growth possessed by the grain. This was in substance the explanation which W. Manhart gave of the custom. He rightly insisted on the analogy which many peoples, and in particular the ancient Greeks, have traced between the sowing of seed and the begetting of children, and he confirmed his view of the function of the winnowing fan in these ceremonies by aptly comparing a German custom of sowing barley or flax seed over weakly and stunted children in the belief that this will make them grow with the growth of the barley or the flax. An Estonian mode of accomplishing the same object is to set the child in the middle of a plot of ground where a sower is sowing hemp, and to leave the little one there till the sowing is finished. After that, they imagine that the child will shoot up in stature like the hemp, which has just been sown. Use of the winnowing fan in the rites of Dionysus. With the foregoing evidence before us of a widespread custom of placing newborn children in winnowing fans, we clearly cannot argue that Dionysus must necessarily have been a god of the corn, because Greek tradition and Greek art represent him as an infant cradled in a winnowing fan. The argument would prove too much, for it would apply equally to all the infants that have been so cradled in all parts of the world. We cannot even press the argument drawn from the surname, he of the winnowing fan, which was borne by Dionysus, since we have seen that similar names are borne for similar reasons in India by persons who have no claim whatever to be regarded as deities of the corn. Yet when all necessary deductions have been made on this score, the association of Dionysus with the winnowing fan appears to be too intimate to be explained away as a mere reminiscence of a practice to which every Greek baby, whether human or divine, had to submit. That practice would hardly account either for the use of the winnowing fan in the mysteries, or for the appearance of the implement, filled with fruitage of various kinds, on the monuments which set forth the ritual of Dionysus. This last emblem points plainly to a conception of the god as a personification of the fruits of the earth in general, and, as if to emphasize the idea of fecundity conveyed by such a symbol, there sometimes appears among the fruits in the winnowing fan an effigy of the male organ of generation. The prominent place which the effigy occupied in the worship of Dionysus hints broadly, if it does not strictly prove, that, to the Greek mind, the god stood for the powers of fertility in general, animal as well as vegetable. In the thought of the ancients, no sharp line of distinction divided the fertility of animals from the fertility of plants. Rather, the two ideas meet and blended in a nebulous haze. We need not wonder, therefore, that the same coarse but expressive emblem figured conspicuously in the ritual of Father Liber, the Italian counterpart of Dionysus, who in return for the homage paid to the symbol of his creative energy was believed to foster the growth of the crops and to guard the fields against the powers of evil. Myth or the death and resurrection of Dionysus. Like the other gods of vegetation whom we considered in the last volume, Dionysus was believed to have died a violent death, but to have been brought to life again, and his sufferings, death, and resurrection were enacted in his sacred rites. His tragic story is thus told by the poet Nonnus. Zeus, in the form of a serpent, visited Persephone, and she bore him Zagreus, that is, Dionysus, a horned infant. Scarcely was he born when the babe mounted the throne of his father Zeus and remembered the great god by brandishing the lightning in his tiny hand. But he did not occupy the throne long, for the treacherous Titans, their faces whitened with chalk, attacked him with knives while he was looking at himself in a mirror. For a time he invaded their assaults by turning himself into various shapes, assuming the likeness successively of Zeus and Kronos, of a young man, of a lion, a horse, and a serpent. Finally, in the form of a bull, he was cut to pieces by the murderous knives of his enemies. His creative myth, as related by Firmicus Maternus, ran thus. He was said to have been the bastard son of Jupiter, a Cretan king. Going abroad, Jupiter transferred the throne and the scepter to the youthful Dionysus, but knowing that his wife Juno cherished a jealous dislike of the child, he entrusted Dionysus to the care of gods upon whose fidelity he believed he could rely. Juno, however, bribed the gods, and amusing the child with rattles and a cunningly wrought looking-glass, lured him into an ambush, where her satellites, the Titans, rushed upon him, cut him limb from limb, boiled his body with various herbs, and ate it. But his sister Minerva, who had shared in the deed, kept his heart and gave it to Jupiter on his return, revealing to him the whole history of the crime. In his rage, Jupiter put the Titans to death by torture, and to soothe his grief for the loss of his son, made an image in which he enclosed the child's heart, and then built a temple in his honor. In this version, a euphemistic turn has been given to the myth by representing Jupiter and Juno, Zeus and Hera, as a king and queen of Crete. The gods referred to are the mythical Curetes, who danced the war dance round the infant Dionysus, as they are said to have done round the infant Zeus. Legend that the infant Dionysus occupied for a short time the throne of his father Zeus. Very noteworthy is the legend, recorded both by Nonnus and Firmicus, that in his infancy Dionysus occupied for a short time the throne of his father Zeus. So Proclus tells us that Dionysus was the last king of the gods, appointed by Zeus, for his father set him on the kingly throne and placed in his hand the scepter and made him king of all the gods of the world. Such traditions point to a custom of temporarily investing the king's son with a royal dignity as a preliminary to sacrificing him instead of his father. Pomegranates were supposed to have sprung from the blood of Dionysus, as anemones from the blood of Adonis, and violets from the blood of Attis. Hence women refrained from eating seeds of pomegranates at the festival of the Thesmophoria. According to some, the severed limbs of Dionysus were pieced together at the command of Zeus by Apollo, who buried them on Parnassus. The grave of Dionysus was shown in the Delphic temple beside a golden statue of Apollo. However, according to another account, the grave of Dionysus was at Thebes, where he is said to have been torn in pieces. Thus far, the resurrection of the slain god is not mentioned, but in other versions of the myth it is variously related. According to one version, which represented Dionysus as a son of Zeus and Demeter, his mother pieced together his mangled limbs and made him young again. In another, it is simply said that shortly after his burial he rose from the dead and ascended up to heaven, or that Zeus raised him up as he lay mortally wounded, or that Zeus swallowed the heart of Dionysus and then begat him afresh by Semele, who in the common legend figures as mother of Dionysus. Or again, the heart was pounded up and given in a portion to Semele, who thereby conceived him. Death and resurrection of Dionysus represented in his rites. Turning from the myth to the ritual, we find that the Cretans celebrated the biennial festival, at which the passion of Dionysus was represented in every detail. All that he had done or suffered in his last moments was enacted before the eyes of his worshippers, who tore a live bull to pieces with their teeth and roamed the woods with frantic shouts. In front of them was carried a casket supposed to contain the sacred heart of Dionysus, and to the wild music of flutes and cymbals they mimicked the rattles by which the infant god had been lured to his doom. Where the resurrection formed part of the myth, it also was acted at the rites, and it even appears that a general doctrine of resurrection, or at least immortality, was inculcated on the worshippers, for Plutarch, writing to console his wife on the death of their infant daughter, comforts her with a thought of the immortality of the soul as taught by tradition and revealed in the mysteries of Dionysus. A different form of the myth of the death and resurrection of Dionysus is that he descended to Hades to bring up his mother Semele from the dead. The local Argive tradition was that he went down through the Alcyonian lake, and his return from the lower world, in other words his resurrection, was annually celebrated on the spot by the Argives, who summoned him from the water by trumpet blasts, while they threw a lamb into the lake as an offering to the warder of the dead. Whether this was a spring festival does not appear, but the Lydians certainly celebrated the advent of Dionysus in spring. The god was supposed to bring the season with him. Deities of vegetation, who were supposed to pass a certain portion of each year underground, naturally come to be regarded as gods of the lower world or of the dead. Both Dionysus and Osiris were so conceived. Dionysus represented in the form of a bull. A feature in the mythical character of Dionysus, which at first sight appears inconsistent with his nature as a deity of vegetation, is that he was often conceived and represented in animal shape, especially in the form, or at least with the horns, of a bull. Thus he is spoken of as cow-born, bull, bull-shaped, bull-faced, bull-browed, bull-horned, horn-bearing, two-horned, horned. He is believed to appear at least occasionally as a bull. His images were often, as at Cyzicus, made in bull shape or with bull horns, and he was painted with horns. Types of the horned Dionysus are found amongst the surviving monuments of antiquity. On one statue he appears clad in a bull's hide, the head, horns and hoofs hanging down behind. Again he is represented as a child with clusters of grapes round his brow, and a calf's head with sprouting horns attached to the back of his head. On a red-figured vase, the god is portrayed as a calf-headed child seated on a woman's lap. The people of Cynathia in northwestern Arcadia held a festival of Dionysus in winter, when men, who had greased their bodies with oil for the occasion, used to pick out a bull from the herd and carry it to the sanctuary of the god. Dionysus was supposed to inspire their choice of the particular bull, which probably represented the deity himself, for at his festivals he was believed to appear in bull form. The women of Elis hailed him as a bull and prayed to him to come with his bull's foot. They sang, "Come hither, Dionysus, to the holy temple by the sea. Come with the Croesus to the temple, rushing with the bull's foot. O goodly bull, O goodly bull." The Bacchanals of Thrace wore horns in imitation of their god. According to the myth, it was in the shape of a bull that he was torn to pieces by the Titans, and the Cretans, when they acted the sufferings and death of Dionysus, tore a live bull to pieces with their teeth. Indeed, the rending and devouring of live bulls and calves appear to have been a regular feature of the Dionysiac rites. When we consider the practice of portraying the god as a bull or as some of the features of the animal, the belief that he appeared in bull form to his worshippers at the sacred rites, and the legend that in bull form he had been torn in pieces, we cannot doubt that in rending and devouring a live bull at his festival, the worshippers of Dionysus believed themselves to be killing the god, eating his flesh, and drinking his blood. Dionysus as a goat. Another animal whose form Dionysus assumed was the goat. One of his names was Kid. At Athens and at Hermion, he was worshipped under the title of the one of the black goat skin, and a legend ran that on a certain occasion he had appeared clad in the skin from which he took the title. In the wine-growing district of Phlius, where in autumn the plain is still thickly mantled with the red and golden foliage of the fading vines, there stood of old a bronze image of a goat, which the husbandmen plastered with gold leaf as a means of protecting the vines against blight. The image probably represented the vine god himself. To save him from the wrath of Hera, his father Zeus changed the youthful Dionysus into a kid, and when the gods fled to Egypt to escape the fury of Typhon, Dionysus was turned into a goat. Live goats rent and devoured by his worshippers. Hence, when his worshippers rent in pieces a live goat and devoured it raw, they must have believed that they were eating the body and blood of the god. Custom of rending and devouring animals and men as a religious rite. The custom of tearing in pieces the bodies of animals and of men, and then devouring them raw, has been practiced as a religious rite by savages in modern times. We need not, therefore, dismiss as a fable the testimony of Antiquity to the observance of similar rites among the frenzied worshippers of Bacchus. Ceremonial cannibalism among the Indians of British Columbia. An English missionary to the coast Indians of British Columbia has thus described a scene like the cannibal orgies of the Bacchanals. After mentioning that an old chief had ordered a female slave to be dragged to the beach, murdered, and thrown into the water, he proceeds as follows. "I did not see the murder, but immediately after I saw crowds of people running out of those houses near to where the corpse was thrown, and forming themselves into groups at a good distance away. This I learnt was from fear of what was to follow. Presently 2 bands of furious wretches appeared, each headed by a man in a state of nudity. They gave vent to the most unearthly sounds, and the 2 naked men made themselves look as unearthly as possible, proceeding in a creeping kind of stoop, and stepping like 2 proud horses, at the same time shooting forward each arm alternately, which they held at a full length for a little time in the most defiant manner. Besides this, the continual jerking their heads back, causing their long black hair to twist about, added much to their savage appearance. For some time they pretended to be seeking the body, and the instant they came where it lay, they commenced screaming and rushing round it like so many angry wolves. Finally, they seized it, dragged it out of the water, and laid it on the beach, where I was told the naked men would commence tearing it to pieces with their teeth. The 2 bands of men immediately surrounded them, and so hid their horrid work. In a few minutes the crowd broke into 2, when each of the naked cannibals appeared with half of the body in his hands. Separating a few yards, they commenced amid horrid yells the still more horrid feast. The sight was too terrible to behold. I left the gallery with a depressed heart. I may mention that the 2 bands of savages just alluded to belonged to that class which the whites term medicine men. The same writer informs us that at the winter ceremonials of these Indians, the cannibal, on such occasions, is generally supplied with 2, 3, or 4 human bodies, which he tears into pieces before his audience. Several persons, either from bravado or as a charm, present their arms to him to bite. I have seen several whom he has bitten, and I hear, too, who have died from the effects. And when corpses were not forthcoming, these cannibals apparently seized and devoured living people. Mr. Duncan has seen hundreds of the Tsimshian Indians sitting in their canoes, which they had just pushed off the shore in order to escape being torn to pieces by a party of prowling cannibals. Others of these Indians contented themselves with tearing dogs to pieces, while their attendants kept up a growling noise, or a whoop, which was seconded by a screeching noise made from an instrument which they believed to be the abode of a spirit. Mr. Duncan's account of these savage rites has been fully borne out by later observation. Among the Kwakiutl Indians, the cannibals, Hamatsas, are the highest in rank of the secret societies. They devour corpses, bite pieces out of living people, and formerly ate slaves who were being killed for the purpose. But when their fury has subsided, they are obliged to pay compensation to the persons whom they had bitten, and to the owners of slaves whom they have killed. The indemnity consists sometimes of blankets, sometimes of canoes. In the latter case, the tariff is fixed: 1 bite, 1 canoe. For some time after eating human flesh, the cannibal has to observe a great many rules, which regulate his eating and drinking, his going out and his coming in, his clothing and his intercourse with his wife. Similar customs prevail among other tribes of the same coast, such as the Bela Kula, the Tsimshian, the Niska, and the Nukta. In the Nootka tribe, members of the Panther Society tear dogs to pieces and devour them. They wear masks armed with canine teeth. So among the Haida Indians of the Queen Charlotte Islands, there is one religion of cannibalism and another of dog-eating. The cannibals, in a state of frenzy, real or pretended, bite flesh out of the extended arms of their fellow villagers. When they issue forth with cries of hop hop to observe this solemn rite, all who are of a different religious persuasion make haste to get out of their way. But men of the cannibal creed and of stout hearts will resolutely hold out their arms to be bitten. One sect of dog-eaters cut or tear dogs to pieces and devour some of the flesh, but they have to pay for the dogs which they consume in their religious enthusiasm. In the performance of these savage rites, the frenzied actors are believed to be inspired by a cannibal spirit and a dog-eating spirit, respectively. Live goats rent in pieces and devoured by fanatics in Morocco. Again, in Morocco, there is an order of saints known as Isawa or Arsawa, followers of Muhammad ben Isa or Isa of Mequinez, whose tomb is at Fez. Every year, on their founder's birthday, they assemble at his shrine or elsewhere, and holding each other's hands, dance a frantic dance round a fire. While the mad dance is still proceeding, a sudden rush is made from the sanctuary, and the dancers, like men delirious, speed away to a place where live goats are tethered in readiness. At sight of these animals, the fury of the savage and excited crowd reaches its height. In a few minutes the wretched animals are cut, or rather torn to pieces, and an orgy takes place over the raw and quivering flesh. When they seem satiated, the Mkadim, who is generally on horseback and carries a long stick, forms a sort of procession, preceded by wild music, if such discordant sounds will bear the name. Words can do no justice to the frightful scene which now ensues. The naked savages, for on these occasions a scanty piece of cotton is all their clothing, with their long black hair, ordinarily worn in plaits, tossed about by the rapid to and fro movements of the head, with faces and hands reeking with blood, and uttering loud cries resembling the bleating of goats, again enter the town. The place is now at their mercy, and the people avoid them as much as possible by shutting themselves up in their houses. A Christian or a Jew would run great risk of losing his life if either were found in the street. Goats are pushed out from the doors, and these the fanatics tear immediately to pieces with their hands, and then dispute over the morsels of bleeding flesh, as though they were ravenous wolves instead of men. Snakes also are thrown to them as tests of their divine frenzy, and these share the fate of the goats. Sometimes a luckless dog, straying as dogs will stray into a tumult, is seized upon. Then the layman, should any be at hand, will try to prevent the desecration of the pious mouths. But the fanatics sometimes prevail, and the unclean animal, abhorred by the Mussulman, is torn in pieces and devoured, or pretended to be devoured, with indiscriminating rage. Later misinterpretations of the custom of killing a god in animal form. The custom of killing a god in animal form, which we shall examine more in detail further on, belongs to a very early stage of human culture and is apt in later times to be misunderstood. The advance of thought tends to strip the old animal and plant gods their bestial and vegetable husk, and to leave their human attributes, which are always the kernel of the conception, as the final and sole residuum. In other words, animal and plant gods tend to become purely anthropomorphic. When they have become wholly or nearly so, the animals and plants which were at first the deities themselves still retain a vague and ill-understood connection with the anthropomorphic gods who have been developed out of them. The origin of the relationship between the deity and the animal or plant having been forgotten, various stories are invented to explain it. These explanations may follow one or two lines, according as they are based on the habitual or on the exceptional treatment of the sacred animal or plant. The sacred animal was habitually spared, and only exceptionally slain, and accordingly the myth might be devised to explain either why it was spared or why it was killed. Devised for the former purpose, the myth would tell of some service rendered to the deity by the animal. Devised for the latter purpose, the myth would tell of some injury inflicted by the animal on the god. The reason given for sacrificing goats to Dionysus exemplifies a myth of the latter sort. They were sacrificed to him, it was said, because they injured the vine. Now the goat, as we have seen, was originally an embodiment of the god himself. But when the god had divested himself of his animal character and become especially anthropomorphic, the killing of the goat in his worship came to be regarded no longer as a slaying of the deity himself, but as a sacrifice offered to him. And since some reason had to be assigned why the goat in particular should be sacrificed, it was alleged that this was a punishment inflicted on the goat for injuring the vine, the object of the god's especial care. Thus we have the strange spectacle of a god sacrificed to himself on the ground that he is his own enemy, and as the deity is supposed to partake of the victim offered to him, it follows that when the victim is the god's old self, the god eats of his own flesh. Hence the goat god Dionysus is represented as eating the raw goat's blood, and the bull god Dionysus is called the eater of bulls. On the analogy of these instances, we may conjecture that wherever a deity is described as the eater of a particular animal, the animal in question was originally nothing but the deity himself. Later on we shall find that some savages propitiate dead bears and whales by offering them portions of their own bodies. Human sacrifices in the worship of Dionysus. All this, however, does not explain why a deity of vegetation should appear in animal form. But the consideration of that point had better be deferred till we have discussed in character the attributes of Demeter. Meantime it remains to mention that in some places, instead of an animal, a human being was torn in pieces at the rites of Dionysus. This was the practice in Chios and Tenedos, and at Potne in Boeotia the tradition ran that it had been formerly the custom to sacrifice the goat smiting Dionysus a child, for whom a goat was afterwards substituted. At Orchomenus, as we have seen, the human victim was taken from the women of an old royal family. As the slain bull or goat represented the slain god, so we may suppose the human victim also represented him. The legendary deaths of Pentheus and Lycurgus may be reminiscents of a custom of sacrificing divine kings in the character of Dionysus. The legends of the death of Pentheus and Lycurgus, two kings who are said to have been torn to pieces, the one by bacchanals, the other by horses, for their opposition to the rites of Dionysus, may be, as I have already suggested, distorted reminiscences of a custom of sacrificing divine kings in the character of Dionysus and of dispensing the fragments of their broken bodies over the fields for the purpose of fertilizing them. In regard to Lycurgus, king of the Thracian tribe of the Edonians, it is expressly said that his subjects at the beginning of an oracle caused him to be rent in pieces by horses for the purpose of restoring the fertility of the ground after a period of barrenness and dearth. There is no improbability in the tradition. We have seen that in Africa and other parts of the world, kings or chiefs have often been put to death by their people for similar reasons. Further, it is significant that King Lycurgus is said to have slain his own son Dryas with an axe in a fit of madness, mistaking him for a vine branch. Have we not in this tradition a reminiscence of a custom of sacrificing the king's son in place of the father? Similarly, Athamas, a king of Thessaly and Boeotia, is said to have been doomed by an oracle to be sacrificed at the altar in order to remove the curse of barrenness which afflicted his country. However, he contrived to evade the sentence, and in a fit of madness killed his own son Learchus, mistaking him for a wild beast. That this legend was not a mere myth is made probable by a custom observed at Alos down to historical times. The eldest male scion of the royal house was regularly sacrificed in due form to Lephistian Zeus, if he ever set foot within the town hall. The close resemblance between the legends of King Athamas and King Lycurgus furnishes a ground for believing both legends to be based on a real custom of sacrificing either the king himself or one of his sons for the good of the country. And the story that the king's son Dryas perished because his frenzied father mistook him for a vine branch fits in well with the theory that the victim in these sacrifices represented the vine god Dionysus. It is probably no mere coincidence that Dionysus himself is said to have been torn in pieces at Thebes, the very place where, according to legend, the same fate befell King Pentheus at the hands of the frenzied votaries of the vine god. Survival of Dionysiac rites among the modern Thracian peasantry. The theory that in prehistoric times Greek and Thracian kings, or their sons, may have been dismembered in the character of the vine god or the corn god for the purpose of fertilizing the earth or quickening the vines has received of late years some confirmation from the discovery that down to the present time in Thrace, the original home of Dionysus, a drama is still annually performed which reproduces the remarkable fidelity, some of the most striking traits in the Dionysic myth and ritual. In a former part of this work, I have already called attention to this interesting survival of paganism among a Christian peasantry, but it seems desirable and appropriate in this place to draw out somewhat more fully the parallelism between the modern drama and the ancient worship. Drama annually performed at the carnival in the villages around Visa, an old Thracian capital. The drama, which may reasonably be regarded as a direct descendant of the Dionysiac rites, is actually performed at the carnival in all the Christian villages which cluster round Visa, the ancient Pisia, a town of Thrace situated about midway between Adrianople and Constantinople. In antiquity, the city was the capital of the Thracian tribe of Theasti. The kings had their place there, probably in the Acropolis, of which some fine walls are still standing. Inscriptions preserved in the modern town record the names of some of these old kings. The date of the celebration is Cheese Monday, as it is locally called, which is the Monday of the last week of Carnival. At Visa itself, the mummery has been shorn of some of its ancient features, but these have been kept up at the villages and have been particularly observed and recorded at the village of St. George, Hergoes Gorgios. It is to the drama as acted at that village that the following description especially applies. The actors in the drama. The principal parts of the town are taken by two men disguised in goatskins. Each of them wears a headdress made of a complete goatskin, which is stuffed so as to rise a foot or more like a shako over his head, while the skin falls over the face, forming a mask with holes cut in the eyes and mouth. Their shoulders are thickly padded with hay to protect them from the blows which used to be rained very liberally on their backs. Fawn skins on their shoulders and goat skins on their legs are or used to be part of their equipment, and another indispensable part of it is a number of sheep bells tied around their waists. One of the two skin-clad actors carries a bow and the other a wooden effigy of the male organ of generation. Both these actors must be married men. According to Mr. Vizienos, they are chosen for periods of 4 years. Two unmarried boys dressed as girls and sometimes called brides also take part in the play, and a man disguised as an old woman in rags carries a mock baby in a basket. The brat is supposed to be a 7-month child, born out of wedlock and begotten by an unknown father. The basket in which the hopeful infant is paraded bears the ancient name of the winnowing fan, Lichni, contracted from lignon, and the babe itself receives the very title, he of the winnowing fan, Lichnites, which in Antiquity was applied to Dionysus. 2 other actors, clad in rags with blackened faces and armed with stout saplings, play the part of the gypsy man and his wife. Others personate policemen, armed with swords and whips, and the troupe is completed by a man who discourses music on a bagpipe. The ceremonies include the forging of a ploughshare, a mock marriage, and a pretense of death and resurrection. Such are the masqueraders. The morning of the day on which they perform their little drama is spent by them going from door to door collecting bread, eggs, or money. At every door the 2 skin-clad maskers knock. The boys disguised as girls dance, and the gypsy man and wife enact an obscene pantomime on the straw heap before the house. When every house in the village has been thus visited, the troupe takes up position in the open space before the village church, where the whole population has already mustered to witness the performance. After a dance hand in hand, in which all the actors take part, the 2 skin-clad maskers withdraw and leave the field to the gypsies, who now pretend to forge a ploughshare, the man making believe to hammer the share and his wife to work the bellows. At this point the old woman's baby is supposed to grow up in a great pace, to develop a huge appetite for meat and drink, and to clamour for a wife. One of the skin-clad men now pursues one of the 2 pretended brides, and a mock marriage is celebrated between the couple. After these nuptials have been performed, with a parody of a real wedding, the mock bridegroom is shot by his comrade with a bow and falls down on his face like dead. His slayer thereupon feigns to skin him with a knife, but the dead man's wife laments over her deceased husband with loud cries, throwing herself across his prostrate body. In this lamentation the slayer himself and all the other actors join in. A Christian funeral service is burlesqued, and the pretended corpse is lifted up as if to be carried to the grave. At this point, however, the dead man disconcerts the preparations for his burial by suddenly coming to life again and getting up. So ends the drama of death and resurrection. The ceremonies also include a simulation of ploughing and sowing by skin-clad men, accompanied by prayers for good crops. The next act opens with a repetition of the pretense of forging a ploughshare, but this time the gypsy man hammers on a real share. When the implement is supposed to have been fashioned, a real plough is brought forward. The mockery appears to cease. The 2 boys dressed as girls are yoked on the plough and drag it twice around the village square, contrary to the way of the sun. One of the 2 skin-clad men walks at the tail of the plough, the other guides it in front, and a 3rd man follows in the rear, scattering seed from a basket. After the 2 rounds have been completed, the gypsy and his wife are yoked to the plough and drag it a 3rd time round the square, the 2 skin-clad men still playing the part of the ploughmen. At Visa, the plough is drawn by the skin-clad men themselves. While the plough is going its rounds, followed by the sower sowing the seed, the people pray aloud, saying, "May wheat be 10 pastries the bushel, rye 5 pastries the bushel. Amen, O God, that the poor may eat. Yea, O God, that poor folk be filled." This ends the performance. The evening is spent in feasting on the proceeds of the house-to-house visitation which took place in the morning. Kindred ceremony performed by a masked and skin-clad man who is called a king. A kindred festival is observed on the same day of the carnival at Kosti, a place in the extreme north of Thrace, near the Black Sea. There a man dressed in sheepskins or goatskins, with a mask on his face, bells around his neck, and a broom in his hand, goes round the village collecting food and presents. He is addressed as a king and escorted with music. With him go boys dressed as girls, and another boy, not so disguised, who carries wine in a wooden bottle and gives of it to every householder to drink in a cup, receiving a gift in return. The king then mounts a 2-wheeled cart, and is drawn to the church. He carries seed in his hand, and at the church 2 bands of men, one of married men and the other of unmarried men, try each in turn to induce the king to throw the seed on them. Finally, he casts it on the ground in front of the church. The ceremony ends with stripping the king of his clothes and flinging him into the river, at which he resumes his usual dress. Analogy of these modern Thracian ceremonies to the ancient rites of Dionysus. In these ceremonies, still annually held at and near an old capital of Thracian kings, the points of similarity to the ritual of the ancient Thracian deity Dionysus are sufficiently obvious. The goat skins in which the principal actors are disguised reminds us of the identification of Dionysus with a goat. The infant, cradled in the winnowing fan and taking its name from the implement, answers exactly to the traditions, and the monuments which represent the infant Dionysus as similarly cradled and similarly named. The pretense that the baby is a 7 months child born out of wedlock and begotten by an unknown father tallies precisely with the legend that Dionysus was born prematurely in the 7th month as the offspring of an intrigue between a mortal woman and a mysterious divine father. The same coarse symbol of reproductive energy which characterized the ancient ritual of Dionysus figures conspicuously in the modern drama. The annual mock marriage of the goatskin-clad mummer with the pretended bride may be compared with the annual pretense of marrying Dionysus to the Queen of Athens. And the simulated slaughter and resurrection of the same goatskin-clad actor may be compared with the traditional slaughter and resurrection of the god himself. Further, the ceremony of ploughing, in which after his resurrection the goatskin-clad mummer takes a prominent part, fits in well not only with the legend that Dionysus was the first to yoke oxen to the plough, but also with the symbolism of the winnowing fan in his worship, or the prayers for plentiful crops which accompany the ploughing accord with the omens of the abundant harvest which were drawn of old from the mystic light seen to illuminate by night one of his ancient sanctuaries in Thrace. Lastly, in the ceremony observed at Kosti, the giving of wine by the king's attendant is an act worthy of the wine god. The throwing of seed by the king can only be interpreted, like the ploughing, as a charm to promote the fertility of the ground, and the royal title borne by the principal masker harmonizes well with the theory that the part of the god of the corn and the wine was of old sustained by the Thracian kings who resided at Byzia. The modern Thracian celebration seems to correspond most closely to the ancient Athenian festival of the Antiquity. If we ask, to what ancient festival of Dionysus does a modern celebration of the carnival in Thrace most nearly correspond? The answer can be hardly doubtful. The Thracian drama of the mock marriage of the goatskin-clad mummer, his mimic death and resurrection, and his subsequent ploughing corresponds both in date and in character most nearly to the Athenian festival of the Antiquity, which is celebrated at Athens during 3 days in early spring, towards the end of February or the beginning of March. Thus the date of the Antiquity could not fall far from, and it might sometimes actually coincide with, the last week of the carnival, the date of the Thracian celebration. While the details of the festival of the Antiquity are obscure, its general character is well known. It was a festival both of wine drinking and of the dead, whose souls were supposed to revisit the city and to go about the streets, just as in modern Europe and in many other parts of the world, the ghosts of the departed are still believed to return to their old homes on one day of the year and to be entertained by their relatives at a solemn feast of All Souls. But the Dionysiac nature of the festival was revealed not merely by the opening of the wine vats and the wassailing which went on throughout the city among freemen and slaves alike. On the second day of the festival, the marriage of Dionysus with the Queen of Athens was celebrated with great solemnity at the Bucolium, or ox stall. It has been suggested with much probability that at this sacred marriage in the ox stall, the god was represented wholly or partially in bovine shape, whether by an image or by an actor dressed in the hide and wearing the horns of a bull. For, as we have seen, Dionysus was often supposed to assume the form of a bull and to present himself in that guise to his worshippers. If this conjecture should prove to be correct, though a demonstration of it can hardly be expected, the sacred marriage of the queen to the bull god at Athens would be parallel to the sacred marriage of the queen to the bull god at Knossos, according to the interpretation which I have suggested of the myth of Persephone and the Minotaur. Only whereas the bull god at Knossos if I am right, stood for the sun. The bull god at Athens stood for the powers of vegetation, especially the corn and the vines. It would not be surprising that among the cattle-breeding people in early days, the bull, regarded as a type of strength and reproductive energy, should be employed to symbolize and represent more than one of the great powers of nature. If Dionysus did indeed figure as a bull at his marriage, it is not improbable that on that occasion his representative, whether a real bull or a man dressed in a bull's hide, took part in a ceremony of ploughing. For we have seen that the invention of yoking oxen to the plough, as ascribed to Dionysus, and we know that the Athenians performed a sacred ceremony of ploughing, which went by the name of the ox-yoked ploughing, and took place in a field or other open piece of ground at the foot of the Acropolis. It is a reasonable conjecture that the field of the ox-yoked ploughing may have adjoined the building called the ox stall, in which the marriage of Dionysus with the queen was solemnized, for that building is known to have been near the Prytaneum, or town hall, on the northern slope of the Acropolis. Theory that the rites of the Antiquity comprise the drama of the violent death and resurrection of Dionysus. Thus, on the whole, the ancient festival of the Antiquity, so far as its features are preserved by tradition or can be restored by the use of reasonable conjecture, presents several important analogies to the modern Thracian carnival in respect of wine drinking, a mock marriage of disguised actors, and a ceremony of ploughing. The resemblance between the ancient and the modern ritual would still be closer to some eminent modern scholars who wrote before the discovery of the Thracian carnival, and whose judgment was therefore not biased by its analogy to the Athenian festival, are right in holding that another important feature of the Antiquity was the dramatic death and resurrection of Dionysus. They point out that at the marriage of Dionysus 14 sacred women officiated at 14 altars, that the number of the Titans who tore Dionysus to pieces was 14, namely 7 male and 7 female, and that Osiris, a god who in some respects corresponded closely to Dionysus, is said to have been rent by Typhon into 14 fragments. Hence they conjecture that at Athens the body of Dionysus was dramatically broken into 14 fragments, one for each of the 14 altars, and that it was afterwards dramatically pieced together and restored to life by the 14 sacred women, just as a broken body of Osiris was pieced together by a company of gods and goddesses and restored to life by his sister Isis. The conjecture is ingenious and plausible, but with our existing sources of information it must remain a conjecture and nothing more. Could it be established, it would forge another strong link in the chain of evidence which binds the modern Thracian carnival to the ancient Athenian Antiquity. For in that case, the drama of the divine death and resurrection would have to be added to the other features which these two festivals of spring possess in common, and we should have to confess that Greece had what we may call its Good Friday and its Easter Sunday long before the events took place in Judea which diffused these two annual commemorations of the dying and reviving God over a great part of the civilized world. From so simple a beginning may flow consequences so far-reaching and impressive. For in the light of the rude Thracian ceremony we may surmise that the high tragedy of the death and resurrection of Dionysus originated in a rustic mummers' play, acted by ploughmen for the purpose of fertilizing the brown earth, which they turned up with a gleaming share in sunny days of spring, as they followed the slow-paced oxen down the long furrows in the fallow field. Later on we shall see that a play of the same sort is still acted, or was acted down in recent years by English yokels on Plough Monday. Legends of human sacrifice and the worship of Dionysus may be the misinterpretations of ritual. But before we pass from the tragic myth and ritual of Dionysus to the sweeter story and milder worship of Demeter and Persephone, the true Greek deities of the corn, it is fair to admit that the legends of human sacrifice, which have left so dark a stain on the memory of the old Thracian god, may have been nothing more than the mere misinterpretations of a sacred ritual in which an animal victim was treated as a human being. For example, at Tanidos, the newborn calf sacrificed to Dionysus was shot in buskins, and the mother cow was tended like a woman in childbed. At Rome, a she-god was sacrificed to Vedi Jovis, as if it were a human victim. Yet, on the other hand, it is equally possible, and perhaps more probable, that these curious rites were themselves mitigations of an older and ruder custom of sacrificing human beings, and that the latter pretense of treating the sacrificial victims as if they were human beings was merely part of a pious and merciful fraud, which palmed off on the deity less precious victims than living men and women. This interpretation is supported by the undoubted cases in which animals have been substituted for human victims. On the whole, we may conclude that neither the polished manners of a latter age nor the glamour which Greek poetry and art threw over the figure of Dionysus sufficed to conceal or ease the deep lines of savagery and cruelty imprinted on the features of this barbarous deity. End of section 1.
Section 2 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion. Part 5, Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings on the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 2, Demeter and Persephone. Demeter and Persephone as Greek personifications of the decay and revival of vegetation. Dionysus was not the only Greek deity whose tragic story and ritual appeared to reflect the decay and revival of vegetation. In another form, and with a different application, the old tale reappears in the myth of Demeter and Persephone. Substantially, their myth is identical with the Syrian one of Aphrodite, Astarte, and Adonis, the Phrygian one of Cybele and Attis, and the Egyptian one of Isis and Osiris. In the Greek fable, as in its Asiatic and Egyptian counterparts, a goddess mourns the loss of a loved one, who personifies vegetation, more especially the corn, which dies in winter to revive in spring, only whereas the Oriental imagination figured the loved and lost once as a dead lover or a dead husband lamented by his leman or his wife, Greek fancy embodied the same idea in the tenderer and purer form of a dead daughter bewailed by her sorrowing mother. The Homeric Hymn to Demeter. The oldest literary document which narrates the myth of Demeter and Persephone is a beautiful Homeric Hymn to Demeter, which critics assign to the 7th century before our era. The object of the poem is to explain the origin of the Eleusinian mysteries, and the complete silence of the poet as to Athens and the Athenians, who in after ages took a conspicuous part in the festival, renders it probable that the hymn was composed in the far-off time when Eleusis was still a petty independent state, and before the stately procession of the mysteries had begun to defile, in bright September days, over the low chain of barren rocky hills which divides the flat Eleusinian cornland from the more spacious olive-clad expanse of the Athenian plain. Be that as it may, the hymn reveals to us the conception which the writer entertained of the character and functions of the two goddesses. Their natural shapes stand out sharply enough under the thin veil of poetic imagery. The Rape of Persephone. The youthful Persephone, so runs the tale, was gathering roses and lilies, crocuses and violets, hyacinths and narcissus in a lush meadow, when the earth gaped and Pluto, lord of the dead, issuing from the abyss, carried her off in his golden car to be his bride and queen in the gloomy subterranean world. Her sorrowing mother Demeter, with her yellow tresses veiled in a dark mourning mantle, sought her over land and sea, and learning from the sun her daughter's fate, she withdrew in high dudgeon from the gods and took up her abode at Eleusis, where she presented herself to the king's daughters in the guise of an old woman, sitting sadly under the shadow of an olive tree beside the maiden's well, to which the damsels had come to draw water in bronze pitchers for their father's house. The Wrath of Demeter. In her wrath at the bereavement, the goddess suffered not the seed to grow in the earth, but kept it hidden underground. And she vowed that never would she set foot on Olympus, and never would she let the corn sprout till her lost daughter should be restored to her. Vainly the oxen dragged the ploughs to and fro in the fields. Vainly the sower dropped the barley seed in the brown furrows. Nothing came up from the parched and crumbling soil. Even the Rarian plain near Eleusis, which was wont to wave with yellow harvests, lay bare and fallow. Mankind would have perished of hunger, and the gods would have been robbed of the sacrifices which were their due, if Zeus in alarm had not commanded Pluto to disgorge his prey to restore his bride Persephone to her mother Demeter. The grim lord of the dead smiled and obeyed, but before he sent back his queen to the upper air on a golden car, he gave her the seed of a pomegranate to eat, which ensured that she would return to him. But Zeus stipulated that henceforth Persephone should spend 2/3 every year with her mother and the gods in the upper world, and 1/3 of the year with her husband in the nether world, from which she was to return year by year when the earth was gay with spring flowers. The return of Persephone. Gladly the daughter then returned to the sunshine. Gladly her mother received her and fell upon her neck, and in her joy at recovering the lost one, Demeter made the corn to sprout from the clods of the ploughed fields, and all the broad earth to be heavy with leaves and blossoms. And straightway she went and showed this happy sight to the princess of Eleusis, to Triptolemus, Eumolpus, Diocles, and to the king Celeus himself, and moreover she revealed to them her sacred rites and mysteries. Blessed, says the poet, is a mortal man who has seen these things, but he who has had no share of them in life will never be happy in death when she has descended into the darkness of the grave. So the two goddesses departed to dwell in the bliss with the gods on Olympus, and the bard ends the hymn with a pious prayer to Demeter and Persephone that they would be pleased to grant him a livelihood in return for his soul. The aim of the Homeric hymn to Demeter is to explain the traditional foundation of the Eleusinian mysteries by Demeter. It has been generally recognized, and indeed it seems scarcely open to doubt, that the main theme which the poet set before himself in composing this hymn was to describe the traditional foundation of the Eleusinian mysteries by the goddess Demeter. The whole poem leads up to the transformation scene, in which the bare leafless expanse of the Eleusinian plain is suddenly turned, at the will of the goddess, into a vast sheet of ruddy corn. The beneficent deity takes the princess of Eleusis, shows them what she has done, teaches them her mystic rites, and vanishes with her daughter to heaven. The revelation of the mysteries is the triumphal close of the piece. This conclusion is confirmed by a more minute examination of the poem, which proves that the poet has given not merely a general account of the foundation of the mysteries, but also in more or less veiled language, mythical explanations of the origin of particular rites, which we have good reason to believe formed essential features of the festival. Amongst the rites as to which the poet thus drops significant hints are the preliminary fast of the candidates for initiation, the torchlight procession, the all-night vigil, the sitting of the candidates, veiled and in silence, on stools covered with sheepskins, the use of scurrilous language, the breaking of ribald jests, and the solemn communion with the divinity by participation in a draught of barley water from a holy chalice. Revelation of a reaped ear of corn, the crowning act of the mysteries. But there is yet another and a deeper secret of the mysteries which the author of the poem appears to have divulged under cover of his narrative. He tells us how, as soon as she had transformed the barren brown expanse of the Eleusinian plain into a field of golden grain, she gladdened the eyes of Triptolemus and the other Eleusinian princes by showing them the growing or standing corn. When we compare this part of the story with the statement of a Christian writer of the 2nd century, Hippolytus, that the very heart of the mysteries consisted in showing to the initiated a reaped ear of corn, we can hardly doubt that the poet of the hymn was well acquainted with this solemn rite, and that he deliberately intended to explain its origin in precisely the same way as he explained other rites of the mysteries, namely by representing Demeter as having set the example of performing the ceremony in her own person. Thus myth and ritual mutually explain and confirm each other. The poet of the 7th century before our era gives us the myth. He could not without sacrilege have revealed the ritual. The Christian father reveals the ritual, and his revelation accords perfectly with the veiled hint of the old poet. On the whole, then, we may, with many modern scholars, confidently accept the statement of the learned Christian father Clement of Alexandria, that the myth of Demeter and Persephone was acted as a sacred drama in the mysteries of Eleusis. Demeter and Persephone, personifications of the corn. But if the myth was acted as a part, perhaps as the principal part, of the most famous and solemn religious rites of ancient Greece, we have still to inquire what was, after all, stripped of later accretions, the original kernel of the myth, which appears to latter ages surrounded and transfigured by an aureole of awe and mystery, lit up by some of the most brilliant rays of Grecian literature and art. If we follow the indications given by our oldest literary authority on the subject, the author of the Homeric hymn to Demeter, the riddle is not hard to read. The figures of the two goddesses, the mother and the daughter, resolve themselves into personifications of the corn. At least this appears to be fairly certain for the daughter, Persephone. Persephone, the seed sown in autumn and sprouting in spring. The goddess who spends 3, or according to another version of the myth, 6 months of every year with the dead underground and the remainder of the year with the living above ground, in whose absence the barley seed is hidden in the earth and the fields lie bare and fallow, on whose return in spring to the upper world the corn shoots up from the clods and the earth is heavy with leaves and blossoms. This goddess can surely be nothing else than a mythical embodiment of the vegetation, and particularly of the corn, which is buried under the soil for some months of every winter and comes to life again, as from the grave, in the sprouting cornstalks and opening flowers and foliage of every spring. Demeter, the old corn of last year. No other reasonable and probable explanation of Persephone seems possible. If the daughter goddess was a personification of the young corn of the present year, may not the mother goddess be a personification of the old corn of last year, which has given birth to the new crops? The view that Demeter was the earth goddess is implicitly rejected by the author of the Homeric hymn to Demeter. The only alternative to this view of Demeter would seem to be to suppose that she is a personification of the earth, from whose broad bosom the corn and all other plants spring up, and of which accordingly they may appropriately enough be regarded as the daughters. This view of the original nature of Demeter has indeed been taken by some writers, both ancient and modern, and is one which can be reasonably maintained, but appears to have been rejected by the author of the Homeric hymn to Demeter, for he not only distinguished Demeter from the personified earth, but places the two in the sharpest opposition to each other. It tells us that it was Earth, who, in accordance with the will of Zeus, and to please Pluto, lured Persephone to her doom by causing the narcissus to grow, which tempted the young goddess to stray far beyond the reach of help in a lush meadow. Thus Demeter of the hymn, rather than being identical with the earth goddess, must have regarded that divinity as her worst enemy, since it was to her insidious wiles that she owed the loss of her daughter. But if the Demeter of the hymn cannot have been a personification of the earth, the only alternative apparently is to conclude that she was a personification of the corn. The yellow Demeter, the goddess who sifts the ripe grain from the chaff and the threshing floor. With this conclusion, all the indications of the hymn writer seem to harmonize. He certainly represents Demeter as the goddess by whose power and whose pleasure the corn either grows or remains hidden in the ground. And to what deity can such powers be so fittingly ascribed as to the goddess of the corn? He calls Demeter yellow and tells us how her yellow tresses flow down to her shoulders. Could any color be more appropriate with which to paint the divinity of the yellow grain? The same identification of Demeter with the yellow corn, is made even more clearly by a still older poet, Homer himself, or at all events the author of the 5th book of the Iliad. There we read, "And even as the wind carries the chaff about the sacred threshing floors, when men are winnowing, what time yellow Demeter sifts the corn from the chaff on the hurrying blast, so that the heaps of chaff grow white below, so were the Achaeans, whitened above by the cloud of dust which the hoofs of the horses spurned to the brazen heaven." Here the yellow Demeter, who sifts the grain from the chaff at the threshing floor, can hardly be any other than the goddess of the yellow corn. She cannot be the earth goddess, for what has the earth goddess to do with the grain and the chaff blown about a threshing floor? With this interpretation, it agrees that elsewhere Homer speaks of men eating Demeter's corn, and still more definitely Hesiod speaks of the annual store of food which the earth bears, Demeter's corn, thus distinguishing the goddess corn from the earth which bears it. Still more clearly does a later Greek poet personify the corn as Demeter when, in allusion to the time of the corn reaping, he says that then the sturdy swains cleave Demeter limb from limb. The green Demeter, the goddess of the green corn. And just as a riper yellow corn was personified as the yellow Demeter, so the unripe or green corn was personified as the green Demeter. In that character, the goddess had sanctuaries at Athens and other places. Sacrifices were apparently offered to green Demeter in spring when the earth was growing green with fresh vegetation, and the victims included sows big with young, which no doubt were intended not merely to symbolize, but magically to promote the abundance of the crops.
The cereals called Demeter's fruits. In Greek, the various kinds of corn were called by the general name of Demeter's fruits, just as in Latin they were called the fruits or gifts of Ceres, an expression which survives in the English word cereals. Tradition ran that before Demeter's time, men neither cultivated corn nor tilled the ground, but roamed the mountains and woods in search of the wild fruits which the earth produced spontaneously from her womb for their subsistence. The tradition clearly implies not only that Demeter was the goddess of the corn, but that she was different from and younger than the goddesses of the earth, since it is expressly affirmed that before Demeter's time the earth existed and supplied mankind with nourishment in the shape of wild herbs, grasses, flowers, and fruits. Corn and poppies as symbols of Demeter. In ancient art, Demeter and Persephone are characterized as goddesses of the corn by the crowns of corn which they wear on their heads, and by the stalks of corn which they hold in their hands. Theocritus describes a smiling image of Demeter standing by a heap of yellow grain on a threshing floor and grasping sheaves of barley and poppies in both her hands. Indeed, corn and poppies singly or together were a frequent symbol of the goddess, as we learn not only from the testimony of ancient writers, but from many existing monuments of classical art. The naturalness of the symbol can be doubted by no one who has seen, and who has not seen, a field of yellow corn bespangled thick with scarlet poppies, and we need not resort to the shifts of an ancient mythologist who explained the symbolism of the poppy in Demeter's hand by comparing the globular shape of the poppy to the roundness of our globe, the unevenness of its edges to hills and valleys, and the hollow interior of the scarlet flower to the caves and dens of the earth. If only students would study the little black and white books of men less, and the great rainbow-tinted book of nature more, if they would more frequently exchange the heavy air and the dim light of libraries for the freshness and the sunshine of the open sky, if they would oftener unbend their minds by rural walks between fields of waving corn, beside rivers rippling by under grey willows, or down green lanes where the hedges are white and the hawthorn bloom or red with wild roses, they might sometimes learn more about primitive religion than can be gathered from many dusty volumes in which wire-drawn theories are set forth with all the tedious parade of learning. Persephone, betrayed as the young corn sprouting from the ground. Nowhere perhaps in the monuments of Greek art is the character of Persephone as a personification of the young corn sprouting in spring portrayed more gracefully and more truly than on a coin of Lampsacus of the 4th century before our era. On it we see the goddess in the very act of rising from the earth. Her face is unpraised, in her hand are 3 ears of corn, and others together with grapes are springing behind her shoulder. Complete is here the identification of the goddess and her attribute. She is embowed amid the ears of growing corn, and, like it, half buried in the ground. She does not make the corn and vine grow, but she is the corn and vine growing, and returning again to the face of the earth after lying hidden in its depths. Certainly the artist who designed this beautiful figure thoroughly understood Hellenic religion. Demeter invoked and propitiated by Greek farmers before the autumnal sowing. As the goddess who first bestowed corn on mankind and taught them to sow and cultivate it, Demeter was naturally invoked and propitiated by farmers before they undertook the various operations of the agricultural year. In autumn, when he heard the sonorous trumpeting of the cranes as they winged their way southward in vast flocks high overhead, the Greek husbandman knew that the rains were near and that the time of ploughing was at hand. But before he put his hand to the plough, he prayed to underground Zeus and the holy Demeter for a heavy crop of Demeter's sacred corn. Then he guided the ox-drawn plough down the field, turning up the brown earth with the share, while a swain followed close behind with the hoe, who covered up the seed as fast as it fell to protect it from the voracious birds that fluttered and twittered at the plough-tail. But while the ordinary Greek farmer took the signal for ploughing from the clangor of the cranes, Hesiod and other writers who aimed at greater exactness laid it down as a rule that the ploughing should begin with the autumnal setting of the Pleiades in the morning, which in Hesiod's time fell on the 26th of October. The month in which the Pleiades set in the morning was generally recognized by the Greeks as the month of sowing. It corresponded apparently in part to our October, in part to our November. Boeotian festival of mourning for the descent of Persephone at the autumnal sowing. The Athenians called it Pianepsion. The Boeotians named it significantly Demetrius, that is, Demeter's month, and they celebrated a feast of mourning because, says Plutarch, who as a Boeotian speaks with authority on such a matter, Demeter was then in mourning for the descent of Persephone. Is it possible to express more clearly the true original nature of Persephone as a corn seed which has just been buried in the earth? The obvious, the almost inevitable conclusion did not escape Plutarch. He tells us that the mournful rites which were held at the time of the autumnal sowing nominally commemorated the action of deities, but that the real sadness was for the fruits of the earth, some which at that season dropped of themselves and vanished from the trees, while others in the shape of seed were committed with anxious thoughts to the ground by men, who scraped the earth and then huddled it up over the seed, just as they were burying and mourning for the dead. Surely this interpretation of the custom and of the myth of Persephone is not only beautiful, but true. Thank offerings of ripe grain presented by Greek farmers to Demeter after the harvest. Theocritus's description of a harvest house in Kos. And just as the Greek husbandman prayed to the corn goddess when he committed the seed, with anxious forebodings to the furrows, so after he had reaped the harvest, and brought back the yellow sheaves with rejoicing to the threshing floor, he paid the bountiful goddess her dues, in the form of a thank offering of golden grain. Theocritus has painted for us, in glowing colours, a picture of a rustic harvest home, as it fell on a bright autumn day some 2,000 years ago in the little Greek island of Kos. The poet tells us how he went with 2 friends from the city to attend a festival given by farmers who were offering first fruits to Demeter from the store of barley with which she had filled their barns. The day was warm, indeed, so hot that the very lizards which loved to bask and run about in the sun were slumbering in the crevices of the stone walls, and not a lark soared carolling into the blue vault of heaven. Yet despite the great heat, there were everywhere signs of autumn. All things, says the poet, smelt of summer, but smelt of autumn too. Indeed, the day was really autumnal, for a goatherd who met the friends on the way to the rural merrymaking asked them whether they were bound for the treading of the grapes in the wine-presses. And when they had reached their destination and reclined at ease in the dapple shade of overarching poplars and elms, with the babble of a neighbouring fountain, the buzz of the cicalas, the hum of bees, and the cooing of doves in the ears, the ripe apples and pears rolled in the grass at their feet, and the branches of the wild plum trees were bowed down to the earth with the weight of their purple fruit. So, couched on soft beds of fragrant lentisk, they passed the sultry hours, singing ditties alternately, while the rustic image of Demeter, to whom the honours of the day were paid, stood smiling beside a heap of yellow grain on the threshing floor, with corn stalks and poppies in their hands. The harvest home described by Theocritus fell in autumn. In this description, the time of year when the harvest home was celebrated is clearly marked. Apart from the mention of the ripe apples, pears, and plums, the reference to the treading of the grapes is decisive. The Greeks gather and press the grapes in the first half of October, and accordingly it is to this date that the harvest festival described by Theocritus must be assigned. At the present day in Greece, the maize harvest immediately precedes the vintage, the grain being reaped and garnered at the end of September. Travelling in rural districts of Argolis and Arcadia, at that time of the year, you pass from time to time piles of the orange-coloured cobs laid up ready to be shelled, or again heaps of the yellow grain beside the pods. But maize was unknown to the ancient Greeks, who, like their modern descendants, reaped their wheat and barley crops much earlier in the summer, usually from the end of April till June. However, we may conclude that the day immortalized by Theocritus was one of those autumn days of great heat and effulgent beauty which in Greece may occur at any time up to the very verge of winter. I remember such a day at Panopeus, on the borders of Phocis and Boeotia. It was the 1st of November, yet the sun shone in cloudless splendour, and the heat was so great that when I had examined the magnificent remains of ancient Greek fortification walls which crowned the summit of the hill, it was delicious to repose on a grassy slope in the shade of some fine holly oaks and to inhale the sweet scent of the wild thyme which perfumed all the air. But it was summer's farewell. Next morning the weather had completely changed. A grey November sky lowered sadly overhead, and grey mists hung like winding sheets on the lower slopes of the barren mountains which shut in the fatal plain of Chaeronea. The Greeks seem to have deferred the offerings of first fruits till the autumn in order to propitiate the corn goddess at the moment of ploughing and sowing, when her help was urgently needed. Thus we may infer that in the rural districts of ancient Greece, farmers offered their first fruits of the barley harvest to Demeter in autumn, about the time when the grapes were being trodden in the wine presses, and the ripe apples and pears stood to the ground in the orchards. At first sight, the lateness of the festival in the year is surprising, for in the lowlands of Greece at the present day, barley is reaped at the end of April, and wheat in May, and in Antiquity the time of harvest would seem not to have been very different. For Hesiod bids, the husbandmen put the sickles to the corn at the morning rising of the Pleiades, which in his time took place on the 11th of May. But if the harvest was reaped in spring or early summer, why defer the offerings of corn to the corn goddess until the middle of autumn? The reason for the delay is not, so far as I am aware, explained by any ancient author, who accordingly it must remain for us a matter of conjecture. I surmise that the reason may have been a calculation on the part of the practical farmer that the best time to propitiate the corn goddess was not after harvest, when he had got all that was to be got out of her, but immediately before ploughing and sowing, when he had everything to hope from her goodwill and everything to fear from her displeasure. When he had reaped his corn, and the sheaves had been safely garnered in those barns, he might, so to say, snap his fingers at the corn goddess. What could she do for him on the bare stubble field which lay scorched and baking under the fierce rays of the sun or the long rainless summer through? But matters wore a very different aspect when, with the shortening and cooling of the days, he began to scan the sky for clouds and to listen for the cries of the cranes as they flew southward, heralding by their trumpet-like notes the approach of the autumnal rains. Then he knew that the time had come to break up the ground, that it might receive the seed and be fertilized by the refreshing water of heaven. Then he bethought him of the corn goddess once more, and brought forth from the grange a share of the harvest corn, with which to woo her favour and to produce her to quicken the grain which he was about to commit to the earth. On this theory, the Greek offering of first fruits was prompted not so much by gratitude for past favours, as by the shrewd eye to favours to come, and perhaps this interpretation of the custom does no serious injustice to the cool phlegmatic temper of the bucolic mind, which is more apt to be moved by considerations of profit than by sentiment. At all events, the reasons suggested for delaying the harvest festival accord perfectly with the natural conditions and seasons of farming in Greece. For in the country, the summer is practically rainless, and during the long months of heat and drought, the cultivation of the two ancient cereals, barley and wheat, is at a standstill. The first rains of autumn fall about the middle of October, and that was a Greek farmer's great time for ploughing and sowing. Hence we should expect him to make his offering of first fruits to the corn goddess shortly before he ploughed and sowed, and this expectation is entirely confirmed by the date which we have inferred for the offering from the evidence of Theocritus. Thus the sacrifice of barley to Demeter in the autumn would seem to have been not so much a thank offering as a bribe judiciously administered to her at the very moment of all the year when her services were most urgently wanted. The festival of Prorosia, before ploughing, held at Eleusis in honor of Demeter. When with the progress of civilization, a number of petty agricultural communities have merged into a single state dependent for its subsistence mainly on the cultivation of the ground, it commonly happens that, through every farmer continues to perform for himself the symbol or rites designed to ensure the blessing of the gods on his crops, the government undertakes to celebrate similar, though more stately and elaborate, rites on behalf of the whole people, lest the neglect of public worship should draw down on the country the wrath of the offended deities. Hence it comes about that, for all their pomp and splendour, the national festivals of such states are often merely magnified and embellished copies of homely rites and uncouth observances carried out by rustics in the open fields, in barns, and on threshing floors. In ancient Egypt, the religion of Isis and Osiris furnishes examples of solemnities which have been thus raised from the humble rank of rural festivities to the dignity of national celebrations. And in ancient Greece, a like development may be traced in the religion of Demeter. If the Greek ploughman prayed to Demeter, an underground Zeus, for a good crop before he put his hand to the plough in autumn, the authorities of the Athenian state celebrated about the same time and for the same purpose a public festival in honor of Demeter at Eleusis. It was called the Prorosia, which signifies before the ploughing, and as the festival was dedicated to her, Demeter herself bore the name of Prorosia. Tradition ran that once on a time the whole world was desolated by a famine, and that to remedy the evil, the Pythian oracle bade the Athenians offer the sacrifice of the Prorosia on behalf of all men. They did so, and the famine ceased accordingly. Hence, to testify their gratitude for the deliverance, people sent the first fruits of their harvest from all quarters to Athens. The Prorosia seems to have been held before the ploughing in October, but after the great mysteries in September. But the exact date at which the Prorosia, or festival before ploughing, took place is somewhat uncertain, and inquirers are divided in opinion as to whether it fell before or after the great mysteries, which began on the 15th or 16th of Boedromion, a month corresponding roughly to our September. Another name for the festival was Proarcturia, that is, before Arcturus, which points to a date either before the middle of September, when Arcturus is a morning star, or before the end of October, when Arcturus is an evening star. In favour of the earlier date, it may be said first that the morning phase of Arcturus was well known and much observed because it marked the middle of autumn, whereas little use was made of the evening phase of Arcturus for the purpose of dating. The second, that, in an official Athenian inscription, the festival for ploughing, Prorosia, is mentioned immediately before the great mysteries. On the other hand, in favour of the latter date, it may be said that as the autumnal rains in Greece set in about the middle of October, the latter part of that month would be a more suitable time for a ceremony at the opening of ploughing than the middle of September, when the soil is still parched with the summer drought. And second, that this date is confirmed by a Greek inscription of the 4th or 3rd century BC found at Eleusis, in which the festival for ploughing is apparently mentioned in the month of Paenepsion, immediately before the festival of Paenepsia, which was held on the 7th day of that month. It is difficult to decide between these conflicting arguments, but on the whole I incline, not without hesitation, to agree with some eminent modern authorities in placing the festival for ploughing in Paenepsion, October, after the mysteries, rather than in Boedromion, September, before the mysteries. However, the date of the Great Mysteries, being determined by the lunar calendar, must have fluctuated in the solar year, whereas the date of the Prorosia, being determined by observation of Arcturus, must have been fixed. However, we must bear in mind that as the Attic months, like the Greek months, generally were lunar, their position in the solar year necessarily varied from year to year, and though these variations were periodically corrected by intercalation, nevertheless, the beginning of each Attic month sometimes diverged by several weeks from the beginning of the corresponding month to which we equate it. From this it follows that the Great Mysteries, which are always dated by the calendar month, must have annually shifted their place somewhat in the solar year, whereas the festival for ploughing, if it was indeed dated either by the morning or by the evening phase of Arcturus, must have occupied a fixed phase in the solar year. Hence it appears to be not impossible that the Great Mysteries, oscillating to and fro with the inconstant moon, may sometimes have fallen before and sometimes after the festival for ploughing, which apparently always remained true to the constant star. At least this possibility, which seems to have been overlooked by previous inquirers, deserves to be taken into account. It is a corollary from the shifting dates of the lunar months that the official Greek calendar, in spite of its appearance of exactness, rarely furnished the ancient farmer with little trustworthy guidance as to the proper season for conducting the various operations of agriculture, and was well advised in trusting to various natural timekeepers, such as the rising and setting of the constellations, the arrival and departure of the migratory birds, the flowering of certain plants, the ripening of fruits, and the setting in of the rains, rather than to the felicitous indications of the public calendar. It is by natural timekeepers and not by calendar months that Hesiod determines the seasons of the farmer's year in the poem which is the oldest existing treatise on husbandry. Offerings of the first fruits of the barley and wheat to Demeter and Persephone at Eleusis. Just as a ploughman's prayer to Demeter before he drove the share through the clods of the field was taken up and reverberated, so to say, with the great volume of sound in the public prayers which the Athenian state annually offered to the goddess before the ploughing on behalf of the whole world, so the simple first fruits of barley, presented to the rustic Demeter under the dappled shade of rustling poplars and elms on the threshing floor in Cos, were repeated year by year on a grander scale in the first fruits of the barley and wheat harvest, which were presented to the Corn-mother and the Corn-maiden at Eleusis, not merely by every husbandman in Attica, but by all the allies and subjects of Athens far and near, and even by many free Greek communities beyond the sea. The reason why year by year these offerings of grain poured from far countries into the public granaries at Eleusis was the widespread belief that the gift of corn had been first bestowed by Demeter on the Athenians and afterwards disseminated by them among all mankind through the agency of Trippolemus, who travelled over the world in his dragon-drawn car, teaching all peoples to plough the earth and to sow the seed. In the 5th century before our era, the legend was celebrated by Sophocles in a play called Triptolemus, in which he represented Demeter instructing the hero to carry the seed of the fruits which she had bestowed on men on all the coasts of southern Italy, from which we may infer that the cities of Magna Graecia were among the number of those that sent the thank offering of barley and wheat every year to Athens. Again, in the 4th century before our era, Xenophon represents Calais, the braggart Eleusinian torch-bearer, addressing the Lacedaemonians in a set speech in which he declared that our ancestor Triptolemus is said to bestow the seed of Demeter's corn on the Peloponnese before any other land. How then, he asks with pathetic earnestness, can it be right that you should come to ravage the corn of the men from whom you received the seed? Isocrates on the offerings of the first fruits at Eleusis. Again, writing in the 4th century before our era, Isocrates relates with a swell of patriotic pride how, in her search for her lost daughter Persephone, the goddess Demeter came to Attica and gave to the ancestors of the Athenians the two greatest of all gifts, the gift of the corn and the gift of the mysteries, of which the one reclaimed men from the life of beasts, and the other held out hopes to them in a blissful eternity beyond the grave. The antiquity of the tradition, the orator proceeds to say, was no reason for rejecting it, but quite the contrary, it furnished a strong argument in its favour, for it may be affirmed, and all had heard might be accepted as trustworthy. And moreover, he adds, we are not driven to rest our case merely on the venerable age of the tradition. We can appeal to stronger evidence in its support. For most of the cities send us every year the first fruits of the corn as a memorial of that ancient benefit, and when any of them have failed to do so, the Pythian priests had commanded them to send the due portions of the fruits and to act towards our city according to ancestral custom. Can anything be supposed by stronger evidence than by the oracle of God, the assent of many Greeks, and the harmony of ancient legend with the deeds of today? Athenian decree concerning the offerings of first fruits at Eleusis. This testimony of Isocrates to the antiquity, both of the legend and of the custom, might perhaps have been set aside, or at least disparaged, as the empty bombast of a wordy rhetorician, if it had not happened by good chance to be amply confirmed by an official decree of the Athenian people based in the century before Isocrates wrote. The decree was found inscribed on a stone at Eleusis, and is dated by scholars in the latter half of the 5th century before our era, sometime before 446 and 420 BC. It deals with the first fruits of barley and wheat which were offered to the two goddesses, that is to Demeter and Persephone, not only by the Athenians and their allies but by the Greeks in general. It prescribes the exact amount of barley and wheat which was to be offered by the Athenians and their allies, and directs the highest officials at Eleusis, namely the Hierophant and the torchbearer, to exhort the other Greeks at the mysteries to other likewise of the first fruits of the corn. The authority alleged in the decree for requiring or inviting offerings of first fruits alike from Athenians and from foreigners is ancestral custom, and the bidding of the Delphic oracle. The senators further enjoined to send commissioners, so far as it could be done, to all Greek cities whatsoever, exhorting, though not commanding them, to send the first fruits in compliance with ancestral custom, and the bidding of the Delphic oracle, and the state officials are directed to receive the offerings from such states in the same manner as the offerings of the Athenians and their allies. Instructions are also given for the building of 3 subterranean granaries at Eleusis, where the contributions of grain from Attica were to be stored. The best of the corn was to be offered in sacrifice, as the Eumolpids might direct. Oxen were to be brought in sacrifice with gilt horns, not only to the two goddesses, but also to the god Pluto, Triptolemus, Eubulus, and Athena, and the remainder of the grain was to be sold, and with the produce votive offerings were to be dedicated with inscriptions setting forth that they had been dedicated from the offerings of first fruits, and recording the names of all the Greeks who sent the offerings to Eleusis. The decree ends with a prayer that all who comply with these injunctions or exhortations and render their duties to the city of Athens and to the two goddesses may enjoy prosperity together with good and abundant crops. Writing in the 2nd century of our era, under the Roman Empire, the rhetorician Aristides records the custom which the Greeks observed of sending year by year the first fruits of the harvest to Athens in gratitude for the corn, but he speaks of the practice as a thing of the past. Even after foreign states ceased to send first fruits of the corn to Eleusis, they continued to acknowledge the benefit which the Athenians had conferred on mankind by diffusing among them Demeter's gift of the corn. We may suspect that the tribute of corn ceased to flow far from countries to Athens, when, with her falling fortunes and decaying empire, her proud galleys had ceased to carry the terror of the Athenian arms to distant seas. But if the homage was no longer paid in the substantial shape of cargoes of grain, it continued down to the latest days of paganism to be paid in the cheaper form of gratitude for the inestimable benefit which the Athenians claimed to have received from the corn goddess and to have liberally communicated to the rest of mankind. Even the Sicilians who, inhabiting a fertile corn-growing island, worshipped Demeter and Persephone above all the gods and claimed to have been the first to receive the gift of the corn from the corn goddess, nevertheless freely acknowledged that the Athenians had spread, though they had not originated, the useful discovery among the nations. Testimony of the Sicilian historian Diodorus. Thus the patriotic Sicilian historian Diodorus while giving the precedence to his fellow countrymen, strives to be just to the Athenian pretensions in the following passage. Mythologists, says he, relate that Demeter, unable to find her daughter, lit torches at the craters of Etna, and roamed over many parts of the world. Those people who received her best she rewarded by giving them in return the fruit of the wheat, and because the Athenians welcomed her most kindly of all, she bestowed the fruit of the wheat on them next after the Sicilians. Wherefore that people honour the goddess more than any other folk by magnificent sacrifices and the mysteries of Eleusis, which, for their extreme antiquity and sanctity, have become famous among all men. From the Athenians many others received the boon of the corn, and shared the seed with their neighbours, till they filled the whole inhabited earth with it. But as the people of Sicily, on account of the intimate relation in which they stood to Demeter and the maiden, were the first to participate in the newly discovered corn, they appointed sacrifices and popular festivities in honour of each of the two goddesses, naming the celebrations after them and signifying the nature of the boons they had received by the dates of the festivals. For they celebrated the bringing home of the maiden at the time when the corn was ripe, performing the sacrifice and holding the festivity with all the solemnity and zeal that might be reasonably expected of men who desired to testify their gratitude for so signal a gift bestowed on them before all the rest of mankind. But the sacrifice to Demeter they assigned to the time when the sowing of the corn begins, and for 10 days they hold a popular festivity which bears the name of the goddess, and is remarkable as well for the magnificence of its pomp as for the costumes then worn in imitation of the olden time. During these days it is customary for people to rail at each other in foul language, because when Demeter was mourning for the rape of the maiden, she laughed at a ribald jest. Thus, despite his natural prepossession in favour of his native land, Diodorus bears testimony both to the special blessing bestowed on the Athenians by the corn goddess, and to the generosity with which they had imparted the blessings to others, until it gradually spread to the ends of the earth. Testimony of Cicero and Himerius. Again, Cicero, addressing a Roman audience, enumerates among the benefits which Athens was believed to have conferred on the world, the gift of the corn and its origin in Attic soil, and the cursory manner in which he alludes to it seems to prove that the tradition was familiar to its hearers. 4 centuries later, the rhetorician Himerius speaks of Demeter's gift of the corn and the mysteries to the Athenians as the source of that first and greatest service rendered by their city to mankind. So ancient, widespread, and persistent was the legend which ascribed the origin of the corn to the goddess Demeter and associated it with the institution of the Eleusinian mysteries. No wonder that the Delphic oracle called Athens the metropolis of the corn. The Sicilians seem to have associated Demeter with the seed corn and Persephone with the ripe ears. From the passage of Diodorus which I have quoted, we learn that the Sicilians celebrated the festival of Demeter at the beginning of sowing, and the festival of Persephone at harvest. This proves that they associated, if they did not identify, the mother goddess with the seed corn and the daughter goddess with the ripe ears. Could any association or identification be more easy and obvious to people who personify the process of nature under the form of anthropomorphic deities? As the seed brings forth the ripe ear, so the corn mother Demeter gave birth to the corn daughter Persephone. Difficulty of distinguishing between Demeter and Persephone as personifications of different aspects of the corn. It is true that difficulties arise when we attempt to analyze a seemingly simple conception. How, for example, are we to divide exactly the two persons of the divinity? At what precise moment does the seed cease to be the corn mother and begins to burgeon out into the corn daughter? And how far can we identify the material substance of the barley and wheat with the divine bodies of the two goddesses? Questions of this sort probably gave little concern to the sturdy swains who ploughed, sowed, and reaped the fat fields of Sicily. We cannot imagine that their night's rest was disturbed by uneasy meditations on these knotty problems. It would hardly be strange in the muzzy mind of the Sicilian bumpkin, who looked with blind devotion to the two goddesses for his daily bread, totally failed to distinguish Demeter from the seed and Persephone from the ripe sheaves, and if he accepted implicitly the doctrine of the real presence of the divinities in the corn without discriminating too curiously between the material and the spiritual properties of the barley or the wheat, and if he had been closely questioned by a rigid logician as to the exact distinction to be drawn between the two persons of the Godhead who together represented for him the annual vicissitudes of the cereals, Hodgman has scratched his head and confessed that it puzzled him to say where precisely the one goddess ended and the other began, or why the seed buried in the ground should figure at one time as a dead daughter Persephone descending into the nether world, and at another as a living mother Demeter about to give birth to the next year's crop. Theological subtleties like these have posed longer heads than are commonly to be found on bucolic shoulders. The time of the year when the first fruits of the corn were offered to Demeter and Persephone at Eleusis is not known. The time of year at which the first fruits were offered to Demeter and Persephone at Eleusis is not explicitly mentioned by ancient authorities, and accordingly no inference can be drawn from the date of the offering as to its religious significance. It is true that at the Eleusinian mysteries, the Hierophant and Torchbearer publicly exhorted the Greeks in general, as distinguished from the Athenians and their allies, to offer the first fruits in accordance with the ancestral custom and the bidding of the Delphic oracle. But there is nothing to show that the offerings were made immediately after the exhortation, nor does any ancient authority support the view of a modern scholar that the offering of the first fruits, or a portion of them, took place at the festival for ploughing, Pareidosia, though the festival would no doubt be an eminently appropriate occasion for propitiating with such offerings the goddess on whose bounty the next year's crop was believed to depend. The festival of the threshing floor, Helloa, at Eleusis. On the other hand, we are positively told that the first fruits were carried to Eleusis to be used at the festival of the threshing floor, Helloa. But the statement, curiously reported by writers of no very high authority, cannot be implicitly relied upon, and even if it could, we should hardly be justified in inferring from it that all the first fruits of the corn were offered to Demeter and Persephone at this festival. Be that as it may, the festival of the threshing floor was intimately connected with the worship both of Demeter and of Dionysus, and accordingly it deserves our attention. It is said to have been sacred to both these deities, and while the name seems connected rather with the corn goddess than with the wine god, we are yet informed that it was held by the Athenians on the occasion of the pruning of the vines and the tasting of the stored-up wine. The festival is frequently mentioned in Eleusinian inscriptions, from some of which we gather that it included sacrifices to the two goddesses and a so-called ancestral contest, as to the nature of which we have no information. We may suppose that the festival or some part of it was celebrated on the sacred threshing floor of Tropylemus at Eleusis. For as Tropylemus was a hero who is said to have diffused the knowledge of the corn all over the world, nothing could be more natural than that the festival of the threshing floor should be held on the sacred threshing floor which bore his name. As for Demeter, we have already seen how intimate was her association with the threshing floor and the operation of threshing. According to Homer, she is a yellow goddess who parts the yellow grain from the white chaff at the threshing, and encauses her image with the corn stalks and the poppies in her hands stood on the threshing floor. The festival lasted one day, and no victims might be sacrificed at it, but special use was made, as we have seen, of the first fruits of the corn. Date of the festival of the threshing floor, Helloa at Eleusis. With regard to the dating of the festival, we are informed that it fell in the month of Poseidon, which corresponds roughly to our December, and as the date rests on the high authority of the ancient Athenian antiquary Philochorus, it is moreover indirectly confirmed by inscriptional evidence. We are bound to accept it. But it is certainly surprising to find a festival of the threshing floor held so late in the year, long after the threshing, which in Greece usually takes place not later than midsummer, though on high ground on Crete it is sometimes prolonged till near the end of August. We seem bound to conclude that the festival of the threshing floor was quite distinct from the actual threshing of the corn. It is said to have included certain mystic rites performed by women alone, who feasted and quaffed wine, while they broke filthy jests on each other and exhibited cakes baked in the form of the male and female organs of generation. If the latter particulars are correctly reported, we may suppose that these indecencies, like certain obscenities, would seem to have formed part of the great mysteries at Eleusis, were no mere wanton outbursts of licentious passion, but were deliberately practiced as rites calculated to promote the fertility of the ground by means of homeopathic or imitative magic. A like association of what we might call indecency with rites intended to promote the growth of the crops meets us in the Thesmophoria, a festival of Demeter celebrated by women alone, in which the character of the goddess as a source of fertility comes out clearly in the custom of mixing the remains of the sacrificial pigs with the seed corn in order to obtain a plentiful crop. We shall return to this festival later on. The Green Festival and the Festival of the Cornstalks at Eleusis. Other festivals held at Eleusis in honor of Demeter and Persephone were known as the Green Festival and the Festival of the Cornstalks. On the manner of their celebration we know nothing except that they comprised sacrifices, which were offered to Demeter and Persephone, but the names suffice to connect the two festivals with the green and the standing corn. We have seen that Demeter herself bore the title of Green, and that sacrifices were offered to her under the title which plainly aimed at promoting fertility. Epithets of Demeter referring to the corn. Among the many epithets applied to Demeter, which mark her relation to the corn, may further be mentioned: wheat lover, she of the corn, sheaf bearer, she of the threshing floor, she the winnowing fan, nurse of the corn ears, crowned with ears of corn, she of the seed, she of the green fruits, heavy with summer fruits, fruit bearer, she of the great loaf, and she of the great barley loaf. Of these epithets it may be remarked that though all of them are quite appropriate to a corn goddess, some of them would scarcely be applicable to an earth goddess, and therefore they add weight to the other arguments which turn the scale in favour of the corn as the fundamental attribute of Demeter. Belief in ancient and modern times that the corn crops depend on possession of an image of Demeter. How deeply implanted in the mind of the ancient Greeks was this faith in Demeter as goddess of the corn may be judged by the circumstance that the faith actually persisted among their Christian descendants at her old sanctuary of Eleusis down to the beginning of the 19th century. For when the English traveller Dodwell revisited Eleusis, the inhabitants lamented to him the loss of a colossal image of Demeter, which was carried off by Clarke in 1802 and presented to the University of Cambridge, where it still remains. In my first journey to Greece, says Dodwell, this protecting deity was in its full glory, situated in the centre of the threshing floor amongst the ruins of her temple. The villagers were impressed with the persuasion that their rich harvests were the effect of her bounty, and since her removal, their abundance, as they assured me, has disappeared. Thus we see the corn goddess Demeter standing on the threshing floor of Eleusis and dispensing corn to her worshippers in the 19th century of the Christian era, precisely as her image stood and dispensed corn to her worshippers on the threshing floor of Cos in the days of Theocritus. And just as the people of Eleusis last century attributed the diminution of their harvest to the loss of the image of Demeter, so in Antiquity the Sicilians, a corn-growing people devoted to the worship of the two corn goddesses, lamented that the crops of many towns had perished because the unscrupulous Roman governor Verres had impiously carried off the image of Demeter from the famous temple at Henna. Could we ask for a clearer proof that Demeter was indeed the goddess of the corn than his belief, held by the Greeks down to modern times, that the corn crops depended on her presence and bounty and perished when her image was removed? Sacred marriage of Zeus and Demeter at Eleusis. In the former part of this work, I followed an eminent French scholar in concluding, from various indications, that part of the religious drama performed in the mysteries of Eleusis may have been a marriage between the sky god Zeus and the corn goddess Demeter, represented by the Hierophant and the priestess of the goddess respectively. The conclusion is arrived at by combining a number of passages, all more or less vague and indefinite, of late Christian writers, hence it must remain to some extent uncertain and cannot at the best lay claim to more than a fair degree of probability. It may be, as Professor W. Ridgway holds, that this dramatic marriage of the god and goddess was an innovation foisted into the Eleusinian mysteries in that great welter of religions which followed the meeting of the East and the West in the latter ages of antiquity. If a marriage of Zeus and Demeter did indeed form an important feature of the mysteries in the 5th century before our era, it is certainly remarkable, as Professor Ridgway has justly pointed out, that no mention of Zeus occurs in the public decree of that century which regulates the offerings of first fruits and the sacrifices to be made to the gods and goddesses of Eleusis. At the same time, we must bear in mind that, if the evidence for the ritual marriage of Zeus and Demeter is late and doubtful, the evidence for the myth is ancient and indubitable. Homer on the love of Zeus for Demeter. The story was known to Homer, for in the list of beauties to whom he makes Zeus, in a burst of candour, confess that he had lost his too susceptible heart, there occurs the name of the fair-haired queen Demeter. In another passage, the poet represents the jealous god smiting with a thunderbolt the favoured lover with whom the goddess had forgotten her dignity among the furrows of a fallow field. Moreover, according to one tradition, Dionysus himself was the offspring of the intrigue between Zeus and Demeter. Thus there is no intrinsic improbability in the view that one or other of these unedifying incidents in the backstairs chronicle of Olympus should have formed part of the sacred peep show in the Eleusinian mysteries. Zeus the sky god may have been confused with subterranean Zeus, that is, Pluto. But it seems just possible that the marriage to which the Christian writers allude with malicious joy may after all have been of a more regular and orthodox pattern. We are positively told that the rape of Persephone was acted at the mysteries. May that scene not have been followed by another representing the solemnization of her nuptials with her ravisher and husband Pluto? It is to be remembered that Pluto was sometimes known as a god of fertility under the title of subterranean Zeus. It was to him under that title, as well as to Demeter, that the Greek ploughman prayed at the beginning of the ploughing, and the people of Mykonos used to sacrifice to subterranean Zeus and subterranean earth for the prosperity of the crops on the 12th day of the month Leneon. Thus it may be that the Zeus whose marriage was dramatically represented at the mysteries was not the sky god Zeus, but his brother Zeus of the underworld, and that writers who refer to the ceremony have confused the two brothers. This view, if it could be established, would dispose of the difficulty raised by the absence of the name of Zeus in the decree which prescribes the offerings to be made to the gods of Eleusis. For although in that decree Pluto is not mentioned under the name of subterranean Zeus, he is clearly referred to, as the editors of the inscription have seen, under the vague title of the god, while his consort Persephone is similarly referred to under the title of the goddess, and is ordained that perfect victims shall be sacrificed to both of them. However, if we thus dispose of one difficulty, it must be confessed that in doing so we raise another. For if the bridegroom in the sacred marriage of Eleusis was not the sky god Zeus, but the earth god Pluto, we seem driven to suppose that, contrary to the opinion of the reverend Christian scandal-mongers, the bride and his lawful wife Persephone, and not his sister and mother-in-law Demeter. In short, on the hypothesis which I have suggested, we are compelled to conclude that the ancient busybodies who lifted the veil from the mystic marriage were mistaken as to the person both of the divine bridegroom and of the divine bride. In regard to the bridegroom, I have conjectured that they may have confused the two brothers, Zeus of the upper world and Zeus of the lower world. Demeter may be confused with Persephone. In art, the types of the two goddesses are often very similar. In regard to the bride, can any reason be suggested for confounding the persons of the mother and daughter? On the view here taken of the mother of Demeter and Persephone, nothing could be easier than to confuse them with each other. For both of them were mythical embodiments of the corn, the mother Demeter standing for the old corn of last year, and the daughter Persephone standing for the new corn of this year. In point of fact, Greek artists, both their archaic and of later periods, frequently represented the mother and daughter side by side in forms which resemble each other so closely that eminent modern experts have sometimes differed from each other on the question, which is Demeter and which is Persephone. Indeed, in some cases it might be quite impossible to distinguish the two if it were not for the inscriptions attached to the figures. The ancient sculptors, vast painters and engravers must have had some good reason for portraying the two goddesses in types which are almost indistinguishable from each other, and what better reason could they have had than the knowledge that the two persons of the Godhead were one in substance, that they stood merely for two different aspects of the same simple natural phenomenon, the growth of the corn. Thus it is easy to understand why Demeter and Persephone may have been confused in ritual as well as in art. Why in particular the part of the divine bride in a sacred marriage may sometimes have been assigned to the mother and sometimes to the daughter. But all of this, I fully admit, is a mere speculation, and I only put it forward as such. We possess far too little information as to a sacred marriage in the Eleusinian mysteries to be justified in speaking with confidence on so obscure a subject. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 5, Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2, Demeter and Persephone, Part 2. The date of the Eleusinian mysteries in September would have been a very appropriate time for a sacred marriage of the sky god with the corn goddess or the earth goddess. One thing, however, which we may say with a fair degree of probability, is that, if such a marriage did take place at Eleusis, no date in the agricultural year could well have been more appropriate for it than the date at which the mysteries actually fell, namely about the middle of September. The long great summer is practically rainless, and in the fervent heat the unbroken drought all nature languishes. The river beds are dry, the fields parched. The farmer awaits impatiently the setting in of the autumnal rains, which begin in October and mark the great season for ploughing and sowing. What time could be fitter for celebrating the union of the corn goddess with her husband, the earth god, or perhaps rather with her paramour, the sky god, who will soon descend in fertilizing showers to quicken the seed in the furrows? Such embraces of the divine powers or their human representatives might well be deemed, on the principles of homeopathic or imitative magic, indispensable to the growth of the crops. At least similar ideas have been entertained, and similar customs have been practiced by many peoples. And in the legend of Demeter's love adventure among the furrows of the thrice-ploughed fallow, we seem to catch a glimpse of the rude rites of the same sort performed in the fields at sowing time by Greek ploughmen for the sake of ensuring the growth of the seed which they were about to commit to the bosom of the naked earth. In this connection, a statement of ancient writers as to the rites of Eleusis receives fresh significance. We are told that at these rites the worshippers looked up to the sky god and cried, "Rain," and then looked down at the earth and cried, "Conceive." Nothing could be more appropriate at a marriage of the sky god and the earth or corn goddess than such invocations to the heaven to pour down rain, and to the earth or the corn to conceive seed under the fertilizing shower. In Greece no time could well be more suited for the utterance of such prayers than just at the date when the great mysteries of Eleusis were celebrated, at the end of the long drought of summer, and before the first rains of autumn. The Eleusinian Games distinct from the Eleusinian Mysteries. Different both from the great mysteries and the offerings of the first fruits at Eleusis were the games which were celebrated there on a great scale once in every 4 years, and on a less scale once in every 2 years. That the games were distinct from the mysteries is proved by their periods, which were quadrennial and biennial respectively, whereas the mysteries were celebrated annually. Moreover, in Greek epigraphy, our most authentic evidence in such matters, the games and the mysteries are clearly distinguished from each other by being mentioned separately in the same inscription. But like the mysteries, the games seem to have been very ancient, for the Parian chronicler, who wrote in the year 264 BC, assigns the foundation of the Eleusinian Games to the reign of Pandion, the son of Cecrops. The Eleusinian Games of later origin than the Eleusinian Mysteries. However, he represents them as of later origin than the Eleusinian Mysteries, which according to him were instituted by Eumolpus in the reign of Erechtheus, after Demeter had planted corn in Attica and Troptolemus had sown seed in the Rarian plain at Eleusis. This testimony to the superior antiquity of the Mysteries is in harmony with the most ancient authority on the rites of Eleusis, the author of the hymn to Demeter, who describes the origin of the Eleusinian Mysteries but makes no reference or allusion to the Eleusinian Games. However, the great age of the games is again vouched for at a much later date by the rhetorician Aristides, who even declares that they were the oldest of all Greek games. The Eleusinian Games sacred to Demeter and Persephone. With regard to the nature and meaning of the games, information is extremely scanty, but an old scholist on Pindar tells us that they were celebrated in honor of Demeter and Persephone as a thank offering at the conclusion of the corn harvest. His testimony is confirmed by that of the rhetorician Aristides, who mentions the institution of the Eleusinian Games on immediate connection with the offerings of the first fruits of the corn, which many Greek states sent to Athens, and from an inscription dated about the close of the 3rd century before our era, we learn that at the great Eleusinian Games sacrifices were offered to Demeter and Persephone. Further, we gather from an official Athenian inscription of 329 BC that both the great and the lesser games included athletic and musical contests, a horse race, and a competition which bore the name of the ancestral or hereditary contest, and which accordingly may well have formed the original kernel of the games. Unfortunately, nothing is known about this ancestral contest. We might be tempted to identify it with the ancestral contest included in the Eleusinian festival of the threshing floor, which was probably held on the sacred threshing floor of Triptolemus at Eleusis. Triptolemus, the mythical hero of the corn. If the identification could be proved, we should have another confirmation of the tradition which connects the games with Demeter and the corn. For according to the prevailing tradition, it was to Triptolemus that Demeter first revealed the secret of the corn, and it was he whom he sent out as an itinerant missionary to impart the beneficent discovery of the cereals to all mankind and to teach them to sow the seed. On monuments of art, especially in vase paintings, he is constantly represented along with Demeter in this capacity, holding corn stalks in his hand and sitting in his car, which is sometimes winged and sometimes drawn by dragons, and from which he is said to have sowed the seeds down on the whole world as he sped through the air. At Eleusis, victims brought with the first fruits of the wheat and barley were sacrificed to him as well as to Demeter and Persephone. In short, if we may judge from the combined testimony of Greek literature and art, Triptolemus was the corn hero first and foremost. Even beyond the limits of the Greek world, all men, we are told, founded sanctuaries and erected altars in his honor because he had bestowed on them the gifts of the corn. His very name has been plausibly explained both in ancient and modern times as thrice ploughed, with reference to the Greek custom of ploughing the land thrice a year, and the derivation is said to be on philological principles free from objection. In fact, it would seem as if Triptolemus, like Demeter and Persephone themselves, were a purely mythical being, an embodiment of the conception of the first sower. At all events, in a local Eleusinian legend, according to an eminent scholar who has paid special attention to Attic genealogy, Triptolemus does not, like his comrade Eumolpus or other founders of Eleusinian priestly families, continue his kind, but without leaving offspring who might perpetuate his priestly office, he is removed from the scene of his beneficent activity. As he appeared, so he vanishes again from the legend, after he has fulfilled his divine mission. Prizes of barley given to victors in the Eleusinian Games. However, there is no sufficient ground for identifying the ancestral contest of the Eleusinian Games with the ancestral contest of the threshing festival at Eleusis, and accordingly the connection of the games with the corn harvest and with the corn hero Triptolemus must so far remain uncertain. But a clear trace of such a connection may be seen in the custom of rewarding the victors in the Eleusinian Games with measures of barley, in the official Athenian inscription of 329 BC, which contains the accounts of the superintendents of Eleusis and the treasures of the two goddesses. The amounts of corn handed over by these officers to the priests and priestesses for the purpose of the games is exactly specified. This of itself is sufficient to prove that the Eleusinian Games were closely connected with the worship of Demeter and Persephone. The grain thus distributed in prizes was probably reaped on the Rarian plain near Eleusis, where, according to the legend, Triptolemus sowed the first corn. Certainly we know that the barley grown on that plain was used in sacrifices and for the baking of the sacrificial cakes, from which we may reasonably infer that prizes of barley, to which no doubt a certain sanctity attached in the popular mind, were brought back from the same holy fields. So sacred was Rarian plain that no dead body was allowed to defile it. When such a pollution accidentally took place, it was expiated by the sacrifice of a pig, the usual victim employed in Greek purificatory rites. The Eleusinian Games primarily concerned with Demeter and Persephone. The ancestral contest in the games may have been originally a contest between the reapers to finish reaping. Thus, so far as the scanty evidence at our disposal permits us to judge, the Eleusinian Games, like the Eleusinian Mysteries, would seem to have been primarily concerned with Demeter and Persephone as goddesses of the corn. At least that is expressly affirmed by the old scholist on Pindar, and it is borne out by the practice of rewarding the victors with measures of barley. Perhaps the ancestral contest, which may well have formed the original nucleus of the games, was a contest between the reapers on the sacred Rarian plain to see who should finish his allotted task before his fellows. For success in such a contest, no prize could be more appropriate than a measure of the sacred barley, which the victorious reaper had just cut on the barley field. In the sequel we shall see that similar contests between reapers have been common on the harvest fields of modern Europe, and it will appear that such competitions are not purely athletic. Their aim is not simply to demonstrate the superior strength, activity, and skill of the victors. It is to secure for the particular farm the possession of the blooming young corn-maiden of the present year, conceived as the embodiment of the vigorous grain, and to pass on to laggard neighbours the aged corn-mother of the past year, conceived as an embodiment of the effete and outworn energies of the corn. May it not have been so at Eleusis? May not the reapers have vied with each other for possession of the young corn-spirit Persephone, and for avoidance of the old corn-spirit Demeter? May not the prize of barley, which rewarded the victor in the ancestral contest, have been supposed to house in the ripe ears no less a personage than the corn-maiden Persephone herself? The ancestral contest in the festival of the threshing floor may have been originally a contest between the threshers to finish threshing. And if there is any truth in these conjectures, for conjectures they are, and nothing more, we may hazard a guess as to the other ancestral contest which took place at the Eleusinian festival of the threshing floor. Perhaps it in like manner was originally a competition between threshers on the sacred threshing floor of Triptolemus, to determine who should finish threshing his allotted quantity of corn before the rest. Such competitions have also been common, as we shall see presently, on the threshing floors of modern Europe, and the motive again has not been simple emulation between sturdy swains for the reward of strength and dexterity. It has been a dread of being burdened with the aged and outworn spirit of the corn conceived as present in the bundle of corn stalks which receives the last stroke of threshing. We know that effigies of Demeter, with corn and poppies in her hands, stood on Greek threshing floors. Perhaps at the conclusion of the threshing, these effigies, as representatives of the old corn spirit, were passed on to neighbours who had not yet finished threshing the corn. At least the supposition is in harmony with modern customs observed on the threshing floor. Games at harvest festivals in modern Europe. It is possible that the Eleusinian Games were no more than a popular merrymaking celebrated at the close of the harvest. This view of their character might be supported by modern analogies, for in some parts of Germany it has been customary for the harvesters, when their work is done, to engage in athletic competitions of various kinds, which have at first sight no very obvious connection with the business of harvesting. For example, at Golden near Lucao, great cakes were baked at the harvest festival, and the labourers, both men and women, ran races for them. He or she who reached them first received not only a cake, but a handkerchief or the like as a prize. Again at Bergkirchen, when the harvest was over, a garland was hung up and the harvesters rode it on horseback and tried to bring it down with a stab or a blow as they galloped past. He who succeeded in bringing it down was proclaimed king. Again in the villages near Fürstenwald, at harvest the young men used to fetch a fir tree from the wood, peel the trunk, and set it like a mast in the middle of the village. A handkerchief and other prizes were fastened to the top of the pole, and the men clambered up for them. Among the peasantry of Silesia, we are told, the harvest home broadened out into a popular festival in which athletic sports figured prominently. Thus, for example, at Jarischau, in the Strelitz district, a scythe, a rake of flail, and a hayfork or pitchfork were fastened to the top of a smooth pole and awarded as prizes in order of merit to the men who displayed most agility in climbing the pole. Younger men amused themselves with running in sacks, high jumps, and so forth. At Pros, near Nimch, the girls ran a race in a field for aprons as prizes. In the central parts of Silesia, a favourite amusement at harvest was a race between girls for a garland of leaves and flowers. It seems probable that all such sports at harvest were in origin not mere pastimes, but they were serious attempts to secure in one way or another the help and blessing of the corn spirit. Thus in some parts of Prussia, at the close of the rye harvest, a few sheaves used to be left standing in the field, after all the rest of the rye had been carted home. These sheaves were then made up in the shape of a man and dressed out in masculine costume, and all the young women were obliged to run a race, of which the Corn-maiden was the goal. She who won the race led off the dancing in the evening. Here the aim of the foot race among the young women is clearly to secure the corn spirit embodied in the last sheaf left standing on the field. For as we shall see later on, the last sheaf is commonly supposed to harbour the corn spirit and is treated accordingly like a man or a woman. Date of the Eleusinian Games uncertain. If the ancestral contest at the Eleusinian Games was, as I have conjectured, a contest between the reapers on the sacred barley field, we should have to suppose that the games were celebrated at barley harvest, which in the lowlands of Greece falls in May or even at the end of April. This theory is in harmony with the evidence of the Scotist on Pindar, who tells us that the Eleusinian Games were celebrated after the corn harvest. No other ancient authority, so far as I am aware, mentions at what time of the year these games were held. Modern authorities, arguing from certain slight and to some extent conjectural data, have variously assigned them to Metagetinion, August, and to Bodromion, September. And those who assign them to Bodromion, September, are divided in opinion as to whether they preceded or followed the mysteries. However, the evidence is far too slender and uncertain to allow of any conclusions being based on it. Why should games intended to promote the annual growth of the crops be held only every second or fourth year? But there is a serious difficulty in the way of connecting the Eleusinian Games with the goddess of the corn. How is the quadrennial or the biennial period of the games to be reconciled with the annual growth of the crops? Year by year the barley and the wheat are sown and reaped. How then could the games, held only every fourth or every second year, have been regarded as thank offerings for the annual harvest? On this view of their nature, which is the one taken by the old scholast on Pindar, though the harvest was received at the hands of the corn goddess punctually every year, men thanked her for her bounty only every second year, or even only every fourth year. What were her feelings likely to be in the blank years when she got no thanks in her games? She might naturally resent such negligence and ingratitude and punish them by forbidding the seed to sprout, just as she did at Eleusis when she mourned the loss of her daughter. In short, men could hardly expect to reap crops in years in which they offered nothing to the corn goddess. That would indeed appear to be the view generally taken by ancient Greeks, for we have seen that year by year they presented the first fruits of the barley and the wheat to Demeter, not merely in the solemn state ritual of Eleusis, but also in rustic festivals held by farmers on their threshing floors. The pious Greek husbandmen would no doubt have been shocked and horrified at a proposal to pay the corn goddess her dues only every second or fourth year. No offerings, no crops, he would say to himself, and would anticipate nothing but dearth and famine in any year when he failed to satisfy the just and lawful demands of the divinity on whose good pleasure he believed the growth of the corn to be directly dependent. Accordingly, we may regard it as highly probable that from the very beginning of settled and regular architecture in Greece, men annually propitiated the deities of the corn with a ritual of some sort, and rendered them their dues in the shape of offerings of the ripe barley and wheat. The Eleusinian mystery is probably much older than the Eleusinian games. Now we know that the mysteries of Eleusis were celebrated every year, and accordingly, if I am right in interpreting them as essentially a dramatic representation of the annual vicissitudes of the corn performed for the purpose of quickening the seed, it becomes probable that in some form or another they were annually held at Eleusis long before the practice arose of celebrating games there every fourth or every second year. In short, the Eleusinian mysteries were in all probability far older than the Eleusinian games. How old they were we cannot even guess, but when we consider that the cultivation of barley and wheat, the two cereals specially associated with Demeter, appears to have been practiced in prehistoric Europe from the Stone Age onwards, we shall be disposed to admit that the annual performance of religious or magical rites at Eleusis for the purpose of ensuring good crops, whether by propitiating the corn goddess with offerings of first fruits or by dramatically representing the sowing and the growth of the corn in mythical form, probably dates from an extremely remote antiquity. Quadrennial period of many of the great games of Greece. But in order to clear our ideas on this subject, it is desirable to ascertain, if possible, the reason for holding the Eleusinian games at intervals of 2 or 4 years. The reason for holding a harvest festival and Thanksgiving every year is obvious enough, but why hold games only every second or every fourth year? The reason for such limitations is by no means obvious on the face of them, especially if the growth of the crops is deemed dependent on the celebration. In order to find an answer to this question, it may be well at the outset to confine our attention to the great Eleusinian games, which were celebrated only every fourth year. That these were the principal games appears not only from their name, but from the testimony of Aristotle, or at least of the author of the Constitution of Athens, who notices only the quadrennial, or, as in accordance with Greek idiom he calls it, the pentateuch celebration of the games. Now the custom of holding games at intervals of 4 years was very common in Greece. To take only a few conspicuous examples, the Olympic Games at Olympia, the Pythian Games at Delphi, the Panathenaic Games at Athens, and the Eleutherian Games at Plataea, were all celebrated at quadrennial, or as the Greeks called them, pentateuch periods. And at a later time, when Augustus instituted, or rather renewed on a more splendid scale, the games at Actium to commemorate his great victory, he followed a well-established Greek precedent by ordaining that they should be quadrennial. Still later, the Emperor Hadrian instituted quadrennial games at Mantinea in honor of his dead favorite Antonius. Old octennial period of the Pythian and probably of the Olympian Games. But in regard to the two greatest of all the Greek games, the Olympian and the Pythian, I have shown reasons for thinking that they were originally celebrated at intervals of 8 instead of 4 years. Certainly this is attested for the Pythian Games, and the mode of calculating the Olympiads by alternate periods of 50 and 49 lunar months, which added together make up 8 solar years, seems to prove that the Olympic cycle of 4 years was really based on a cycle of 8 years, from which it is natural to infer that in the beginning the Olympic, like the Pythian, games may have been octennial instead of quadrennial. The octennial cycle was instituted by the Greeks at a very early era for the purpose of harmonizing solar and lunar time. Now we know from the testimony of the ancients themselves that the Greeks instituted the 8-year cycle for the purpose of harmonizing solar and lunar time. They regulated their calendar primarily by observation of the moon rather than of the sun. Their months were lunar, and their ordinary year consisted of 12 lunar months. But the solar year of 365 and a quarter days exceeds the lunar year of 12 lunar months, or 344 days, by 11 and a quarter days, so that in 8 solar years the excess amounts to 90 days, or roughly 3 lunar months. Accordingly, the Greeks equated 8 solar years to 8 lunar years of 12 months each by intercalating 3 lunar months of 30 days each in the octennial cycle. They intercalated 1 lunar month in the 3rd year of the cycle, a 2nd lunar month in the 5th year, and a 3rd lunar month in the 8th year. In this way they, so to say, made the sun and moon keep time together by reckoning 99 lunar months as equivalent to 8 solar years, so that if, for example, the full moon coincided with the summer solstice in 1 year, it coincided with it again after the revolution of the 8-year cycle, but not before. The equation was indeed not quite exact, and in order to render it so, the Greeks afterwards found themselves obliged, first, to intercalate 3 days every 16 years, and next to admit 1 intercalatory month in every period of 160 years. But these corrections were doubtless refinements of a later age. They may have been due to the astronomer Eudoxus of Cnidus, or to Cleostratus of Tenedos, who were variously but incorrectly supposed to have instituted the octennial cycle. There are strong grounds for holding that, in its simplest form, the octennial cycle of 99 lunar months dates from extremely remote antiquity in Greece, that it was in fact, as a well-informed Greek writer tells us, the first systematic attempt to bring solar and the lunar time into harmony. Indeed, if the Olympiads were calculated, as they appear to have been, on the 8-year cycle, this of itself suffices to place the origin of the cycle not later than 776 BC, the year with which the reckoning by Olympiads begins. And when we bear in mind the very remote period from which, judged by the wonderful remains of Mycenae, Tyrians, Knossos, and other cities, civilization in Greek lands appears to date, it seems reasonable to suppose that the octennial cycle, based as it was on very simple observations, for which nothing but good eyes and almost no astronomical knowledge was necessary, may have been handed down among the inhabitants of these countries from ages that preceded by many centuries, possibly by thousands of years, the great period of Greek literature and art. The supposition is confirmed by the traces which the octennial cycle has left of itself in certain ancient Greek customs and superstitions, particularly by the evidence which points to the conclusion that at 2 of the oldest sets of monarchy in Greece, namely Knossos and Sparta, the king's tenure of office was formerly limited to 8 years. The motive for instituting the 8-year cycle was religious, not practical or scientific. We are informed, and may readily believe, that the motive which led the Greeks to adopt the 8-year cycle was religious rather than practical or scientific. Their aim was not so much to ensure the punctual dispatch of business or to solve an abstract problem in astronomy, as to ascertain the exact days on which they ought to sacrifice to the gods. For the Greeks regularly employed lunar months in their reckonings, and accordingly, if they had dated their religious festivals simply by the number of the month and the day of the month, the excess of 11 and a quarter days of the solar over the lunar year would have had the effect of causing the festivals gradually to revolve throughout the whole circle of the seasons, so that in time ceremonies which properly belonged to winter would come to be held in summer, and on the contrary, ceremonies which were only appropriate to summer would come to be held in winter. To avoid this anomaly, and to ensure that festivals dated by lunar months should fall at fixed or nearly fixed points in the solar year, the Greeks adopted the octennial cycle by the simple expedient of intercalating 3 lunar months in every period of 8 years. In doing so they acted, as one of their writers justly pointed out, on a principle precisely the reverse of that followed by the ancient Egyptians, who deliberately regulated their religious festivals by a purely lunar calendar for the purpose of allowing them gradually to revolve throughout the whole circle of the seasons. In early times, the regulation of the calendar is largely an affair of religion. Thus, in an early stage of culture, the regulation of the calendar is largely an affair of religion. it is a means of maintaining the established relations between gods and men on a satisfactory footing, and in public opinion the great evil of a disordered calendar is not so much that it disturbs and disarranges the ordinary course of business and the various transactions of civil life, as that it endangers the welfare or even the existence both of individuals and of the community by interrupting their normal intercourse with those divine powers on whose favour men believe themselves to be absolutely dependent. Hence, in states which take this view of the deep religious import of the calendar, its superintendence is naturally entrusted to priests rather than to astronomers, because the science of astronomy is regarded merely as ancillary to the deeper mysteries of theology. For example, at Rome, the method of determining the months and regulating the festivals was a secret which the pontiffs for ages jealously guarded from the profane vulgar, and in consequence of their ignorance or incapacity, the calendar fell into confusion, and the festivals were celebrated out of their natural seasons, until the greatest of all the Roman pontiffs, Julius Caesar, remedied the confusion, and placed the calendar of the civilized world on the firm foundation on which, with little change, it stands to this day. The quadrennial period of games and festivals in Greece was probably arrived at by bisecting an older octennial period. On the whole, then, it appears probable that the octennial cycle, based on considerations of religion and on elementary observations of the two great luminaries, dated from a very remote period among the ancient Greeks. If they did not bring it with them when they migrated southwards from the oak woods and beech woods of Central Europe, they may well have taken it over from their civilized predecessors of different blood and different language, whom they found leading a settled agricultural life on the lands about the Aegean Sea. Now we have seen reasons to hold that the two most famous of the Greek games, the Pythian and the Olympian, were both based on the ancient cycle of 8 years, and that the quadrennial period at which they were regularly celebrated in historical times was arrived at by a subdivision of the older octennial cycle. It is hardly rash, therefore, to conjecture that the quadrennial period in general, regarded as the normal period for the celebration of great games and festivals, was originally founded on elementary religious and astronomical considerations of the same kind, that is, on a somewhat crude attempt to harmonize the discrepancies of solar and lunar time and thereby to ensure the continued favour of the gods. It is indeed certain or probable that some of these quadrennial festivals were celebrated in honour of the dead, but there seems to be nothing in the beliefs or customs of the ancient Greeks concerning the dead which would suggest a quadrennial period as an appropriate one for propitiating the ghosts of the departed. At first sight, it is different when the octennial period, for according to Pindar, the souls of the dead who had been purged of their guilt by an abode of 8 years in the netherworld were born again on earth in the 9th year as glorious kings, athletes, and sages. Now, if this belief in the reincarnation of the dead after 8 years were primitive, it might certainly furnish an excellent reason for honouring the ghosts of great men at their graves every 8 years in order to facilitate their rebirth into the world. Yet the period of 8 years, thus rigidly applied to the life of disembodied spirits, appears too arbitrary and conventional to be really primitive, and we may suspect that, in this application, it was nothing but an inference drawn from the old octennial cycle which had been instituted for the purpose of reconciling solar and lunar time. If that was so, it will follow that the quadrennial period of funeral games was, like the similar period of other religious festivals, obtained through the bisection of the octennial cycle, and hence that it was ultimately derived from astronomical considerations rather than from any beliefs touching a quadrennial revolution in the state of the dead. Yet in historical times it may well have happened that these considerations were forgotten, and that games and festivals were instituted at quadrennial intervals, for example at Plataea in honour of the slain, at Actium to commemorate the great victory, and at Mantina in honour of Antonius, without any conscious reference to the sun and moon, and merely because that period had from time immemorial been regarded as a proper and normal one for the celebration of certain solemn religious rites. The reasons for bisecting the old octennial period into 2 quadrennial periods may have been partially religious, partially political. If we inquire why the Greeks often bisected the old octennial period into 2 quadrennial periods for purposes of religion, the answer can only be conjectural, for no positive information appears to be given us on the subject by ancient writers. Perhaps they thought that 8 years was too long a time to elapse between the solemn services, and it was desirable to propitiate the deities at shorter intervals. But it was possible that political as well as religious motives may have operated to produce the change. We have seen reason to think that at two of the oldest seats of monarchy in Greece, namely Knossos and Sparta, kings formerly held office for periods of 8 years only, after which their sovereignty either terminated or had to be formally renewed. Now with the gradual growth of that democratic sentiment, which ultimately dominated Greek political life, men would become more and more jealous of kingly power and would seek to restrict it with narrower limits, and one of the most obvious means of doing so was to shorten the king's tenure of office. We know that this was done at Athens, where the dynasty of the Metontines was reduced from the rank of monarchs for life to that of magistrates holding office for 10 years only. It is possible that elsewhere the king's reign was cut down from 8 years to 4 years, and if I am right in my explanation of the origin of the Olympic Games, this political revolution actually took place at Olympia, where the victors in their chariot race would seem at first to have personated the sun god and perhaps held office in the capacity of divine kings during the intervals between successive celebrations of the games. If at Olympia and elsewhere the games were of old primarily contests in which the king had personally to take part for the purpose of attesting his bodily vigour and therefore his capacity for office, the repetition of the test at intervals of 4 years instead of 8 years might be regarded as furnishing a better guarantee of the maintenance of the king's efficiency and thereby of the general welfare, which in primitive society is often supposed to be sympathetically bound up with the health and strength of the king. The biennial period of some Greek games may have been obtained by bisecting the quadrennial period. But while many of the great Greek games were celebrated at intervals of 4 years, others, such as the Nemean and the Ismenian, were celebrated at intervals of 2 years only. And just as the quadrennial period seems to have been arrived at through a bisection of the octennial period, so we may surmise that the biennial period was produced by a bisection of the quadrennial period. This was a view which the admirable modern chronologer L. Ardello took on the origin of the quadrennial and biennial festivals respectively, and appears far more probable than the contrary opinion of the ancient chronologer Censorius, that the quadrennial period was reached by doubling the biennial and the octennial period by doubling the quadrennial. The theory of Censorinus was that the Greeks started with a biennial cycle of 12 and 13 lunar months alternately in successive years for the purpose of harmonizing solar and lunar time. But as the cycle so produced exceeds the true solar time by 7.5 days, the discrepancy which it leaves between the two great celestial clocks, the sun and the moon, was too glaring to escape the observation even of simple farmers, who would soon have been painfully sensible that the times were out of joint, if they had attempted to regulate the various operations of the agricultural year by reference to so very inaccurate an almanac. It is unlikely, therefore, that the Greeks ever made much use of a biennial cycle of this sort. Application of the foregoing conclusion to the Eleusinian Games. Now to apply these conclusions to the Eleusinian Games, which furnish the starting point for the preceding discussion. Whatever the origin and meaning of these games may have been, we may surmise that the quadrennial and biennial periods at which they were held were originally derived from astronomical considerations, and that they had nothing to do directly either with the agricultural cycle, which is annual, nor with the worship of the dead, which can scarcely be said to have any cycle at all, unless indeed it be an annual one. In other words, neither the needs of husbandry nor the superstitions relating to ghosts furnish any natural explanation of the quadrennial and biennial periods of the Eleusinian Games. And to discover such an explanation, we are obliged to fall back on astronomy, or to be more exact, on the blend of astronomy with religion, which appears to be mainly responsible for such Greek festivals as exceeding a year in their period. To admit this is not to decide the question whether the Eleusinian Games were agricultural or funeral in character, but is implicitly to acknowledge that the games were of later origin than the annual ceremonies, including the great mysteries, which were designed to propitiate the deities of the corn for the very simple and practical purpose of ensuring good crops within the year. For it cannot be but that men observed and laid their account with the annual changes of the seasons, especially as manifest by the growth and maturity of the crops, long before they attempted to reconcile the discrepancies of solar and lunar time by a series of observations extending over several years. Pharaoh on the rights of Eleusis. On the whole, then, if ignoring theories, we adhere to the evidence of the ancients themselves in regard to the rites of Eleusis, including under that general term the great mysteries, the games, the festival before ploughing, Prorosia, the festival of the threshing floor, the green festival, the festival of the cornstalks, and the offerings of first fruits. We shall probably incline to agree with the most learned of ancient antiquaries, the Roman Varro, who, to quote Augustine's report of his opinion, interpreted the whole of the Eleusinian mysteries as relating to the corn which Ceres, Demeter, had discovered, and to Proserpine, Persephone, whom Pluto had carried off for her. And Proserpine herself, he said, signifies the fecundity of the seeds, a failure of which at a certain time had caused the earth to mourn for barrenness, and therefore had given rise to the opinion that the daughter of Ceres, that is fecundity itself, had been ravished by Pluto and detained in the netherworld, and when the dearth had been publicly mourned and fecundity had returned once more, there was gladness at the return of Proserpine, and solemn rites were instituted accordingly. After that, he says, continues Augustine, reporting Varro, that many things were taught in her mysteries which had no reference but to the discovery of the corn. The close resemblance between the artistic types of Demeter and Persephone militates against the theory that the two goddesses personified two things so different as the earth and the corn. Thus far I have found, for the most part, assumed identity of nature between Demeter and Persephone, the divine mother and daughter personifying the corn in its double aspect of the seed corn of last year and the ripe ears of this, and I point out that this view of the substantial unity of mother and daughter is borne out by their portraits in Greek art, which are often so alike as to be indistinguishable. Such a close resemblance between the artistic types of Demeter and Persephone militates decidedly against the view that the two goddesses are mythical embodiments of two things so different and so easily distinguishable from each other as the earth and the vegetation which springs from it. Had Greek artists accepted that view of Demeter and Persephone, they could surely have devised types of them which would have brought out the deep distinction between the goddesses. That they were capable of doing so is proved by the simple fact that they regularly represented the earth goddess by a type which differed widely both from that of Demeter and from that of Persephone. Not only so, but they sometimes set the two types of the earth goddess and the corn goddess, Demeter, side by side, as if on purpose to demonstrate their difference. Thus at Patrae, there was a sanctuary of Demeter, in which she and Persephone were portrayed standing, while earth was represented by a seated image, and on a vase painting the earth goddess is seen appropriately emerging from the ground with the horn of plenty and an infant in her uplifted arms, while Demeter and Persephone, scarcely distinguishable from each other, stand at full height behind her, looking down at her half-buried figure, and Triptolemus, in his wheeled car, sits directly above her. In this instructive picture, accordingly, we see grouped together the principal personages in the myth of the corn, the earth goddess, the two goddesses of the old and the new corn, and the hero who is said to have been set forth by the corn goddess to sow the seed broadcast over the earth. Such representations seem to prove that the artist clearly distinguished Demeter from the earth goddess. And if Demeter did not personify the earth, can there be any reasonable doubt that, like her daughter, she personified the corn which was so commonly called by her name in the time of Homer downwards? The essential identity of mother and daughter is suggested, not only by the close resemblance of their artistic types, but also of the official title of the two goddesses, which was regularly applied to them in the great sanctuary Eleusis, without any specification of their individual attributes and titles, as if their separate individualities had almost merged in a single divine substance. As goddesses of the corn, Demeter and Persephone came to be associated with ideas of death and resurrection. Surveying the evidence as a whole, we may say that from the myth of Demeter and Persephone, from their ritual, from their representations in art, from the titles which they bore, from the offerings of first fruits which were presented to them, and from the names applied to the cereals, we are fairly entitled to conclude that in the mind of the ordinary Greek, the two goddesses were essentially personifications of the corn, and that in this germ the whole efflorescence of their religion finds implicitly its explanation. But to maintain this is not to deny that in the long course of religious evolution, high moral and spiritual conceptions were grafted on this simple original stock and blossomed out into fairer flowers than the bloom of the barley and the wheat. Above all, the thought of the seed buried in the earth in order to spring up to new and higher life really suggests a comparison with human destiny and strengthened the hope that for man, too, the grave may be but the beginning of a better and happier existence in some brighter world unknown. This simple and natural reflection seems perfectly sufficient to explain the association of the corn goddess Eleusis with the mystery of death and the hope of a blissful immortality. For that the ancients regard initiation in Eleusinian mysteries as a key to unlock the gates of paradise appears to be proved by the illusions which well-informed writers among them drop to the happiness in store for their initiation hereafter. No doubt it is easy for us to discern the flimsiness of the logical foundation on which such high hopes were built. But drowning men clutch at straws, and we need not wonder that the Greeks, like ourselves, with death before them and a great love of life in their hearts, should not have stopped to weigh, with too nice a hand, the arguments that told for and against the prospect of human immortality. The reasoning that satisfied St. Paul, and has brought comfort to untold thousands of sorrowing Christians, standing by the deathbed or the open grave of their loved ones, was good enough to pass muster with ancient pagans, when they too bowed their heads under the burden of grief, and with the taper of life burning low in the socket, looked forward into the darkness of the unknown. Therefore we do no indignity to the myth of Demeter and Persephone, one of the few myths in which the sunshine and clarity of the Greek genius are crossed by the shadow and mystery of death, when we trace its origin to some of the most familiar, yet eternally affecting aspects of nature, to the melancholy gloom and decay of autumn, and to the freshness, the brightness, and the verdure of spring. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion. Part 5, Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3, Magical Significance of Games in Primitive Agriculture. Games played as magical ceremonies to promote the growth of the crops. In the preceding chapter, we saw that among the rites of Eleusis were comprised certain athletic sports, such as foot races, horse races, leaping, wrestling, and boxing, the victors in which were rewarded with measures of barley distributed among them by the priests. These sports the ancients themselves associated with the worship of Demeter and Persephone, the goddess of the corn, and strange as such an association may seem to us, it is not without its analogy among the harvest customs of modern European peasantry. But to discover clear cases of games practiced for the express purpose of promoting the growth of the crops, we must turn to more primitive agricultural communities than the Athenians of classical antiquity or the peoples of modern Europe. Such communities may be found at the present day among the savage tribes of Borneo and New Guinea, who subsist mainly by tilling the ground. The Kayans of central Borneo are primitive agricultural people. Among them we take the Kayans, or Bahuas, of central Borneo as typical. They are essentially an agricultural people and devote themselves mainly to the cultivation of rice, which furnishes their staple food. All other products of the ground are of subordinate importance. Hence agriculture, we are told, dominates the whole life of these tribes. Their year is the year of the cultivation of the rice, and they divide it into various periods, which are determined by the conditions necessary for the tilling of the fields and manipulation of the rice. In tribes whose thoughts are so much engrossed by agriculture, it is no wonder that they associate with it their ideas of the powers which ruled them for good or evil. The spirit world stands in close connection with the agriculture of the Bahuas. Without the consent of the spirits, no work in the fields may be undertaken. Moreover, all the great popular festivals coincide with the different periods of the cultivation of the rice. As the people are in an unusual state of affluence after harvest, all family festivals which require a large outlay are for practical reasons deferred till the New Year festival at the end of harvest. The two mighty spirits, Ame Awi and his wife, Burning Une, who, according to the belief of the Kayans, live in a world underground, dominate the whole of the tillage and determine the issue of the harvest in great measure by the behaviour of the owner of the land, not so much by his moral conduct as by the offerings he has made to the spirits and the attention he has paid to their warnings. An important part in agriculture falls to the chief, as the festivals he has, in the name of the whole tribe, to see to it that the prescribed conjurations are carried out by the priestesses. The sacred rice fields, Luna Lali, on which all religious ceremonies requisite for agriculture are performed. All religious ceremonies required for the cultivation of the ground take place in a small rice field specially set apart for that purpose, called Domalali. Here the chief's family ushers in every fresh operation in the cultivation of the rice, such as sowing, hoeing, and reaping. The solemn actions there performed have a symbolic significance. Ceremonies observed at the sowing festival. Not only the chief's family among the Kayans has such a consecrated field, every family possesses one of its own. These little fields are never cultivated for the sake of their produce. They serve only as the scene of religious ceremonies and of those symbolic operations of agriculture which are afterwards performed in earnest on the real rice fields. For example, at the festival before sowing, a priestess sows some rice on the consecrated field of the chief's family, then calls on a number of young men and girls to complete the work. The young men then dig holes in the ground with digging sticks, and the girls come behind them and plant rice seeds in the holes. Afterwards the priestesses lay offerings of food, wrapped in banana leaves, here and there on the holy field, while they croon prayers to the spirits in soft tones, which are half drowned in the clashing music of the gongs. On another day, women gather all kinds of edible leaves in their garden and fields, boil them in water, then sprinkle the water on the consecrated rice field. But on that day and other days of the festival, the people attend also to their own wants, banqueting on a favourite species of rice and other dainties. Taboos observed at the sowing festival. The ceremonies connected with sowing last several weeks, and during this time certain taboos have to be observed by the people. Thus, on the first day of the festival, the whole population, except the very old and the very young, must refrain from bathing. After that, there follows a period of rest for 8 nights, during which the people may neither work nor hold intercourse with their neighbours. On the 10th day, the prohibition to bathe is again enforced, and during the 8 following days, the great rice field of the village, where the real crops are raised, is sowed. The reason for excluding strangers from the village at these times is a religious one. It is a fear lest the presence of strangers might frighten the spirits or put them in a bad humour, and so defeat the object of the ceremony. For while the religious ceremonies which accompany the cultivation of rice differ somewhat from each other in different tribes, the ideas at the bottom of them, we are told, are everywhere the same. The aim always is to appease and propitiate the souls of the rice and the other spirits by sacrifices of all sorts. Games played at the sowing festival. However, during this obligatory period of seclusion and rest, the Kayans employ themselves in various pursuits, which, though at first sight they may seem to serve no other purpose than that of recreation, have really, in the minds of the people, a much deeper significance. For example, at this time the men often play at spinning tops. The tops are smooth, flat pieces of wood weighing several pounds. Each man tries to spin his own top so that it knocks down those of his neighbours and continues itself to revolve triumphantly. New tops are commonly carved for the festival. The older men sometimes use heavy tops of ironwood. Again, every evening the young men assemble in the open space before the chief's house and engage in contests of strength and agility, while the women watch them from the long gallery or veranda of the house. Masquerade at the sowing festival. Another popular pastime during the festival of sowing is a masquerade. It takes place on the evening of the 10th day, the day on which, for the second time, the people are forbidden to bathe. The scene of the performance is again the open space in front of the chief's house. As the day draws towards evening, the villagers begin to assemble in the gallery or veranda of the house in order to secure good places for viewing the masquerade. All the maskers at these ceremonies represent evil spirits. The men wear ugly wooden masks on their faces, and their bodies are swathed in masses of split banana leaves so as to imitate the hideous faces and hairy bodies of the demons. The young women wear on their heads cylindrical baskets, which conceal their real features, while they exhibit to the spectators grotesque human faces formed by stitches on pieces of white cotton, which are fastened to the baskets. On the occasion when Dr. Dionysus witnessed the ceremony, the first to appear on the scene were some men wearing wooden masks and helmets and so thickly wrapped in banana leaves that they looked like moving masses of green foliage. They danced silently, keeping time to the beat of the gongs. They were followed by other figures, some of them executed war dances, while the weight of their leafy envelope was such that they soon grew tired, and though they lived high, they uttered none of the wild war whoops which usually accompany these martial exercises. When darkness fell, the dances ceased and were replaced by a little drama representing a boar brought to bay by a pack of hounds. The part of the boar was played by an actor wearing a wooden boar's head mask, who ran about on all fours and grunted in a lifelike manner, while the hounds, acted by young men, snarled, yelped, and made dashes at him. The play was watched with lively interest and peals of laughter by the spectators. Later in the evening, 8 disguised girls danced, one behind the other, with slow steps and waving arms, to the glimmering light of torches and the strains of a sort of Jew's harp. Rites at hoeing. The rites which accompany the sowing in the fields are no sooner over than those which usher in the hoeing begin. Like the sowing ceremonies, they are inaugurated by a priestess, who hoes a sacred field round about a sacrificial stage, then calls upon other people to complete the work. After that, the holy field is again sprinkled with a decoration of herbs. The Kayan New Year Festival. But the crowning point of the Kayan year is the New Year Festival. The harvest has then been fully housed. Abundance reigns in every family, and for 8 days the people, dressed out in all their finery, give themselves up to mirth and jollity. The festival was witnessed by the Dutch explorer, Dr. Dionysus. Offerings and addresses to the spirits. To lure the good spirits from the spirit land, baskets filled with precious objects were set out before the windows, and the priestesses made long speeches, in which they invited these beneficent beings to come to the chief's house and to stay there during the whole of the ceremonies. 2 days afterwards, one of the priestesses harangued the spirits for 3/4 of an hour, telling them who the Kayans were, from whom the chief's family was descended, what the tribe was doing, and what were its wishes, not forgetting to implore the vengeance of the spirits on the Batang Lupars, the hereditary foes of the Kayans. The harangue was couched in rhyming verse and delivered in sing-song tones. 5 days later, 8 priestesses ascended a sacrificial stage, which food was daily set forth for the spirits. There they joined hands and crooned another long address to the spirits, marking the time with their hands. Then a basket containing offerings of food was handed up to them, and one of the priestesses opened it and invited the spirits to enter the basket. When they were supposed to have done so, the lid was shut down on them, and the basket with the spirits in it was conveyed into the chief's house. As the priestesses in the performance of the sacred ceremonies might not touch the ground, planks were cut from the fruit trees and laid on the ground for them to step on. Sacrifice of pigs. But the great feature of the New Year festival is the sacrifice of pigs, of which the spiritual essence is appropriately offered to the spirits, while their material substance is consumed by the worshippers. In carrying out this highly satisfactory arrangement, while the live pigs lay tethered in a row on the ground, the priestesses dance solemnly around a sacrificial stage, each of them arrayed in a war mantle of panther skin and wearing a war cap on her head. And on either side 2 priests armed with swords executed war dances for the purpose of scaring away evil spirits. By their gesticulations, the priestesses indicated to the powers above that the pigs were intended for their benefit. One of them, a fat but dignified lady danced composedly, seen by her courteous gestures to invite the souls of the pigs to ascend up to heaven. But others, not content with this too ideal offering, rushed to the pigs, seized the smallest of them by the hind legs, and exerted all their strength, danced with the squealing porker to and from the sacrificial stage. In the evening before darkness fell, the animals were slaughtered, and their livers examined for omens. If the underside of the liver was pale, the omen was good, but if it was dark, the omen was evil. On the last day of the festival, one of the chief priestesses, in martial array, danced round the sacrificial stage, making passes with her old sword as if she would heave the whole structure heavenward, while others stabbed with spears at the foul fiends that might be hovering in the air, intent on disturbing the sacred ministers at their holy work. Dr. Nieuwenhuis on the games played by the Caïns in connection with agriculture. Thus, says Dr. Nieuwenhuis, reviewing the agricultural rites which he witnessed among the Caïns on the Mendalam River, every fresh operation on the rice field was ushered in by religious and culinary ceremonies, during which the community had always to observe taboos of several rites and to play certain definite games. As we saw, spinning-top games and masquerades were played during the sowing festival. At the first bringing in of the rice, the people pelted each other with clay pellets discharged from small pea shooters, but in former times, sham fights took place with wooden swords, while during the New Year festival, the men contend with each other in wrestling, high leaps, long leaps, and running. The women also fight each other with great glee, using bamboo vessels full of water for their principal weapons. Serious religious or magical significance of the games. What is the meaning of the sports and pastimes which custom prescribes to the Caïns on these occasions? Are they mere diversions meant to while away the tedium of the holidays, or have they a serious, perhaps a religious or magical significance? To this question it will be well to let Dr. Nieuwenhuis give his answer. The Caïns on the Mendalam River, he says, enjoy tolerably regular harvests, and the agricultural festivals accordingly take place every year, whereas the Caïns on the Mahakam River, on account of the frequent failure of the harvests, can celebrate a New Year's festival only once in every 2 or 3 years. Yet although these festivals are celebrated more regularly on the Mendalam River, they are followed on the Mahakam River with livelier interest, and the meaning of all ceremonies and games can also be traced much better there. On the Mendalam River, I came to the false conclusion that the popular games which take place at the festivals are undertaken quite arbitrarily at the seasons of sowing and harvest. But on the Mahakam River, on the contrary, I observe that even the masquerade at the sowing festival is invested with as deep a significance as any of the ceremonies performed by the priestesses. The influence of religious worship, which dominates the whole life of the Dayak tribes, manifests itself also in their games. This holds good chiefly of pastimes in which all adults take part together, mostly on definite occasions. It is less applicable to more individual pastimes which are not restricted to any special season. Pastimes of the former sort are very rarely indulged in at ordinary times, and probably speaking they attain their full significance only on the occasion of the agricultural festivals which bear a strictly religious stamp. Even the recreations are not left to choice, but definite games belong to definite festivals. Thus at the sowing festivals other amusements are in vogue than at the Little Harvest Festival or the Great Harvest Festival at the beginning of the reaping, at the New Year Festival. Is this connection between festivals and games merely an accidental one, or is it based on a real affinity? The latter seems to me the more probable view, for in the case of one of the most important games played by men, I was able to prove directly a religious significance, and although I failed to do so in the case of the others, I conjecture, none the less, that a religious idea lies at the bottom of all other games which are connected with definite festivals. The Kai and agricultural people of German New Guinea. If the reader should entertain any doubt on the subject, and should suspect that in arriving at this conclusion the Dutch traveller gave the reins to his fancy rather than followed the real opinion of the people, these doubts and suspicions will probably be dispelled by comparing the similar games which other primitive agricultural people avowedly played for the purpose of ensuring good crops. The people in question are the Kai of German New Guinea, who inhabit the rugged, densely wooded mountains inland from Finch Harbour. They subsist mainly on the produce of the taro and yams which they cultivate in their fields, though the more inland people also make much use of sweet potatoes. All their crops are root crops. No patch of ground is cultivated for more than a year at a time. As soon as it has yielded a crop, it is deserted for another and is quickly overgrown with rank weeds, bamboos, and bushes. In 6 or 8 years, when the undergrowth has died out under the shadow of the taller trees which have shot up, the land may again be cleared and brought under cultivation. Thus the area of cultivation shifts from year to year, and the villages are not much more permanent, for in the damp tropical climate the wooden houses soon rot and fall into ruins, and when this happens the site of the village is changed. Superstitious practices observed by the Kai for the good of the crops. To procure good crops of the taro and yams, on which they depend for their subsistence, the Kai resort to many superstitious practices. For example, in order to make the yams strike deep roots, they touch the shoots with the bone of a wild animal that it has been killed in the recesses of a cave, imagining that just as the creature penetrated deep into the earth, so the shoots that have been touched with its bone would ascend deep into the ground. And in order that the taro may bear large and heavy fruit, they place the shoots before planting them on a large and heavy block of stone, believing that the stone will communicate its valuable properties of size and weight to the future fruit. Moreover, great use is made of spells and incantations to promote the growth of the crops, and all persons who utter such magical formulas for this purpose have to abstain from eating certain foods until the plants have sprouted and give promise of a good crop. For example, they may not eat young bamboo shoots, which are a favourite article of diet with the people. The reason is that the young shoots are covered with fine prickles, which cause itching and irritation of the skin, from which the Kai infer that if the enchanter of field fruits were to eat bamboo shoots, the contagion of their prickles would be conveyed through him to the fruits, or would manifest itself in a pungent, disagreeable flavour. For a similar reason, no charmer of the crops who knows his business would dream of eating crabs, because he is well aware that if he were to do so, the leaves and stalks of the plants would be dashed in pieces by a pelting rain, just like the long, thin, brittle legs of a dead crab. Again, were such an enchanter to eat any of the edible kinds of locusts, it seems obvious to the Kai that locusts would devour the crops over which the imprudent wizard had recited his spells. Above all, people who are concerned in planting fields must on no account eat pork, because pigs, whether wild or tame, are the most deadly enemies of the crops, which they grub up and destroy. For which it follows as surely as the night does the day, that if you eat pork while you are at work on the farm, your fields will be devastated by inroads of pigs. Games played by the Kai people to promote the growth of the yams and taro. However, these precautions are not the only measures which the Kai people adopt for the benefit of the yams and the taro. In the opinion of the natives, various games are important for a proper growth of the field fruits. Hence these games may only be played in the time after the work on the fields has been done. Thus to swing on a long Spanish reed fastened to a branch of a tree is thought to have a good effect on the newly planted yams. Therefore swinging is practiced by old and young, by men and women. No one who has an interest in the growth of this crop in the field leaves the swing idle. As they swing to and fro, they sing swing songs. These songs often contain only the names of the kinds of yams that have been planted, together with the joyous harvest cry repeated with variations, "I have found a fine fruit." In leaping from the swing, they cry, "Kakulili." By calling out the name of the yams, they think to draw their shoots upwards out of the ground. A small bow with a string on which a wooden flag adorned with a feather is made to slide down. The Kai call the instrument tawa tawa, may be used when the yams are beginning to wind up about their props. The tender shoots are then touched with a bow, while a song is sung which is afterwards often repeated in the village. It runs thus: Mama Gelo, Gelo Wainja, Gelo Wainja, Kiki Tumbe, Kiki Tumbe. The meaning of the words is unknown. The intention is to cause a strong upward growth of the plants. in order that the foliage of the yams may sprout luxuriantly and grow green and spread. The Kai people play cat's cradle. Each of the intricate figures has a definite meaning and a name to match. For example, the flock of pigeons, Huluna, the star, the flying fox, the Seiko palm fan, the Araucaria, the lizard and the dog, the pig, the sentinel box in the fields, the rat's nest, the wasp's nest in the bamboo thicket, the kangaroo, the spider's web, the little children, the canoe, rain and sunshine, the pig's pitfall, the fish spawn, the two cousins, Kiowa and Imbawa, carrying their dead mother to the grave, etc. By spreading large native acorns or a sort of wild fig, they think that they foster the growth of the newly planted taro. The plants will turn about and broaden. The game must therefore only be played at the time when the taro is planted. The same holds good of spearing at stalks of taro leaves, when the ribs of sago leaves used as miniature spears. This is done when the taro leaves have unfolded themselves, and when the plants have not yet set any tubers. A single leaf is cut from a number of stems, and the leaves are brought into the village. The game is played by two partners who sit down opposite to each other at a distance of 3 or 4 paces. A number of taro stalks lie beside each. He who has spared all his adversary's stalks first is victor. Then they change stalks and the game begins again. By piercing the leaves, they think that they incite the plants to set tubers. Tales and legends told by the Kai to cause the fruits of the earth to thrive. Almost more remarkable than the limitation of these games to the time when the work on the fields is going forward is a custom of the Kai people which only permits the tales of the olden time or popular legends to be told at the time when the newly planted fruits are budding and sprouting. At the end of every such tale, the Kai storyteller mentions the names of the various kinds of yams and adds shoots for the new planting and fruits to eat in abundance. From the concluding words we see that the Kai legends are only told for a quite definite purpose, namely to promote the welfare of the yams planted in the field. By reviving the memory of the ancient beings to whom the origin of the field fruits is referred, they imagine that they influence the growth of the fruits for good. When the planting is over, and especially when the young plants begin to sprout, the telling of legends comes to an end. In the villages, it is always only a few old men who, as good storytellers, can hold the attention of their hearers. Thus, among these New Guinea people, games are played and stories told as charms to ensure good crops. Thus, with these New Guinea people, the playing of certain games and the recital of certain legends are alike magical in their intention. They are charms practiced to ensure good crops. Both sets of charms appear to be based on the principles of sympathetic magic. In playing the games, the players perform acts which are supposed to mimic or at all events to stimulate the corresponding processes in the plants. By swinging high in the air, they make the plants grow high. By playing cat's cradle, they cause the leaves of the yams to spread and the stalks to intertwine. Even as the players spread their hands and twine the strings about the fingers, by spinning fruits, they make the taro plants to turn and broaden, and by spearing the taro leaves, they induce the plants to set tubers. In telling the legends, the storytellers mention the names of the powerful beings who first created the fruits of the earth, and the mere mention of their names avails on the principle of the magical equivalence of names and persons or things to reproduce the effect. The recitation of tales as a charm to promote the growth of the crops is not peculiar to the Kai. It is practiced also by the Bakua, another tribe of German New Guinea, who inhabit the coast of Huon Gulf, not far from the Kai. These people tell stories in the evening at the time when the yams and taro are ripe, and their stories always end with a prayer to the ancestral spirits invoked under various or less figurative designations, such as a man or a cricket, that they would be pleased to cause countless shoots to sprout, the great tubers to swell, the sugar cane to thrive, and the bananas to hang in long clusters. From this we see, says the missionary who reports the custom, that the object of telling the stories is to prove to the ancestors whose spirits are believed to be present at the recitation of the tales, which they either invented or inherited, that people always remember them, for which reason they ought to be favourable to their descendants, and above all to bestow their blessings on the shoots which are ready to be planted, or on the plants already in the ground. As the storyteller utters the prayer, he looks towards the house in which the young shoots, ready for planting, or the ripe fruits are deposited. The Yabin of German New Guinea also tell tales on purpose to obtain abundant crops. Similarly, the Yabin, a neighbouring tribe of German New Guinea, at the entrance to Huon Gulf, tell tales for the purpose of obtaining a plentiful harvest of yams, taro, sugarcane, and bananas. They subsist chiefly by the fruits of the earth which they cultivate, and among which taro, yams, and sugarcane supply them with their staple food. In their agricultural labours, they believe themselves to be largely dependent on the spirits of their dead, the balam, as they call them. Before they plant the first taro in a newly cleared field, they invoke the souls of the dead to make the plants grow and prosper, and to propitiate these powerful spirits, they bring valuable objects, such as boar's tusks and dog's teeth, into the field, in order that the ghosts may deck themselves with the souls of these ornaments, while at the same time they minister to the grosser appetites of the disembodied spirits by offering them a savoury mess of taro porridge. Later in the season, they whirl bull roarers in the field and call out the names of the dead, believing that this makes the crops to thrive. Specimens of Yabin tales told as charms to procure a good harvest. But besides the prayers which they address to the spirits of the dead for the sake of procuring an abundant harvest, the Yabin utter spells for the same purpose, and these spells sometimes take the form not of a command but of a narrative. Here, for instance, is one of their spells. Once upon a time, a man laboured in his field and complained that he had no taro shoots. Then came 2 doves flying from home. They had devoured much taro, and they perched on a tree in the field, and during the night they vomited all the taro up. Thus the man got so many taro shoots that he was even able to sell some of them to other people. Or again, if the taro will not bud, the Yabin will have recourse to the following spell. A marina lay at ebb tide on the shoreline. It seemed to be at its last gasp. Then the tide flowed on, and the marina came to life again and plunged into the deep water. This spell is pronounced over twigs of a certain tree, kalalong, while the enchanter smites the ground with them. After that the taro is sure to bud. Apparently the mere recitation of such simple tales is thought to produce the same effect as a direct appeal, whether in the shapes of a prayer or a command addressed to the spirits. Such tales may be called narrative spells. Such incantations may be called narrative spells to distinguish them from the more familiar imperative spells in which the enchanter expresses his wishes in the form of direct commands. Much use seems to be made of such narrative spells among the natives of this part of German New Guinea. For example, among Bokoa, who attribute practically boundless powers to sorcerers in every department of life and nature. The spells by which these wizards attempt to work their will assume one of 2 forms. Either they are requests made to the ancestors, or they are short narratives addressed to nobody in particular, which the sorcerer mutters while he is performing his magical rites. It is true that here the distinction is drawn between narratives and requests rather than between narratives and commands. But the difference of a request from a command, though great in theory, may be very slight in practice, so that prayer and spell in the ordinary sense of the word may melt into each other almost imperceptibly. Even the priest or the enchanter who utters the one may be highly conscious of the hairbreadth that divides it from the other. In regard to narrative spells, it seems probable that they have been used much more extensively among mankind than the evidence at our disposal permits us positively to affirm. In particular, we may conjecture that many ancient narratives, which we have been accustomed to treat as mere myths, used to be regularly recited in magical rites as spells for the purpose of actually producing events like those which they describe. Use of the bull roarer to quicken the fruits of the earth. The use of the bull roarer to quicken the fruits of the earth is not peculiar to the Yabin. On the other side of New Guinea, the instrument is employed for the same purpose by the natives of Kiwe, an island at the mouth of the Fly River. They think that by whirling bull roarers they produce good crops of yams, sweet potatoes, and bananas, and according to this belief they call the implement the mother of yams. Similarly, in Maibog, an island in Torres Straits, the bull roarer is looked upon as an instrument that can be used to promote the growth of garden produce such as yams and sweet potatoes. Certain spirits were supposed to march round the gardens at night, swinging bull roarers for this purpose. Indeed, a fertilizing or prolific virtue appears to be attributed to the instrument by savages who were totally ignorant of agriculture. Thus, among the Dairi of Central Australia, when a young man had undergone the painful initiatory ceremony of having a number of gashes cut in his back, he used to be given a bull roarer, whereupon it was believed that he became inspired by the spirits of the men of old, and that by whirling it, when he went in search of game before his wounds were healed, he had power to cause a good harvest of lizards, snakes, and other reptiles. On the other hand, the Dairi thought that if a woman were to see a bull roarer that had been used at the initiatory ceremonies, and to learn its secret, the tribe would ever afterwards be destitute of snakes, lizards, and other such food. It may very well be that a similar power to fertilize or multiply edible plants and animals has been ascribed to the bull roarer by many other peoples who employ the implement in their mysteries. Swinging as an agricultural charm. Further, it is to be observed that just as the kai of New Guinea swing to and fro on reeds suspended from the branches of trees in order to promote the growth of the crops, in like manner Lettish peasants in Russia devote their leisure to swinging in spring and early summer for the express purpose of making the flax grow as high as they swing in the air. And we may suspect that wherever swinging is practiced as a ceremony at certain times of the year, particularly in spring and at harvest, the pastime is not so much a mere popular recitation as a magical rite designed to promote the growth of the crops. With these examples before us, we need not hesitate to believe that Dr. Neuwenhuis is right when he attributes a deep religious or magical significance to the games which the Kayans or Bahuas of central Borneo play at their various agricultural festivals. Analogy of the Kayans of Borneo to the Greeks of Eleusis in the early time. It remains to point out how far the religious or magical practices of these primitive agricultural peoples of Borneo and New Guinea appear to illustrate by analogy the original nature of the rites of Eleusis. So far as we can recompose, from the broken fragments of tradition, a picture of the religious and political condition of the Eleusinian people in the olden time, it appears to tally fairly well with the picture which Dr. Neuwenhuis has drawn for us of the Kayans or Bahuas at the present day in the forests of central Borneo. Here as there we see a petty agricultural community ruled by hereditary chiefs who, while they unite religious to civil authority, being bound to preside over the numerous ceremonies performed for the good of the crops, nevertheless lead simple patriarchal lives, and are so little raised in outward dignity above their fellows that their daughters do not seem it beneath them to fetch water for the household from the village well. Here as there, we see a people whose whole religion is dominated and coloured by the main occupation of their lives, who believe that the growth of the crops, on which they depend for their subsistence, is at the mercy of two powerful spirits, a divine husband and his wife, dwelling in a subterranean world, and who accordingly offer sacrifices and perform ceremonies in order to ensure the favour of these mighty beings, and so to obtain abundant harvests. If we knew more about the Rarian plain at Eleusis, we might discover that it was the scene of many religious ceremonies like those which are performed on the little consecrated rice fields, the Lunalali of the Kayans, where the various operations of the agricultural year are performed in miniature by members of the chief's family before the corresponding operations may be performed on a larger scale by common folk on their fields. The sacred ploughing at Eleusis. Certainly we know that the Rarian plain witnessed one such ceremony in the year. It was a solemn ceremony of ploughing, one of the 3 sacred ploughings which took place annually in various parts of Attica. Probably the rite performed part of the Perevosia, or festival before ploughing, which was intended to ensure a plentiful crop. Further, it appeared that the priests who guide the sacred slow-paced oxen as they dragged the plough down the furrows of the Rarian plain were drawn from the old priestly family of Buziogae, or ox-yokers, whose eponymous ancestor is said to have been the first man to yoke oxen and to plough the fields. As they performed this time-honoured ceremony, the priests uttered many quaint curses against all churls who should refuse to lend fire or water to neighbours, or to show the way to wanderers, or who should leave a corpse unburied. If we had a complete list of the execrations fulminated by the holy ploughmen on these occasions, we might find that some of them were levelled at the impious butchers who failed to keep all the rules of the Sabbath, as we may call those periods of enforced rest and seclusion which the Kayans of Borneo and other primitive agricultural peoples observe for the good of the crops. The connection of the Eleusinian games with the agricultural attested by the ancients is confirmed by modern savage analogies. Further, when we see that many primitive peoples practice not what we call games, but what they regard in all seriousness as solemn rites for the good of the crops, we may be the more inclined to accept the view of the ancients who associate the Eleusinian games directly with the worship of Demeter and Persephone, the corn goddesses. One of the contests at the Eleusinian games was in leaping, and we know that even in modern Europe to this day, leaping or dancing high is practiced as a charm to make the crops grow tall. Again, the bull roarer was swung so as to produce a humming sound at the Greek mysteries, and when we find the same simple instrument whirled by savages in New Guinea for the sake of ensuring good crops, we may reasonably conjecture that it was whirled with a like intention by the rude forefathers of the Greeks among the cornfields of Eleusis. If that were so, though the conjecture is hardly susceptible of demonstration, it would go some way to confirm the theory that the Eleusinian mysteries were in their origin nothing more than simple rustic ceremonies designed to make the farmers' fields to wave with yellow corn. And in the practice of the Kayans, whose worship of the rites offers many analogies to the Eleusinian worship of the corn, we may not detect a hint of the origin of that rule of secrecy which always characterized the Eleusinian mysteries. May it not have been that, just as the Kayans exclude strangers from their villages, while they are engaged in the celebration of religious rites, lest the presence of these intruders should frighten or annoy the shy and touchy spirits who are invoked at these times, so the old Eleusinians may have debarred foreigners from participation in the most solemn ceremonies, lest the coy goddesses of the corn should take fright or offence at the sight of strange faces, and so refuse to bestow on men their annual blessing. The admission of foreigners to the privilege of initiation in the mysteries was probably a late innovation introduced at a time when the fame of their sanctity had spread far and wide, and when the old magical meaning of the ritual had long been obscured, if not forgotten. The sacred drama of the Eleusinian mysteries compared to the masked dances of agricultural savages. Lastly, it may be suggested that in the masked dances and dramatic performances, which form a conspicuous and popular feature of the sowing festival among the Kayans, we have the savage counterpart of that drama of divine death and resurrection which appears to have figured so prominently in the mysteries of Eleusis. If my interpretation of that solemn drama is correct, it represented in mythical guise the various stages in the growth of the corn for the purpose of magically fostering the natural processes which it stimulated. In like manner, among the Coa and Cobua Indians of northwestern Brazil, who subsist chiefly by the cultivation of manioc, dances, or rather pantomimes, are performed by masked men, who represent spirits or demons of fertility, and by imitating the act of procreation are believed to stimulate the growth of plants, as well as to quicken the wombs of women, and to promote the multiplication of animals. Coarse and grotesque as these dramatic performances may seem to us, they convey no suggestion of indecency to the minds either of the ancestors or of the spectators, who regard them in all seriousness as rites destined to confer the blessings of fruitfulness on the inhabitants of the village, on their plantations, and the whole realm of nature. However, we possess so little exact information as to the rites of Eleusis that all attempts to elucidate them by the ritual of savages must necessarily be conjectural. Yet the candid reader may be willing to grant that conjectures supported by analogies like the foregoing do not exceed the limits of a reasonable hypothesis. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Golden Bough, Study in Magic and Religion, Part 5, The Spirits of the Corn and the Wild, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 4. Woman's Part in Primitive Agriculture. Theory that the personification of corn is feminine, was suggested by the part played by women in primitive agriculture. If Demeter was indeed a personification of the corn, it is natural to ask, why did the Greeks personify the corn as a goddess rather than a god? Why did they ascribe the origin of agriculture to a female rather than to a male power? They conceived the spirit of the vine as masculine. Why did they conceive the spirit of the barley and wheat as feminine? To this it has been answered that the personification of the corn is feminine, or at all events the ascription of the discovery of agriculture to a goddess was suggested by the prominent part which women take in primitive agriculture. The theory illustrates a recent tendency of mythologists to explain many myths as reflections of primitive society rather than as personifications of nature. For that reason, part of the interesting interest, the theory deserves to be briefly considered. Among many savage tribes, the labor of hoeing the ground and sowing the seed devolves on women. Before the invention of the plough, which can hardly be worked without resort to the labor of men, it was and still is customary in many parts of the world to break up the soil for cultivation with hoes, and among not a few savage peoples to this day, the task of hoeing the ground and sowing the seed devolves mainly or entirely upon the women, while the men take little or no part in cultivation beyond clearing the land by felling the forest trees and burning the fallen timber and brushwood which encumber the soil. Thus, for example, among the Zulus, when a piece of land has been selected for cultivation, the task of clearing it belongs to them. Agricultural work done by women among the Zulus and other tribes of South Africa. If the ground be much encumbered, this becomes a laborious undertaking, for their axe is very small, and when a large tree has to be encountered, they can only lop the branches. Fire is employed when it is needful to remove the trunk. The reader will therefore not be surprised that the people usually avoid bushland, though they seem to be aware of its superior fertility. As a general rule, the men take no further share in the labour of cultivation, and as the site chosen is seldom much encumbered and frequently bears nothing but grass, their part of the work is very slight. The women are the real labourers, for, except in some particular cases, the entire business of digging, planting, and weeding devolves on them, and if we regard the assagi and shield as symbolical of the man, the hoe may be looked upon as emblematic of the woman. With this rude and heavy instrument, the woman digs, plants, and weeds her garden. Digging and sowing are generally one operation which is thus performed. The seed is first scattered on the ground, when the soil is dug or picked up with the hoe to the depth of 3 or 4 inches, the larger roots and tufts of grass being gathered out, but all the rest left in or on the ground. A special term of contempt is applied to any Zulu man who, deprived of the services of his wife and family, is compelled by hard necessity to handle the hoe himself. Similarly, among the Baronga of Delugoa Bay, when the rains begin to fall, sometimes as early as September, but generally later, they hasten to sow. With her hoe in her hands, the mistress of the fields walks with little steps. Every time she lifts a clod of earth well broken up in the hole thus made, she plants 3 or 4 grains of maize and covers them up. If she has not finished clearing all the patch of the bush which she contemplated, she proceeds to turn up against the field she tilled last year. The crop will be less abundant than in virgin soil, but they plant 3 or 4 years successively in the same field before it is exhausted. As for enriching the soil with manure, they never think of it. Among the Barotse, who cultivate millet, maize, and peas to a small extent, and, in a rudimentary fashion, women alone are occupied with the field work, their only implement is a spade or hoe. Of the Metabel, we are told that most of the hard work is performed by the women. The whole of the cultivation is done by them. They plough with short spades of native manufacture, they sow the fields, and they clear them of weeds. Among the Awimba, to the west of Lake Transcanica, the bulk of the work of the plantation falls on the women. In particular, the men refuse to hoe the ground. They have a saying, "Is not each male child born for the axe and each female child for the hoe?" Chastity required in the sowers of seed. The natives of the Tanganyika Plateau cultivate the banana and have a curious custom connected with it. No man is permitted to sow, but when the hole is prepared, a little girl is carried to the spot on a man's shoulders. She first throws into the hole a sherd of broken pottery. and then scatters the seed over it. The reason of the latter practice has been explained by more recent observers of these natives. Young children, it may here be noted, are often employed to administer drugs, remedies, even the poison ordeal, and to sow the first seeds. Such acts, the natives say, must be performed by chaste and innocent hands, lest a contaminated touch should destroy the potency of the medicine or of the seedlings planted. It used to be a very common sight upon the islands of Lake Banguilo to watch how a Bisa woman would solve the problem of her own moral unfitness by carrying her baby girl to the banana plot and inserting seedlings in tiny hands by dropping into the holes already prepared. Similarly, among the people of the Lower Congo, a woman must remain chaste while planting pumpkin and calabash seeds. They are not allowed to touch any pig meat, and they must wash their hands before touching the seeds. If a woman does not observe all these rules, she must not plant the seeds, or the crop will be bad. She may make the holes, and her baby girl or another who has obeyed her restrictions can drop in the seeds and cover them over. We can now perhaps understand why Attic matrons had to observe strict chastity when they celebrated the festival of the Thesmophoria. In Attica, that festival was held in honor of Demeter in the month of Pianepsian, corresponding to October, the season of the autumn sowing, and the rites included certain ceremonies which bore directly on the quickening of the seed. We may conjecture that the rule of chastity imposed on matrons at this festival was a relic of a time when they too, like many savage women down to the present time, discharged the important duty of sowing the seed, and were bound for that reason to observe strict continence, lest any impurity on their part should defile the seed and prevent it from bearing fruit. Woman's part in agriculture among the Kaffirs of South Africa in general. Of the Kaffirs of South Africa in general, we read that agriculture is mainly the work of the women, for in olden days the men were occupied in hunting and fighting. The women do but scratch the land with hoes, sometimes using long-handled instruments, as in Zululand, and sometimes short-handled ones, as above the Zambesi. When the ground is thus prepared, the women scatter the seed, throwing it over the soil quite at random. They know the time to sow by the position of the constellations, chiefly by that of the Pleiades. They date their new year from the time they can see this constellation just before sunrise. In Basutoland, where the women also till the fields, though the lands of chiefs are dug and sowed by men, an attempt is made to determine the time of sowing by observation of the moon, but the people generally find themselves out in their reckoning, and after much dispute are forced to fall back upon the state of the weather and of vegetation as better evidence of the season of sowing. Intelligent chiefs rectify the calendar at the summer solstice, which they call the summer house of the sun. Agricultural work done by women among the Nandi and other tribes of Central and Western Africa. Among the Nandi of British East Africa, the rough work of clearing the bush for plantations is performed by the men, after which nearly all work in connection with them is done by the women. The men, however, assist in sowing the seed and in harvesting some of the crops. As a rule, trees are not felled, but the back is stripped off for about 4 feet from the ground, and the trees are then left to die. The planting is mostly, if not entirely, done during the first half of the Kiptamo moon, February, which is the first month of the year, and when the Ayawatkut moon rises, March, all seed should be in the ground. The chief medicine man is consulted before the planting operations begin, but the Nandi know, by the arrival in the fields of the guinea fowl, whose song is supposed to be Okol, Okol, Nai Toka, plant, plant, there is luck in it, that the planting season is at hand. When the first seed is sown, salt is mixed with it, and the sower sings mournfully, Ak osik o ochokji, and grow quickly, as he sows. After fresh ground has been cleared, Eleusine grain is planted. This crop is generally repeated the second year, after which millet is sown, and finally sweet potatoes or some other product. Most fields are allowed to lie fallow every 4th or 5th year. The Nandi manure their plantations with turf ashes. The Eleusine crops are harvested by both men and women. All other crops are reaped by the women only, who are at times assisted by the children. The corn is pounded and winnowed by the women and girls. Among the Suk and Mjesi of British East Africa, it is the women who cultivate the fields and milk the cows. Among the Wadoe of German East Africa, the men clear the forests and break up the hard ground, but the women sow and reap the crops. So among the Wanyamyezi, who are an essentially agricultural people to the south of Lake Victoria, Nyanza, the men cut down the bush and hoe the hard ground, but leave the rest of the labour of weeding, sowing and reaping to the women. Agricultural work of women among the Banganda. The Banganda of Central Africa subsist chiefly on bananas, and among them, the garden and its cultivation have always been the women's department. Princesses and peasant women alike looked upon cultivation as their special work. The garden with its produce was essentially the wife's domain, and she would under no circumstances allow her husband to do any digging or sowing in it. No woman would remain with a man who did not give her a garden and a hoe to dig it with. If these were denied her, she would seek an early opportunity to escape from her husband and return to her relations to complain of her treatment, and to obtain justice or a divorce. When a man married, he sought a plot of land for his wife in order that she might settle to work and provide food for the household. In initial clearing of the land, it was customary for her husband to take part. He cut down the tall grass and shrubs, and so left the ground ready for his wife to begin her digging. The grass and trees she heaped up and burned, reserving only so much as she needed for firewood. A hoe was the only implement used in cultivation. The blade was heart-shaped with a prong at the base, by which it was fastened to the handle. The hoe handle was never more than 2 feet long, so that a woman had to stoop when using it. In Kiziba, a district immediately to the south of Uganda, the tilling of the soil is exclusively the work of the women. They turn up the soil of hoes, make holes in the ground with digging sticks or their fingers, and drop a few seeds into each hole. Among the Niam of Central Africa, the men most studiously devote themselves to their hunting, and leave the culture of the soil to be carried on exclusively by the women. And among the Montboto of the same region, in like manner, whilst the women attend to the tillage of the soil and the gathering of the harvest, the men, unless they are absent either for war or hunting, spend the entire day in idleness. Agricultural work of women in the Congo. As to the Bagala of the Upper Congo, we read that large farms were made around the towns. The men did the clearing of the bush, felling the trees and cutting down the undergrowth. The women worked with them, heaping up the grass and brushwood ready for burning, and helping generally. As a rule, the women did the hoeing, planting, and weeding, but the men did not despise this work as never to do it. In this tribe, the food belonged to the woman who cultivated the farm, and while she supplied her husband with the vegetable food, he had to supply the fish and meat and share them with his wife or wives. Amongst the Tafok, a tribe of the Congo state on the equator, all the field labour except the clearing away of the forest is performed by the women. They dig the soil with a hoe and plant maize and manioc. A field is used only once, so with the Mabala, a boundary tribe between the rivers Inzia and Kulu, the men clear the ground for cultivation, but all the rest of the work of tillage falls to the women, whose only tool is an iron hoe. Fresh ground is cleared for cultivation every year. The Mpongwe of the Gabon, in West Africa, cultivate manioc, cassava, maize, yams, plantains, sweet potatoes, and ground nuts. When new clearings have to be made in the forest, the men cut down and burn the trees, and the women put it in the crop. The only tool they use is a dibble, with which they turn up a sod, put in a seed, and cover it over. Among the Ashira of the same region, the cultivation of the soil is in the hands of the women. Agricultural work done by women among the Indian tribes of South America. A similar division of labour between men and women prevails among many primitive agricultural tribes of Indians in South America. In the interior of the villages, says an eminent authority on Aboriginal South America, the man often absents himself to hunt, or to go into the heart of the forest in search of the honey of the wild bees, and he always goes alone. He fells the trees in the places where he wishes to make a field for cultivation. He fashions his weapons, he digs out his canoe, while the woman rears the children, makes the garments, busies herself with the interior, cultivates the field, gathers the fruits, collects the roots, and prepares the food. Such is, generally at least, the respective condition of the two sexes among almost all the Americans. The Peruvians alone had already, in their semi-civilized state, partially modified these customs. For among them the man shared the toils of the other sex or took on himself the most laborious tasks. Thus, to take examples, among the Caribs of the West Indians, the men used to fell the trees and leave the fallen trunks to cumber the ground, burning off only the smaller boughs. Then the women came and planted manioc, potatoes, yams, and bananas wherever they found room among the tree trunks. In digging the ground to receive the seed or the shoots, they did not use hoes but simply pointed sticks. The men, we are told, would rather have died of hunger than undertake such agricultural labours. Again, the staple vegetable food of the Indians of British Guinea is cassava bread, made from the roots of the manioc or cassava plant, which the Indians cultivate in clearings of the forest. The men fell the trees, cut down the undergrowth, and in dry weather set fire to the fallen lumber, thus creating open patches in the forest which were covered with white ashes. When the rains set in, the women repaired to these clearings, heavily laden with baskets full of cassava sticks to be used as cuttings. These they insert at irregular intervals in the soil, and so the field is formed. While the cassava is growing, the women do just as much weeding as is necessary to prevent the cultivated plants from being choked by the rank growth of the tropical vegetation. And in doing so, they plant bananas, pumpkin seeds, yams, sweet potatoes, sugarcane, red and yellow peppers, and so forth, wherever there is room for them. At last, in the 9th or 10th month, when the seeds appearing on the straggling branches of the cassava plants announce that the roots are ripe, the women cut down the plants and dig up the roots, not all at once, but as they are required. These roots they afterwards peel, scrape, and bake into cassava bread. Cultivation of manioc by women among the Indian tribes of tropical South America. In like manner, the cassava or manioc plant is cultivated generally among all the Indian tribes of tropical South America, wherever the plant will grow, and the cultivation of it is altogether in the hands of the women, who insert the sticks in the ground after the fashion already described. For example, among the tribes of the Uapaz River in the upper valley of the Amazon, who are an agricultural people with settled abodes, the men cut down the trees and brushwood, which after they have lain some months to dry are burnt, and the mandioca is then planted by the women, together with little patches of cane, sweet potatoes, and various fruits. The women also dig up the mandioca and prepare it with the bread, which is their main subsistence. The bread is made fresh every day, as when it gets cold and dry it is far less palatable. The women thus have plenty to do, for every other day at least they have to go to the field, often a mile or two distant, to fetch the root, and every day to grate, prepare, and bake the bread, as it forms by far the greater part of their food, and they often pass days without eating anything else, especially when the men are engaged in clearing the forest. Among the Tupinambas, a tribe of Brazilian Indians, the wives had something more than their due share of labor, but they were not treated with brutality, and their condition was on the whole happy. They set and dug the mandioc, they sowed and gathered the maize. An old superstition prevailed that if a sort of earth element, which the Portuguese called amendoins, was planted by the men, it would not grow. Similar accounts appear to apply to the Brazilian Indians in general. The men occupied themselves of hunting, war, and the manufacture of their weapons, while the women planned to reap the crops and search for fruits in the forest. Above all, they cultivate the manioc, scraping the soil clear of weeds with pointed sticks and inserting the shoots in the earth. Similarly, among the Indians of Peru, who cultivate maize in clearings of the forest, the cultivation of the fields is left to the women, while the men hunt with bows and arrows and blow guns in the woods, often remaining away from home for weeks or even months together. Agricultural work done by women among the savage tribes in India, New Guinea, and New Britain. A similar distribution of labor between the sexes prevails among some savage tribes in other parts of the world. Thus, among the Lusai of southeastern India, the men employ themselves chiefly in hunting or in making forays on the weaker neighbors, but they clear the ground and help to carry home the harvest. However, the main burden of the bodily labor by which life is supported falls on the women. They fetch water, hew wood, cultivate the ground, and help to reap the crops. Among the myriads of Assam, almost the whole of the field work is done by the women. They cultivate a patch of ground for 2 successive years, then suffer it to lie fallow for 4 or 5. But they are deterred by superstitious fear from breaking new ground so long as the fallow suffices for their needs. They dread to offend the spirits of the woods by needlessly felling the trees. They raise crops of rice, maize, millet, yams, and sweet potatoes, but they seldom possess any implement adapted solely for tillage. They have never taken to the plough, nor even to a hoe. They use their long straight swords to clear, cut, and dig with. Among the Korwas, a savage hill tribe of Bengal, the men hunt with bows and arrows, while the women till the fields, dig for wild roots, or cull wild vegetables. Their principal crop is pulse, Cachanuus indicus. Among the Papuans of Ayambori, near Dore in Dutch New Guinea, it is the men who lay out the fields by felling and burning the trees and brushwood in the forest, and it is they who enclose the fields with fences, but it is women who sow and reap them, and carry home the produce in sacks on their backs. They cultivate rice, millet, and bananas. So among the natives of Kaimani Bay in Dutch New Guinea, the men occupy themselves only with fishing and hunting, while all the field work falls on the women. In the Gazelle Peninsula of New Britain, when the natives have decided to convert a piece of grassland into a plantation, the men cut down the long grass, burn it, dig up the soil with sharp-pointed sticks, and enclose the land with a fence of saplings. Then the women plant the banana shoots, weed the ground, and in the intervals between the bananas insert slips of yams, sweet potatoes, sugar-cane, or ginger. When the produce is ripe, they carry it to the village. Thus the bulk of the labour of cultivation devolves on the women. Division of agricultural work between men and women in the Indian archipelago. Among some peoples of the Indian archipelago, after the land has been cleared for cultivation by the men, the work of planting and sowing is divided between men and women, the men digging holes in the ground with pointed sticks, and the women following them, putting the seeds or shoots into the holes, and then huddling the earth over them. For savages seldom sow broadcast, they laboriously dig holes and insert the seed in them. This division of agricultural labour between the sexes is adopted by various tribes of Celebes, Ceram, Borneo, Nias, and New Guinea. Sometimes the custom of entrusting the sowing of the seed to women appears to be influenced by superstitious as well as economic considerations. Thus, among the Indians of the Orinoco, who, with an infinitude of pains, cleared the jungle for cultivation by cutting down the forest trees with their stone axes, burning the fallen lumber, and breaking up the ground with wooden instruments hardened in the fire. The task of sowing the maize and planting the roots was performed by the women alone, and when the Spanish missionaries expostulated with the men for not helping their wives in this toilsome duty, they received for answer that as women know how to conceive seed and bear children, so the seeds and roots planted by them bore fruit far more abundantly than if they had been planted by male hands. Among savages who have not learned to till the ground, the task of collecting the vegetable food in the form of wild seeds and roots generally devolves on women, examples furnished by the Californian Indians. Even among savages who have not yet learned to cultivate any plants, the task of collecting the edible seeds and digging up the edible roots of wild plants appears to devolve mainly on women, while the men contribute their share to the common food supply by hunting and fishing, for which their superior strength, agility, and courage especially qualify them. For example, among the Indians of California, who were entirely ignorant of agriculture, the general division of labour between the sexes in the search for food was that the men killed the game and caught the salmon, while the women dug the roots and brought in most of the vegetable food, though the men helped them to gather acorns, nuts, and berries. Among the Indians of San Juan Capistrano in California, while the men passed their time in fowling, fishing, dancing, and lounging, the women were obliged to gather seeds in the fields, prepare them for cooking, and to perform all the meanest offices, as well as the most laborious. It was painful in the extreme to behold them, with their infants hanging upon their shoulders, groping about in search of herbs or seeds, and exposed, as they frequently were, to the inclemency of the weather. Yet these rude savages possessed a calendar containing directions as to the seasons for collecting the different seeds and produce of the earth. The calendar consisted of lunar months corrected by observation of the solstices. For at the conclusion of the moon in December, that is, at the conjunction, they calculated the return of the sun from the Tropic of Capricorn, and another year commenced the Indian saying, "The sun has arrived at his home." They observed with greater attention and celebrated with more pomp the sun's arrival at the Tropic of Capricorn than they did his reaching the Tropic of Cancer, for the reason that, as they were situated 10 degrees from the latter, they were pleased at the sun's approach towards them for a return to ripen their fruits and seeds, to give warmth to the atmosphere, and enliven again the fields with beauty and increase. However, the knowledge of the calendar was limited to the populum, or general council of the tribe, who sent criers to make proclamation when the time had come to go forth and gather the seeds and other produce of the earth. In their calculations they were assisted by a pull, or astrologer, who observed the aspect of the moon. When we consider that these rude Californian savages, destitute alike of agriculture and other acts of civilized life, yet succeed in forming for themselves a calendar based on observation both of the moon and of the sun, we need not hesitate to ascribe to the immeasurably more advanced Greeks at the dawn of history the knowledge of a somewhat more elaborate calendar found on a cycle of 8 solar years. Among the Aborigines of Australia, the women provide the vegetable food while the men hunted. Among the equally rude Aborigines of Australia, to whom agriculture in every form was totally unknown, the division of labour between the sexes in regard to the collection of food appears to have been similar. While the men hunted game, the labour of gathering and preparing the vegetable food fell chiefly to the women. Thus, with regard to the Encounter Bay tribe of South Australia, we are told that while the men busied themselves according to the season, either with fishing or with hunting emus, opossums, kangaroos, and so forth, the women and children searched for roots and plants. Again, among the natives of Western Australia, it is generally considered the province of women to dig roots, and for this purpose they carry a long pointed stick, which is held in the right hand and driven firmly to the ground, where it is shaken so as to loosen the earth, which is scooped up and thrown out with the fingers of the left hand, and in this manner they dig with great rapidity. But the labour in proportion to the amount obtained is great. To get a yam about half an inch in circumference and a foot in length, they have to dig a hole about a foot square and 2 feet in depth. A considerable portion of the time of the women and children is therefore passed in this employment. If the men are absent upon any expedition, the females are left in charge of one who is old or sick, and in traversing the bush you often stumble on a large party of them, scattered about in the forest, digging roots and collecting the different species of fungus. In fertile districts, where the yams which the Aborigines used as food grow abundantly, the ground may sometimes be seen riddled with holes made by the women in their search for these edible roots. Thus, to quote Sir George Gray, we now crossed the dry bed of a stream, and from that emerged upon a tract of light fertile soil quite overrun with warran yam plants, the roots of which is a favourite article of food with the natives. This was the first time we had yet seen this plant on our journey, and now for 3½ consecutive miles we traversed a fertile piece of land, literally perforated with the holes the natives had made to dig this root. Indeed, we could with difficulty walk across it on that account, whilst this tract extended east and west as far as we could see. Again, in the valley of the Lower Murray River, a kind of yam, Rhinoceros forsteri, grew plentifully and was easily found in the spring and early summer, when the roots were dug up out of the earth by the women and children. The root is small and of a sweetish taste, and grows throughout the greater part of Australia outside the tropics. On the alpine pastures of the high Australian mountains, it attains to a much larger size and furnishes a not unpalatable food. But the women gather edible herbs and seeds as well as roots, and at evening they may be seen trooping into the camp, each with a great bundle of sow thistles, dandelions, or trefoil on her head, or carrying wooden vessels filled with seeds, which they afterwards grind up between stones and knead into a paste with water or bake into cakes. Among the Aborigines of central Victoria, while the men hunted, the women dug up edible roots and gathered succulent vegetables, such as the young trops of the munya, the sow thistle, and several kinds of fig marigold. The implement which they used to dig up roots with a pole 7 or 8 feet long, hardened in a fire and pointed at the end, which also served them as a weapon both of defence and offence. Among the tribes of Central Australia, the principal vegetable food is the seed of a species of Claytonia, called by white men maniero, which the women gather in large quantities and winnow by pouring the little black seeds from one vessel to another so as to let the wind blow the loose husks away. The digging of the earth for wild fruits may have led to the origin of agriculture. In these customs observed by savages who were totally ignorant of agriculture, we may perhaps detect some of the steps for which mankind have advanced from the enjoyment of the wild fruits of the earth to the systematic cultivation of plants. For an effective digging up the earth in the search for roots has probably been in many cases to enrich and fertilize the soil and so to increase the crop of roots or herbs, and such an increase would naturally attract the natives in larger numbers and enable them to subsist for longer periods on the spot without being compelled by the speedy exhaustion of the crop to shift their quarters and wander away in search of fresh supplies. Moreover, the winnowing of the seeds on ground, which has thus been turned up by the digging sticks of the women, would naturally contribute to the same result. For those savages at the level of the California Indians and the Aborigines of Australia have no idea of using seeds for any purpose but that of immediate consumption, and it has never occurred to them to incur a temporary loss for the sake of a future gain by sowing them in the ground. It is almost certain that in the process of winnowing the seeds as a preparation for eating them, many of the grains must have escaped and, being wafted by the wind, have fallen on the upturned soil and borne fruit. Thus, by the operations of turning up the ground and winnowing the seed, though neither operation aimed at anything beyond satisfying the immediate pangs of hunger, savage man, or rather savage woman, has unconsciously prepared for the whole community a future and more abundant store of food, which will enable them to multiply and to abandon the old migratory and wasteful manner of life for a more settled and economic mode of existence. So curiously sometimes does man, aiming his shafts at a near but petty mark, hit a greater and more distant target. The discovery of agriculture due mainly to women. On the whole, then, it appears highly probable that as a consequence of a certain natural division of labour between the sexes, women have contributed more than men towards the greatest advance in economic history, namely the transition from a nomadic to a settled life, from a natural to an artificial basis of subsistence. Women as agricultural labourers among the Aryans of Europe. Among the Aryan peoples of Europe, the old practice of hoeing the ground as a preparation for sowing appears to have been generally replaced at a very remote period by the far more effective process of ploughing, and as a labour of ploughing practically necessitates the employment of masculine strength, it is hardly to be expected that in Europe many traces should remain of the important part formerly played by women in primitive agriculture. However, we are told that among the Iberians of Spain and the Athamanes of Epirus, the women tilled the ground, and that among the ancient Germans, the care of the fields was left to the women and old men. The Greek conception of the corn goddess probably originated in a simple personification of the corn. But these indications of an age when the cultivation of the ground was committed mainly to feminine hands are few and slight, and if the Greek conception of Demeter as a goddess of corn and agriculture really dates from such an age and was directly suggested by such a division of labour between the sexes, it seems clear that its origin must be sought at a period far back in the history of the Aryan race, perhaps long before the segregation of the Greeks from the common stock and the formation into a separate people. It may be so, but to me I confess that this derivation of the conception appears somewhat far-fetched and improbable. I prefer to suppose that the idea of the corn as feminine was suggested to the Greek mind, not by the position of women in remote prehistoric ages, but by direct observation of nature, the teeming head of corn appearing to the primitive fancy to resembling the teeming womb of a woman, and the ripe ear on the stalk being likened to a child born in the arms or on the back of its mother. At last we know that similar sites suggest similar ideas to some of the agricultural Negroes of West Africa. Thus the Hos of Togoland, who plant maize in February and reap it in July, say that the maize is an image of a mother. When the cobs are forming, the mother is binding the infant on her back, but in July she sinks her head and dies, and the child is taken away from her, to be afterwards multiplied at the next sowing. When the rude Aborigines of Western Australia observe that a seed-bearing plant has flowered, they call it the mother of so-and-so, naming the particular kind of plant, and they will not allow it to be dug up. Apparently they think that respect and regard are due to the plant as to a mother and her child. Such simple and natural comparisons, which may occur to men in any age and country, suffice to explain the Greek personification of the corn as mother and daughter, and we need not cast about for more recondite theories. But that, as it may, the conception of the corn as a woman and a mother was certainly not peculiar to the ancient Greeks, but has been shared by them with many other races, as will appear abundantly from the instances which I shall cite in the following chapter. End of section 5. Section 6. Of the Golden Bough, a study in magic and religion. Part 5. The Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5. The Corn-Mother and the Corn-maiden in Northern Europe. Part 1. Suggested derivation of the name Demeter. It has been argued by Dr. Menhart that the first part of Demeter's name is derived from an alleged Cretan word, dia, barley, and that accordingly Demeter means neither more nor less than barley mother or corn mother, for the root of the word seems to have been applied to different kinds of grain by different branches of the Aryans. As Crete appears to have been one of the most ancient seats of the worship of Demeter, it would not be surprising if her name were of Cretan origin. But the etymology is open to serious objections, and it is safer therefore to lay no stress on it. Be that as it may, we have found independent reasons for identifying Demeter as the corn mother, and of the two species of corn associated with her in Greek religion, namely barley and wheat, the barley has perhaps the better claim to be her original element, for not only would it seem to have been the staple food of the Greeks in the Homeric age, but there are grounds for believing that it is one of the oldest, if not the very oldest, cereal cultivated by the Aryan race. Certainly the use of barley in the religious ritual of the ancient Hindus, as well as of the ancient Greeks, furnishes a strong argument in favour of the great antiquity of its cultivation, which is known to have been practised by the lake dwellers of the Stone Age in Europe. Analogies to the corn mother, or barley mother of ancient Greece, have been collected in great abundance by W. Menhart from the folklore of modern Europe. The following may serve as specimens. The corn mother among the Germans and the Slavs. In Germany, the corn is very commonly personified under the name of the corn mother. Thus in spring, when the corn waves in the wind, the peasants say, "There comes the corn mother," or "The corn mother is running over the field," or "The corn mother is going through the corn." When children wish to go into the fields to pull the blue corn flowers or the red poppies, they are told not to do so, because the corn mother is sitting in the corn and will catch them. Or again she is called, according to the crop, the rye mother, or the pea mother, and children are warned against staying in the rye or among the peas by threats of the rye mother or the pea mother. In Norway also the pea mother is said to sit among the peas. Similar expressions are current among the Slavs. The Poles and Czechs warn children against the corn mother who sits in the corn, or they call her the corn woman, and say that she sits in the corn and strangles the children who tread it down. The Lithuanians say the old rye woman sits in the corn. Again, the corn mother is believed to make the crop grow. Thus in the neighbourhood of Magdeburg, it is sometimes said, "It will be a good year for flax. The flax mother has been seen." At Dinkelsbühl, in Bavaria, down to the latter part of the 19th century, people believed that when the crops on a particular farm compared unfavourably with those of the neighbourhood, the reason was that the corn mother had punished the farmer for his sins. In a village of Styria, it is said that the corn mother, in the shape of a female puppet made out the last sheaf of corn and dressed in white, may be seen at midnight in the cornfields which she fertilizes by passing through them. But if she is angry with the farmer, she withers up all his corn. The corn mother in the last sheaf. Further, the corn mother plays an important part in harvest customs. She is believed to be present in the handful of corn which is left standing last on the field, and with the cutting of this last handful, she is caught or driven away or killed. In the first of these cases, the last sheaf is carried joyfully home and honoured as a divine being. It is placed in the barn, and at threshing, the corn spirit appears again. In the Hanoverian district of Hadeln, the reapers stand round the last sheaf and beat it with sticks in order to drive the corn mother out of it. They call to each other, "There she is, hit her. Take care she doesn't catch you." The beating goes on until the grain is completely threshed out. Then the corn mother is believed to be driven away. In the neighbourhood of Danzig, the person who cuts the last ears of corn makes them into a doll, which is called the corn mother or the old woman, and is brought home on the last wagon. In some parts of Holstein, the last sheaf is dressed in women's clothes and called the corn mother. It is carried home on the last wagon and then thoroughly drenched with water. The drenching with water is doubtless a rain charm. In the district of Bruck in Styria, the last sheaf, called the corn mother, is made up into the shape of a woman by the oldest married woman in the village, of an age from 50 to 55 years. The finest ears are plucked out of it, and made into a wreath, which, twined with flowers, is carried on her head by the prettiest girl of the village to the farmer or squire, while the corn mother is laid down in the barn to keep off the mice. In other villages of the same district, the corn mother, at the close of harvest, is carried by two lads at the top of a pole. They march behind the girl who wears the wreath on the squirrel's house, and while he receives the wreath and hangs it up in the hall, the corn mother is placed on the top of a pile of wood, where she is the centre of the harvest supper and dance. Afterwards she is hung up in the barn and remains there till the threshing is over. The man who gives the last stroke at threshing is called the son of the corn mother. He is tied up in the corn mother, beaten, and carried through the village. The wreath is dedicated in church on the following Sunday, and on Easter Eve the grain is rubbed out of it by a 7-year-old girl and scattered among the young corn. At Christmas, the straw of the wreath is placed in the manger to make the cattle thrive. Fertilizing power of the corn mother. Here the fertilizing power of the corn mother is plainly brought out by scattering the seed taken from her body, for the wreath is made out of the corn mother, among the new corn, and her influence over animal life is indicated by placing the straw in the manger. At Westerhusen, in Saxony, the last corn cut is made in the shape of a woman decked with ribbons and cloth. It is fastened to a pole and brought home on the last wagon. One of the people in the wagon keeps waving the pole, so that the figure moves as if alive. It is placed on the threshing floor and stays there till the threshing is done. The corn mother in the last sheaf among the Slavs and in France. Among the Slavs also the last sheaf is known as the rye mother, the wheat mother, the oats mother, the barley mother, and so on, according to the crop. In the district of Tarnow, Galicia, the wreath made of the last stalks is called the wheat mother, rye mother, or pea mother. It is placed on a girl's head and kept till spring, when some of the grain is mixed with the seed corn. Here again the fertilizing power of the corn mother is indicated. In France also, in the neighbourhood of Auxerre, the last sheaf goes to the name of the mother of the wheat, mother of the barley, mother of the rye, or mother of the oats. They leave it standing in the field till the last wagon is about to wend homewards. Then they make a puppet out of it, dress it with the clothes belonging to the farmer, and adorn it with a crown and a blue or white scarf. A branch of a tree is stuck in the breast of the puppet, which is now called the ceres. At the dance in the evening, the ceres is set in the middle of the floor, and the reaper who reaped fastest dances round it with the prettiest girl for his partner. After the dance, the pyre is made. All the girls, each wearing a wreath, strip the puppet, pull it to pieces, and place it on the pyre, along with the flowers with which it was adorned. Then the girl who was the first to finish reaping sets fire to the pile, and all pray that Ceres may give a fruitful year. Here at Manhart observe the old custom has remained intact, though the name Ceres is a bit of schoolmaster's learning. In Upper Brittany the last sheaf is always made into human shape, but if the farmer is a married man it is made double and consists of a little corn puppet placed inside of a large one. This is called the mother sheaf. It is delivered to the farmer's wife, who unties it and gives drink money in return. The harvest mother or the great mother in the last sheaf. Sometimes the last sheaf is called not the corn mother, but the harvest mother or the great mother. In the province of Osnabrück, Hanover, it is called the harvest mother. It is made up in female form, and then the reapers dance about with it. In some parts of Westphalia, the last sheaf at the rye harvest is made especially heavy by fastening stones in it. They bring it home on the last wagon and call it the Great Mother, though they do not fashion it into any special shape. In the district of Erfurt, a very heavy sheaf, not necessarily the last, is called the Great Mother, and is carried on the last wagon to the barn, where all hands lift it down amid a fire of jokes. The Grandmother in the last sheaf. Sometimes again the last sheaf is called the Grandmother, and is adorned with flowers, ribbons, and a woman's apron. In East Prussia, at the rye or wheat harvest, the reapers call out to the woman who binds the last sheaf, "You are getting the old grandmother." In the neighbourhood of Magdeburg, the men and women servants strive who shall get the last sheaf, called the grandmother. Whoever gets it will be married in the next year, but his or her spouse will be old. If a girl gets it, she will marry a widower. If a man gets it, he will marry an old crone. In Silesia, the grandmother, a huge bundle made up of 3 or 4 sheaves by the person who tied the last sheaf, was formerly fashioned into a rude likeness of the human form. In the neighbourhood of Belfast, the last sheaf sometimes goes by the name of the granny. It is not cut in the usual way, but all the reapers throw their sickles at it and try to bring it down. It is plaited and kept to the next autumn. Whoever gets it will marry in the course of the year. The old woman or the old man in the last sheaf. Oftener the last sheaf is called the old woman or the old man. In Germany it is frequently shaped and dressed as a woman, and the person who cuts it or binds it is said to get the old woman. Altersheim in Swabia, when all the corn of a farm has been cut except a single strip, all the reapers stand at a row before the strip. Each cuts his share rapidly, and he who gives the last cut has the old woman. When the sheaves are being set up in heaps, the person who gets hold of the old woman, which is the largest and thickest of all the sheaves, is jeered at by the rest, who call out to him, "He has the old woman and must keep her." The woman who binds the last sheaf is sometimes herself called the old woman, and is said that she will be married in the next year. In Neusass, West Prussia, both the last sheaf, which is dressed up in jacket, hat, and ribbons, and the woman who binds it, are called the old woman. Together they are brought home on the last wagon and are drenched with water. In various parts of North Germany, the last sheaf at harvest is made up into a human effigy and called the old man, and the woman who bound it is said to have the old man. At Hornkampf, near Tigenhof, West Prussia, when a man or woman lags behind the rest in binding the corn, the other reapers dress up the last sheaf in the form of a man or woman, and this figure goes by the laggard's name as the old Michael, the idle Trine. It is brought home on the last wagon, and as it nears the house, the bystanders call out to the laggard, "You have got the old woman and must keep her." In Brandenburg, the young folks on the harvest field race towards the sheaf and jump over it. The last to jump over it has to carry a straw puppet adorned with ribbons to the farmer and deliver it to him while he recites some verses. Of the person who thus carried the puppet, it is said that he has the old man. Probably the puppet is or used to be made out of the last corn cut. In many districts of Saxony, the last sheaf used to be adorned with ribbons and set upright so as to look like a man. It was then known as the old man, and the young women brought it back in procession to the farm singing as they went, "Now we are bringing the old man." The old man or the old woman in the last sheaf. In West Prussia, when the last rye is being raked together, the women and girls hurry with the work, for none of them likes to be the last and to get the old man, that is, a puppet made out of the last sheaf, which must be carried before the other reapers by the person who was the last to finish. In Silesia, the last sheaf is called the old woman, or the old man, and is the theme of many jests. It is made unusually large and is sometimes weighted with a stone. At Gerlachdorf, near Reichenbach, when the heavy sheaf is lifted into the wagon, they say, "That is the old man whom we sought for so long." Among the Germans of West Bohemia, the man who cuts the last corn is said to have the old man. In former times it used to be customary to put a wreath on the head and to play all kinds of pranks with him, and at the harvest supper he was given the largest portion. At Woletz in Westphalia, the last sheaf at harvest is called the old man, and being made up into the likeness of a man and decorated with flowers, is presented to the farmer, who in return prepares a feast for the reapers. About Anna, in Westphalia, the last sheaf at harvest is made unusually large, and stones are inserted to increase its weight. It is called Die Grootmoeder, the Grey Mother, and when it is brought home on the wagon, water is thrown on the harvesters who accompany it. Among the Wends, the man or woman who binds the last sheaf at wheat harvest is said to have the old man. A puppet is made out of the wheaten straw, and ears in the likeness of a man, and decked with flowers. The person who bound the last sheaf must carry the old man home, while the rest laugh and cheer at him. The puppet is hung up in the farmhouse and remains till a new old man is made at the next harvest. At the close of the harvest, the Arabs of Moab bury the last sheaf in a grave in the cornfield, saying as they do so, "We are burying the old man," or "The old man is dead." Identification of the harvester with the corn spirit. In some of these customs, as Menhart has remarked, the person who is called by the same name as the last sheaf and sits beside it on the last wagon is obviously identified with, or as she represents, the corn spirit which has been caught in the last sheaf. In other words, the corn spirit is represented in duplicate by a human being and by a sheaf. The identification of the person with the sheaf is made still clearer by the custom of wrapping up in the last sheaf the person who cuts or binds it. Thus at Hermsdorf in Silesia, it used to be the regular practice to tie up in the last sheaf the woman who had bound it. At Weiden in Bavaria, it is the cutter, not the binder, of the last sheaf who is tied up with it. Here the person wrapped up in the corn represents the corn spirit, exactly as the person wrapped in branches or leaves represents the tree spirit. The last sheaf made unusually large and heavy. The last sheaf, designated as the old woman, is often distinguished from the other sheaves by its size and weight. Thus in some villages of West Prussia, the old woman is made twice as long and thick as a common sheaf, and a stone is fastened in the middle of it. Sometimes it is made so heavy that a man can barely lift it. At Alt Pillau in Sumland, 8 or 9 sheaves are often tied together to make the old woman, and the man who sets it up grumbles at its weight. At Itzgrad in Saxe-Coburg, the last sheaf, called the old woman, is made large with the express intention of thereby securing a good crop next year. Thus the custom of making the last sheaf unusually large or heavy is a charm, working by sympathetic magic to ensure a large and heavy crop at the following harvest. In Denmark also the last sheaf is made larger than the others, and is called the old rye woman or the old barley woman. No one likes to bind it, because whoever does so will be sure, they think, to marry an old man or an old woman. Sometimes the last wheat sheaf, called the old wheat woman, is made up in human shape, with head, arms, and legs, and being dressed in clothes, is carried home on the last wagon, while the harvesters sit beside it drinking and huzzahing. Of the person who binds the last sheaf, it is said, she or he is the old rye woman. The carlin and the maiden in Scotland. In Scotland, when the last corn was cut after Hallowmas, the female figure made out of it was sometimes called the carlin or carline, that is the old woman. But if cut before Hallowmas, it was called the maiden. If cut after sunset, it was called the witch, being supposed to bring bad luck. The old wife, Cailleach, at harvest in the Highlands of Scotland. Among the Highlanders of Scotland, the last corn cut at harvest is known either as the old wife, Cailleach, or as the maiden. On the whole, the former name seems to prevail in the western, and the latter in the central and eastern districts. Of the maiden we shall speak presently. Here we are dealing with the old wife. The following general account of the custom is given by a careful and well-informed inquirer, the Reverend J. G. Campbell, minister of the remote Hebridean island of Tylee. The harvest's old wife, a Cailleach, in harvest, therefore was a struggle to escape from being the last done with the shearing, and when tillage in common existed, instances were known of a ridge being left unshorn, no person would claim it, because of it being behind the rest. The fear entertained was that of having the famine of farm, Gort Plague, in the shape of an imaginary old woman, Cailleach, to feed till next harvest. Much emulation and amusement arose from the fear of this old woman. The first done made a dole of some blades of corn, which was called the old wife. and sent it to his nearest neighbour. He in turn, when ready, passed it to another still less expeditious, and the person it last remained with had the old woman to keep for that year. The old woman, Kellage, in the last sheaf at harvest in the islands of Lewis and Islay. To illustrate the custom by examples in Berneria, on the west of Lewis, the harvest rejoicing goes by the name of the old wife, Kellage, from the last sheaf cut, whether in a township, farm, or croft. Where there are a number of crofts beside each other, there is always great rivalry as to who shall first finish reaping, and so have the old wife before his neighbours. Some people even go out on a clear night to reap their fields after their neighbours have retired to rest, in order that they may have the old wife first. Many neighbourly habits, however, usually prevail, and as each finishes his own fields, he goes to the help of another till the whole crop is cut. The reaping is still done with the sickle. When the corn is being cut on all the crofts, the last sheaf is dressed up to look as like an old woman as possible. She wears a white cap, a dress, an apron, and a little shawl over her shoulders fastened with a spring of heather. The apron is tucked up to form a pocket, which is stuffed with bread and cheese. A sickle stuck in the string of the apron at the back completes her equipment. This costume and outfit mean that the old wife is ready to bear a hand in the work of harvesting. At the feast which follows, the old wife is placed at the head of the table, and as a whiskey goes round, each of the company drinks to her, saying, "Here's to the one that has helped us with the harvest." When the table has been cleared away and dancing begins, one of the lads leads out the old wife and dances with her, and if the night is fine, the party will sometimes go out and march in a body to a considerable distance, singing harvest songs, while one of them carries the old wife on his back. When the harvest home is over, the old wife is shorn of her gear and used for ordinary purposes. In the island of Islay, the last corn cut also goes by the name of the old wife, Kellage, and when she has done her duty at harvest, she is hung up on the wall and stays there till the time comes to plough the fields for the next year's crop. Then she is taken down, and on the first day when the men go to plough, she is divided among them by the mistress of the house. They take her in their pockets and give her to the horses to eat when they reach the field. This is supposed to secure good luck for the next harvest, and is understood to be the proper end of the old wife. The old wife at harvest in Argyllshire. In Kintyre also the name of the old wife is given to the last corn cut. On the shores of the beautiful Loch Gower, a long sheet of water, winding among soft green hills, above which the giant Ben Cruachan towers, bold and rugged to the north, the harvest custom is somewhat different. The name of the old wife, Kellage, is here bestowed, not on the last corn cut, but on the reaper who is the last to finish. He bears it as a term of reproach, and is not privileged to reap the last years left standing. On the contrary, these are cut by the reaper who is the first to finish his spack, or strip, literally claw, and out of them is fashioned the maiden, which is afterwards hung up, according to one statement, for the purpose of preventing the death of horses in spring. The reaper of the last sheaf called the winter. In the northeast of Scotland, the one who took the last of the grain from the field to the stackyard was called the winter. Each one did what could be done to avoid being the last one on the field, and when there were several on the field, there was a race to get off. The unfortunate winter was the subject of a good deal of teasing, and was dressed up in all the old clothes that could be gathered about the farm and placed on the bink to eat his supper. So in Caithness, the person who cuts the last sheaf is called winter, and retains the name till the next harvest. The hag, Ratch, at harvest in North Pembrokeshire. Usages of the same sort are reported from Wales. Thus in North Pembrokeshire a tuft of the last corn cut, from 6 to 12 inches long, is plaited and goes by the name of the hag, Ratch, and quaint old customs used to be practised with it within the memory of many persons still alive. Great was the excitement among the reapers when the last patch with standing corn was reached. All in turn threw their sickles at it, and the one who succeeded in cutting it received a jug of home-brewed ale. The hag, Ratch, was then hurriedly made and taken to a neighbouring farm, where the reapers were still busy at their work. This is generally done by the ploughman, but he had to be very careful not to be observed by his neighbours, for if they saw him coming and had the least suspicion of his errand, they would soon make him retrace his steps. Creeping stealthily up behind a fence, he waited till the foreman of his neighbour's reapers were just opposite him and within easy reach. Then he suddenly threw the hag over the fence, and if possible, upon the foreman's sickle, crying out, "Buru ye kodesai, where ye dilianasi, I guarhai." On that he took on his heels and made off as fast as he could run, and he was a lucky man if he escaped without being caught or cut by the flying sickles which the infuriated reapers hurled after him. In other cases the hag was brought home to the farmhouse by one of the reapers. He did his best to bring it home dry and without being observed, but he was apt to be roughly handled by the people of the house if they suspected his errand. Sometimes they stripped him of most of his clothes. Sometimes they would drench him with water which had been carefully stored in buckets and pans for the purpose. If, however, he succeeded in bringing the hag in dry and unobserved, the master of the house had to pay him a small fine, or sometimes a jug of beer from the crack next to the wall, which seems to have commonly held the best beer, would be demanded by the bearer. The hag was then carefully hung on a nail, in the hall or elsewhere, and kept there all the year. The custom of bringing in the hag, Ratch, into the house and hanging it up still exists in some farms in North Pembrokeshire, but the ancient ceremonies which have just been described are now discontinued. The hag, Ratch, at harvest in South Pembrokeshire. Similar customs at harvest were observed in South Pembrokeshire within living memory. In that part of the country there used to be a competition between neighbouring farms to see which would finish reaping first. The foreman of the reapers planned so as to finish the reaping in a corner of the field out of sight of the people on the next farm. There, with the last handful of corn cut, he would make 2 old women or hags, Ratches. One of them he would send by a lad or other messenger to be laid secretly in the field where the neighbours were still at work cutting their corn. The messenger would disguise himself to look like a stranger, and jumping the fence and creeping through the corn, he would lay the hag, Ratch, in a place where the reapers in reaping would be sure to find it. Having done so, he fled for dear life, for were the reapers to catch him, they would shut him up in a dark room, and not let him out till he had cleaned all the muddy boots, shoes, and clogs in the house. The second hag, Ratch, was sent or taken by the foreman of the reapers to his master's farmhouse. Generally he tried to pop into the house unseen and lay the hag on the kitchen table, but if the people on the farm caught him before he laid it down, they used to drench him with water. If a foreman succeeded in getting both the hags, Ratches, laid safe in their proper quarters, one at home, the other on a neighbour's farm, without interruption, it was deemed a great honour. The Carly at harvest in Antrim. In country Antrim, down to some years ago, when the sick was finally expelled by the reaping machine, the few stalks of corn left standing last in the field were plaited together. Then the reapers, blindfolded, threw their sickles at the plaited corn, and whoever happened to cut it through took it home with him and put it over his door. This bunch of corn was called the Carly, probably the same word as Carlin. The old woman, the Baba, at harvest among the Slavonic peoples. Similar customs are observed by Slavonic peoples. Thus in Poland the last sheaf is commonly called the Baba, that is, the old woman. In the last sheaf, it is said, sits the Baba. The sheaf itself is also called the Baba, and is sometimes composed of 12 smaller sheaves lashed together. In some parts of Bohemia, the Baba, made out of the last sheaf, has the figure of a woman with a great straw hat. It is carried home on the last harvest wagon, and delivered along with the garland to the farmer by 2 girls. In binding the sheaves, the women strive not to be last, for she who binds the last sheaf will have a child next year. The last sheaf is tied up with others into a large bundle, and a green branch is stuck on the top of it. Sometimes the harvesters call out to the woman who binds the last sheaf, "She has the Baba," or "She has the Baba." She is then to make a puppet, sometimes in female, sometimes in male form, out of the corn. The puppet is occasionally dressed with clothes, often with flowers and ribbons only. The cutter of the last stalks, as well as the binder of the last sheaf, was also called Baba, and a doll, called the harvest woman, was made out of the last sheaf and adorned with ribbons. The oldest reaper had to dance first with this doll, and then with the farmer's wife. In the district of Krakow, when a man buys the last sheaf, they say, "The grandfather is sitting in it," When a woman binds it, they say, the baba is sitting in it, and the woman herself is wrapped up in the sheaf so that only her head projects out of it. Thus encased in the sheaf, she is carried on the last harvest wagon to the house, where she is drenched with water by the whole family. She remains in the sheaf till the dance is over, and for a year she retains the name of Baba. The Old Woman, the Baba, and Harvest in Lithuania. In Lithuania, the name of the last sheaf is Boba, Old Woman, answering to the Polish name Baba. The Boba is said to sit in the corn, which is left standing last. The person who buys the last sheaf or digs the last potato is the subject of much banter, and receives and long retains the name of the Old Rye Woman, or the Old Potato Woman. The last sheaf, the Boba, is made in the form of a woman, carried solemnly through the village on the last harvest wagon, and drenched with water at the farmer's house. Then everyone dances with it. The Corn Queen and the Harvest Queen. In Russia also the last sheaf is often shaped and dressed as a woman, and carried with dance and song to the farmhouse. Out of the last sheaf the Bulgarians make a doll which they call the Corn Queen or Corn Mother. It is dressed in a woman's shirt, carried around the village, and then thrown into the river in order to secure plenty of rain and dew for the next year's crop. Or it is burned, and the ashes strewn on the fields, doubtless to fertilize them. The name Queen, as applied to the last sheaf, has its analogies in Central and Northern Europe. Thus, in the Salzburg district of Austria, at the end of the harvest, a great procession takes place in which the Queen of the Corn Ears, Königin, is drawn along in a little carriage by young fellows. The custom of the Harvest Queen appears to have been common in England. Brand quotes from Hutchinson's History of Northumberland the following: I have seen in some places an image paralleled in great finery, crowned with flowers, a sheaf of corn placed under her arm, and a scythe in her hand, carried out of the village in the morning of the conclusive reaping day, with music and much clamour of the reapers, into the field, where it stands fixed on a pole all day, and when the reaping is done is brought home in like manner. This they call the Harvest Queen, and it represents the Roman Ceres. Again, the traveller Dr. E. D. Clarke tells us that even in the town of Cambridge and centre of our university, such curious remains of ancient customs may be noticed, in different seasons of the year, which pass without observation. The custom of blowing horns upon the 1st of May, old style, is derived from a festival in honour of Diana. At the Hawkey, as it is called, or harvest home, I have seen a clown dressed in woman's clothes, having his face painted, his head decorated with ears of corn, and bearing about him other symbols of Ceres, carried in a wagon, with great pomp and loud shouts, through the streets, the horses being covered with white sheets, and when I inquired the meaning of the ceremony, was answered by the people that were drawing the Morgay, or Harvest Queen. Milton must have been familiar with the custom of the Harvest Queen, for in Paradise Lost he says, Adam the while, waiting to Sirius, her return, had wove, of choicest flowers a garland to adorn, her tresses and her rural labour's crown, as reapers often want their Harvest Queen. The corn spirit as the old woman or old man at threshing. Often customs of this sort are practised, not on the harvest field, but on the threshing floor. The spirit of the corn, fleeing before the reapers as they cut down the ripe grain, quits the reaped corn and takes refuge in the barn, where it appears in the last sheaf threshold, either to perish under the blows of the flail or to flee thence to the still unthreshed corn of a neighbouring farm. Thus the last corn to be threshed is called the mother corn, or the old woman. Sometimes the person who gives the last stroke with the flail is called the old woman, as wrapped in the straw of the last sheaf, or as a bundle of straw fastened on his back. Whether wrapped in the straw or carrying it on his back, he is carted through the village amid general laughter. In some districts of Bavaria, Thuringen, and elsewhere, the man who threshes the last sheaf is said to have the old woman or the old corn woman. He is tied up in straw, carried or carted about the village, and set down at last on the dunghill, or taken to the threshing floor of a neighbouring farmer who has not finished his threshing. In Poland, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing is called Baba, old woman. He is wrapped in corn and wheeled through the village. Sometimes in Lithuania the last sheaf is not threshed, but is fashioned into female shape and carried to the barn of a neighbour who has not finished his threshing. The man who gives the last stroke at threshing is called the corn fool, the oats fool, etc. At Corinthian, near Neustadt, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing is said to get the old man. In various parts of Austrian Silesia, he is called the corn fool, the oats fool, and so forth, according to the crop, and retains the name till the next kind of grain has been reaped. Sometimes he is called the kloppel or mallet. He is much ridiculed, and in the Benish district he is dressed out in the threshing implements and obliged to carry them about the farmyard to the amusement of his fellows. In Dobbischwald, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing has to carry a log or puppet of wood wrapped in straw to a neighbour who has not yet finished his threshing. There he throws his burden into the barn, crying, "There you have the mallet, kloppel," and makes off as fast as he can. If they catch him, they tie the puppet on his back, and he is known as the mallet, kloppel, for the whole of the year. He may be the corn mallet, or the wheat mallet, or so forth according to the particular crop. The man who gives the last stroke at threshing is said to get the old woman or the old man. About Bernach, in Upper Franken, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing runs away. If the others catch him, he gets the old woman, that is the last dumpling, which elsewhere is baked in human shape. The custom of setting a dumpling baked in the form of an old woman before the man who has given the last stroke at threshing is also observed in various parts of Middle Franken. Sometimes the excised genitals of a calf are served up to him at a table. At Langenbelau, in Silesia, the last sheaf, which is called the old man, is threshed separately, and the corn ground into meal and baked into a loaf. This loaf is believed to possess healing virtue and bring a blessing. Hence none but members of the family might partake of it. At Wittchenau, in the district of Hoyerswerda, Silesia, when the threshing is ended, some of the straw of the old man is carried to a neighbour who has not yet finished his threshing, and the bearer is rewarded with a gratuity. Among the Germans in the Falconer district in West Bohemia, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing gets the old man, a hideous scarecrow, tied on his back. If threshing is still proceeding at another farm, he may go thither and rid himself of his burden, but must take care not to be caught. In this way a farmer who is behindhand with his threshing may receive several such scarecrows, and so become the target for many jibes. Among the Germans of the Planner district in West Bohemia, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing is himself called the old man. Similarly, at flax dressing in Silberberg, West Bohemia, the woman who is the last to finish her task is said to get the old man, and a cake baked in human form is served up to her at supper. The Wends of Saxony say of the man who gives the last stroke at threshing that he has struck the old man, want he started or bill, and is obliged to carry a straw puppet to a neighbour who has not yet finished his threshing, where he throws the puppet unobserved over the fence. The corn woman at threshing. In some parts of Sweden, when a strange woman appears on the threshing floor, a flail is put round her body, stalks of corn are wound round her neck, a crown of ears is placed on her head, and the threshers call out, "Behold the corn woman." Here the stranger woman, thus suddenly appearing, is taken to be the corn spirit who has just been expelled by the flails from the corn stalks. In other cases, the farmer's wife represents the corn spirit. Thus in the commune of Saligny, Canton de Poitret, Vendée, the farmer's wife, along with the last sheaf, is tied up in a sheet, placed on a litter, and carried to the threshing machine, under which she is shoved. Then the woman is drawn out, and the sheaf is threshed by itself, but the woman is tossed in the sheet, as if she were being winnowed. It would be impossible to express more clearly the identification of the woman with the corn than by this graphic imitation of threshing and winnowing her. Mitigated forms of the custom are observed in various places. Thus among the Germans of Schätarchen in West Bohemia, it was customary at the close of the threshing to throttle the farmer's wife by squeezing her neck between the arms of a flail till she consented to bake a special kind of cake called a Dreschella, from Dreschau to thresh. A similar custom of throttling the farmer's wife at the threshing is practiced in some parts of Bavaria, only there the pressure is applied by means of a straw rope instead of a flail. The corn spirit as a child at harvest. In these customs, the spirit of the ripe corn is regarded as old, or at least as a mature age. Hence the names of mother, grandmother, old woman, and so forth. But in other cases, the corn spirit is conceived as young. Thus at Soldern, near Wolfenbüttel, when the rye has been reaped, 3 sheaves are tied together with a rope so as to make a puppet with the corn ears for a head. This puppet is called the maiden or the Corn-maiden, Kornjungfer. Sometimes the corn spirit is conceived as a child who is separated from its mother by the stroke of a sickle. This last view appears in the Polish custom of calling out to the man who cuts the last handful of corn, "You have cut the navel string." In some districts of West Prussia, the figure made out of the last sheaf is called the bastard, and a boy is wrapped up in it. The woman who binds the last sheaf and represents the corn mother is told that she is about to be brought to bed. She cries like a woman in travail, and an old woman in the character of grandmother acts as midwife. At last a cry is raised that the child is born, whereupon the boy who is tied up in the sheaf whimpers and squalls like an infant. The grandmother wraps a sack, in imitation of swaddling bands, round the pretended baby, who is carried joyfully to the barn, lest he should catch cold in the open air. In other parts of North Germany, the last sheaf, or the puppet made out of it, is called the child, the harvest child, and so on, and they call out to the woman who binds the last sheaf, "You are getting the child." End of section 6. Section 7 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion. Part 5, Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings from the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 5, The Corn Mother and the Corn-maiden in Northern Europe, Part 2. The last corn cut, called mel, the kern, or the churn in various parts of England. In the north of England, particularly in the counties of Northumberland, Durham and Yorkshire, the last corn cut on the field at harvest, or is used to be variously known as the mel or the kern, of which kern and churn are merely local dialectical variations. The corn so cut is either plaited or made up like a doll figure, which goes by the name of the mel doll, or the kern doll, or the kern baby, and is brought home with rejoicings at the end of the harvest. In the North Riding of Yorkshire, the last sheaf gathered in is called the mel sheaf, and the expression, "we've gotten where mel," is as much as to say, the harvest is finished. Formerly a mel doll was made of a sheaf of corn decked with flowers, and wrapped in such of the reaper's garments as could be spared. It was carried with the music and dancing to the scene of the harvest supper, which was called the mel supper. In the north of Yorkshire, the mel sheaf was frequently made of such dimensions as to be a heavy load for a man who within a few years comparatively was proposed as the prize to be won in a race of old women. In other cases it was carefully preserved and set up in some conspicuous place in the farmhouse. Where the last sheaf of corn cut was called the kern or kern instead of the mel, the customs concerned with it seem to have been essentially similar. Thus we are told that in the north it was common for reapers, on the last day of the reaping, to have a contention for superiority and quickness of dispatch, groups of 3 or 4 taking each a ridge, and striving with such soon as get to its termination. In Scotland this was called a kemping, which simply means a striving. In the north of England it was a mel. As the reapers went on during the last day, they took care to leave a good handful of the grain uncut, but laid down flat and covered over, and when the field was done, the bonniest last was allowed to cut this final handful, which was presently dressed up with various sewings, tyings, and trimmings, like a doll, and hailed as the corn baby. It was brought home in triumph with music of fiddles and bagpipes, and was set up conspicuously that night at supper, and was usually preserved in the farmer's parlour for the remainder of the year. The bonny lass who cut this handful of grain was deemed the harvest queen. To cut the last portion of standing corn in the harvest field was known as to get the kern, or to win the kern, and as soon as this was done the reapers let the neighbours know that the harvest was finished by giving 3 cheers, which was called to cry or shout the kern. The churn cut by throwing sickles at it. Where the last handful of standing cord was called the kern, the stalks were roughly plaited together, and the reapers threw their sickles at it till someone cut it through, which is called cutting the churn. The severed churn, that is plaited corn, was then placed over the kitchen door or over the hob of the chimney for good luck, and as a charm against witchcraft. In Kent, the Ivy Girl is, or used to be, a figure composed of some of the best corn the field produces, and made as well as they can into a human shape. This is afterwards curiously dressed by the woman, and adorned with paper trimmings cut to resemble a cap, ruffles, handkerchief, etc., of the finest lace. It is brought home with the last load of corn from the field upon the wagon, and they suppose entitles them to a supper at the expense of the employer. The last corn cut called the kern in some parts of Scotland. In some parts of Scotland, as well as in the north of England, the last handful of corn cut on the harvest field was called the kern, and the person who carried it off was to win the kern. It was then dressed up like a child's doll and went by the name of the kern baby, the kern doll, or the maiden. In Berwickshire, down to about the middle of the 19th century, there was an eager competition among the reapers to cut the last bunch of standing corn. They gathered round it at a little distance and threw their sickles in turn at it, and the man who succeeded in cutting it through gave it to the girl he preferred. She made the corn so cut into a kern dolly and dressed it, and the doll was then taken to the farmhouse and hung up there till the next harvest, when its place was taken by the new kern dolly. The kern cut by reapers blindfold. At Spottiswoode, West Rutherford parish, in Berwickshire, the reaping of the last corn at harvest was called cutting the queen, almost as often as cutting the kern. The mode of cutting it was not by throwing sickles. One of the reapers consented to be blindfolded, and having been given a sickle in his hand and turned twice or thrice about by his fellows, he was bidden to go and cut the kern. His groping about and making wild strokes in the air with his sickle excited much hilarity. When he had tired himself out in vain and given up the task as hopeless, another reaper was blindfolded and pursued the quest, and so on, one after the other, till at last the kern was cut. The successful reaper was tossed up in the air with 3 cheers by his brother harvesters. To decorate the room in which the kern supper was held at Spottiswoode, as well as the granary where the dancing took place, 2 women made kern dollies, or queens, every year, and many of these rustic effigies of the corn spirit might be seen hanging up together. At Glenfean in Ayrshire, down to near the end of the 19th century, the last bunch of standing corn at harvest was occasionally at least plaited together, and the reapers tried to cut it by throwing their sickles at it. When they failed in the attempt, a woman who has been known to run in and sever the stalks at a blow. In Dumfriesshire also, within living memory, it used to be customary to cut the last standing corn by throwing the sickles at it. The churn in Ireland cut by throwing the sickles at it. In the north of Ireland, the harvest customs were similar, but there is, as in some parts of England, the last patch of standing corn bore the name of the churn, a dialectical version of kern. The custom of winning the churn was prevalent all through the counties of Down and Antrim 50 years ago. It was carried out at the end of the harvest, or reaping the grain, on each farm or holding, where it's small or large. Oats are the main crop of the district, but the custom was the same for other kinds of grain. When the reapers had nearly finished the last field, a handful of the best grown stalks were selected, carefully plaited as it stood, and fastened at the top just under the ears to keep the plait in place. Then when all the corn was cut from about this, which was known as the churn, and the sheaves about it had been removed to some distance, the reapers stood in a group about 10 yards of it, and each whirled his sickles at the churn till one lucky one succeeded in cutting it down, when he was cheered on his achievement. This person had then the right of presenting it to the master or mistress of the farm, who gave the reaper a shilling. A supper and a dance of the reapers in the farmhouse often concluded the day. The churn, trimmed and adorned with ribbons, was hung up on a wall in the farmhouse and carefully preserved. It was no uncommon sight to see 6 or even 12 or more such churns decorating the walls of a farmhouse in County Down or Antrim. The last corn cut, called the maiden, in the Highlands of Scotland. In some parts of the Highlands of Scotland, the last handful of corn that is cut by the reapers on any particular farm is called the maiden, or the Gaelic Maidin Boin, literally the short maiden. If it is got by a young person, they think it an omen that he or she will be married before another harvest. For that or other reasons, there is a strife between the reapers as to who shall get the maiden, and they resort to various stratagems for the purpose of securing it. One of them, for example, will often leave a handful of corn uncut and covered up with earth to hide it from the other reapers, till all the rest of the corn on the field is cut down. Several may try to play the same trick, and the one who is coolest and holds out longest obtains the coveted distinction. When it has been cut, the maiden is dressed with ribbons into a sort of doll and affixed to a wall of the farmhouse. In the north of Scotland, the maiden is carefully preserved till Yule morning, when it is divided among the cattle to make them thrive all the year round. In the island of Mull and some parts of the mainland of Argyllshire, the last handful of corn cut is called the maiden. Maidin Buchan. Near Adrichaig, in Argyllshire, the maiden is made up in a fanciful 3-corn shape, decorated with ribbons and hung from a nail on the wall. The cutting of the maiden at harvest in Argyllshire. The following account of the maiden was obtained in the summer of 1897 from the manager of a farm near Kilmartin in Argyllshire. The Maidin Buchan, or reaping maiden, was the last sheaf of oats to be cut on a croft or farm. Before the reaping machine, the binder took the place of the sickle and the scythe. The young reapers of both sexes, when they neared the end of the last rig or field, used to maneuver to gain possession of the Maidin Buchan. The individual who was fortunate enough to obtain it was ex officio entitled to be the king or the queen of the harvest festival. The sheaf so designated was carefully preserved and kept intact until the day they began leading home the corn. A tuft of it was then given to each of the horses, as they started from the cornfield with their first load. The rest of it was neatly made up and hung in some conspicuous corner of the farmhouse, where it remained till it was replaced by a younger sister next season. On the first day of ploughing, a tuft of it was given, as on the first day of leading home the corn, as a sain seal or handsel for luck to the horses. The Maidin Buchan, so preserved and used, was a symbol that the harvest had been duly secured, and that the spring work had been properly inaugurated. It was also believed to be a protection against fairies and witchcraft. The cutting of the maiden at harvest in Perthshire. In the parish of Longforgan, situated at the south-east corner of Perthshire, it used to be customary to give what was called the maiden feast at the end of the harvest. The last handful of corn reaped on the field was called the maiden, and things were generally so arranged that it fell into the hands of a pretty girl. It was then decked out with ribbons and brought home in triumph to the music of bagpipes and fiddles. In the evening the reapers danced and made merry. Afterwards the maiden was dressed out, generally in the form of a cross, and hung up with the date attached to it in a conspicuous part of the house. In the neighbourhood of Balquhidder, Perthshire, the last handful of corn is cut by the youngest girl in the field, and is made into the rude form of a female doll clad in a paper dress and decked with ribbons. It is called the maiden, and is kept in the farmhouse, generally above the chimney for a good while, sometimes till the maiden of the next year is brought in. The writer of this book witnessed the ceremony of cutting the maiden at Balquhidder in September 1888. A lady friend informed me that as a young girl she cut the maiden several times at the request of the reapers in the neighbourhood of Perth. The name of the maiden was given to the last handful of standing corn. A reaper held the top of the bunch while she cut it. Afterwards the bunch was plaited, decked with ribbons, and hung up in a conspicuous place on the wall of the kitchen till the next maiden was brought in. The harvest supper in this neighbourhood was also called the maiden. The reapers danced at it. The maiden at harvest in Lochaber. In the Highland district of Lochaber, dancing and merrymaking on the last night of the harvest used to be universal and is still generally observed. Here, we are told, the festivity without the maiden would be like a wedding without the bride. The maiden is carried home with tumultuous rejoicing, and after being suitably decorated is hung up in the barn, where the dancing usually takes place. When supper is over, one of the company, generally the oldest man present, drinks a glass of whiskey, after turning to the suspended sheaf, saying, "Here's to the maiden." The company follow his example, each in turn drinking to the maiden. Then the dancing begins. The cutting of the maiden at harvest on the Gareloch in Dunbartonshire. On some farms on the Gareloch in Dunbartonshire, about the year 1830, the last handful of standing corn was called the maiden. It was divided in two, plaited, and then cut with a sickle by a girl, who, it was thought, would be lucky and would soon be married. When it was cut, the reapers gathered together and threw their sickles in the air. The maiden was dressed with ribbons and hung in the kitchen near the roof, where it was kept for several years with the date attached. Sometimes 5 or 6 maidens might be seen hanging at once on hooks. The harvest supper was called the Cairn. In other farms on the Gareloch, the last handful of corn was called the maidenhead or the head. It was neatly plaited, sometimes decked with ribbons, and hung in the kitchen for a year, when the grain was given to the poultry. The cutting of the clyack sheaf at harvest in Aberdeenshire. In the northeast of Aberdeenshire, the customs connected with the last corn cut at harvest have been carefully collected and recorded by the late Walter Gregory of Pitsligo. His account runs as follows. The last sheaf cut is the object of much care. The manner of cutting it, binding it, and carrying it to the house varies a little in the different districts. The following customs have been reported to me by people who have seen them or who have practiced them, and some of the customs have now disappeared. The information comes from the parishes of Pitsligo, Aberdour, and Tiree, situated in the northeast corner of the country of Aberdeen, but the customs are not limited to these parishes. Some particulars relating to the sheaf may be noted as always the same. Thus, a. It is cut and gathered by the youngest person present in the field, the person who is supposed to be the purest. b. The sheaf is not allowed to touch the ground. c. It is made up and carried in triumph to the house. d. It occupies a conspicuous place in the festivals which follow the end of the reaping. e. It is kept till Christmas morning, and is then given to one or more of the horses or to the cattle of the farm. The clyack sheaf cut by the youngest girl and not allowed to touch the ground. Before the introduction of the scythe, the corn was cut by the sickle or hayuk, a kind of curved sickle. The last sheaf was shorn or cut by the youngest girl present. As the corn might not touch the ground, the master or guidman sat down, placed the band on his knees, and received thereupon each handful as it was cut. The sheaf was bound, dressed as a woman, and when it had been brought to the house, it was placed in some part of the kitchen, where everybody could see it during the meal which followed the end of the reaping. The sheaf was called the clyack sheaf. The manner of receiving and binding the last sheaf is not always the same. Here is another. 3 persons hold the band in their hands, one of them at each end, while the third holds the knot in the middle. Each handful of corn is placed so that the cut end is turned to the breast of those who support the ears of the opposite side. When all is cut, the youngest boy ties the knot. 2 of the bands are fastened to the sheaf, one near the cut end, the other near the ears. The sheaf is carried to the house by those who have helped to cut or bind it. Aberdour. Since the introduction of the scythe, it is the youngest boy who cuts the last sheaf. My informant, a woman, told me that when he was not strong enough to wield the scythe, his hand was guided by another. The youngest girl gathers it. When it is bound with 3 bands, it is cut straight and is not allowed to touch the ground. The youngest girls carry it to the house. My informant, a woman, told me that she has seen it decked and placed at the head of the bed. Formerly, and still sometimes, there was always a bed in the kitchen. Tiree. The corn is not allowed to fall on the ground. The young girl who gathers it takes it by the ear and conveys it handful by handful till the whole sheaf is cut. A woman who has lost a feather of her wig, as an old woman put it to me, may not touch it. Sometimes also they merely put the 2 hands round the sheaf. New deer. The clyack feast or meal and ale. Generally a feast and dance follow when all the wheat is cut. This feast and dance bear the name of clyack or meal and ale. However, some people do not give meal and ale till all the cut corn has been got in. Then the feast is called the winter, and they say that a farmer has the winter when all his sheaves have been carried home. At this feast 2 things are indispensable: a cheese called the Claic Quebec, and meal and ale. The cheese Claic Quebec must be cut by the master of the house. The first slice is lighter than the rest. It is known by the name of the Canave's Fang, the young man's big slice, and is generally the share of the herd boy, Tony. The dish called meal and ale is made as follows. You take a suitable vessel, whether an earthenware pot or a milk bowl, if the crockery is scanty, but if on the contrary the family is well off, they use the other special utensils. In each dish ale is poured and treacle is added to sweeten it. The oatmeal is mixed with the sweetened ale till the whole is of a sufficient consistency. The cook adds whiskey to the mixture in such proportion as she thinks fit. In each plate is put a ring. To allow the meal time to be completely absorbed, the dish is prepared on the morning of the feast. At the moment of the feast, the dish or dishes containing the strong and savoury mixture are set on the middle of the table, but is not served up till the end. 6 or 7 persons generally have a plate to themselves. Each of them plunges a spoon into the plate as fast as possible in the hope of getting the ring, for he who is lucky enough to get it will be married within the year. Meantime, some of the stuff is swallowed, and often, in the struggle, some of it is spilt on the table or on the floor. The Claic sheaf in the dance. In some districts there used to be and still is dancing in the evening of the feast. The sheaf figured in the dances. It was dressed as a girl and carried on the back of the mistress of the house to the barn or granary which served as a ballroom. The mistress danced a reel with the sheaf on her back. The Claic sheaf given to a mare in foal or to a cow in calf. The woman who gave me this account has been a witness of what she described when she was a girl. The sheaf was afterwards carefully stored till the first day of Christmas, when it was given to eat to a mare and fowl, if there was one on the farm, or, if there was not, to the oldest cow in a calf. Elsewhere the sheaf was divided between all the cows and their calves, or between all the horses and the cattle of the farm, related by an eyewitness. Sanctity attributed to the Claic sheaf. In these Aberdeenshire customs, the sanctity attributed to the last corn cut at harvest is clearly manifest, not merely by the ceremony with which it is treated on the field, but in the house and in the barn, but also by the great care taken to prevent it from touching the ground or being handled by any unchaste person. The reason why the youngest person on the field, whether a girl or a boy, is chosen to cut the last standing corn and sometimes to carry it to the house is no doubt a calculation that the younger the person, the more likely he or she to be sexually pure. We have seen that for this reason some Negroes entrust the sowing of the seal to very young girls, and later on we shall meet with more evidence in Africa of the notion that the corn may be handled only by the pure. The sacrament of barley meal and water at Eleusis. And in the gruel of oatmeal and ale, which the harvesters sup with spoons, as an indispensable part of the harvest supper, have we not the Scotch equivalent of the gruel of barley meal and water flavoured with pennyroyal, which the initiates of Eleusis drank at a solemn form of communion with the barley goddess Demeter? May not the mystic sacrament have originated in a simple harvest supper by an Eleusinian farmers at the end of the reaping? According to a briefer account of the Aberdeenshire custom, the last sheaf cut, or maiden, is carried home in merry procession by the harvesters. It is then presented to the mistress of the house, who dresses up to be preserved till the first mare falls. The maiden is then taken down and presented to the mare as its first food. The neglect of this would have untoward effects upon the fowl, and disastrous consequences upon farm operations generally for the season. In Fiefshire, the last handful of corn, known as the maiden, is cut by a young girl and made into the rude figure of a doll, tied with ribbons, by which it is hung on the wall of the farm kitchen till the next spring. The custom of cutting the maiden at harvest was also observed in Inverness-shire and Sutherlandshire. The corn spirit as a bride. A somewhat mature but still youthful age is assigned to the corn spirit by the appellations of bride, oats bride, and wheat bride, which in Germany are sometimes bestowed both on the last sheaf and on the woman who binds it. At wheat harvest near Muglitz in Moravia, a small portion of the wheat is left standing after all the rest have been reaped. This remnant is then cut, amid the rejoicing of the reapers, by a young girl who wears a wreath of wheaten ears on her head and goes by the name of the Wheat Bride. It is supposed that she will be a real bride that same year. In the upland valley of Ablach in North Tyrol, the person who brings the last sheaf into the granary is said to have the Wheat Bride or the Rye Bride according to the crop, and is received with great demonstrations of respect and rejoicing. The people of the farm go out to meet him, bells are rung, and refreshments offered to him on the tray. In Austrian Silesia, a girl is chosen to be the Wheat Bride, and much honour is paid to her at the harvest festival. Near Roslin and Stonehaven in Scotland, the last handful of corn cut got the name of the Bride, and she was placed over the breast or chimney piece. She has a ribbon tied below her numerous ears, and another round her waist. The corn spirits as bride and bridegroom. Sometimes the idea implied by the name of bride is worked out more fully by representing the productive powers of vegetation as bride and bridegroom. Thus, in the Vorhaus, the oatsman and the oatswoman, swathed in straw, dance at the harvest feast. In South Saxony, the oats bridegroom and the oats bride figure together at the harvest celebration. The oats bridegroom is a man completely wrapped in oats straw. The oats bride is a man dressed in woman's clothes, but not wrapped in straw. They are drawn in a wagon to the alehouse, where the dance takes place. At the beginning of the dancers pluck the bunches of oats one by one from the oats bridegroom while he struggles to keep them, till at last he is completely stripped of them and stands bare, exposed to the laughter and jests of the company. In Austrian Silesia, the ceremony of the Wheat Bride is celebrated by the young people at the end of the harvest. The woman who bound the last sheaf plays the part of the Wheat Bride, wearing the harvest crown of wheat ears and flowers on her head. Thus adorned, standing beside her bridegroom in a wagon and standing by bridesmaids, she is drawn by a pair of oxen, in full imitation of a marriage procession, to the tavern where the dancing is kept up till morning. Somewhat later in the season, the wedding of the oats bride is celebrated with the like rustic pomp. About Nais, in Silesia, an oats king and an oats queen, dressed up quaintly as a bridal pair, are seated on a harrow and drawn by oxen into the village. The corn spirit in the double form of the old wife and the maiden simultaneously at harvest in the highlands of Scotland. In these last instances, the corn spirit is personified in double form as male and female, but sometimes the spirit appears in a double female form as both old and young, corresponding exactly to the Greek Demeter and Persephone, if my interpretation of these goddesses is right. We have seen that in Scotland, especially among the Gaelic-speaking population, the last corn cut is sometimes called the old wife and sometimes the maiden. Now there are parts of Scotland in which both an old wife, Cailleach, and maiden are cut at harvest. As the accounts of this custom are not quite clear and consistent, it may be well to give them first in the words of the original authorities. Thus the late Sheriff Alexander Nicholson tells us that there is a Gaelic proverb, "A bulk, liwem aikad, in autumn is better than a sheaf the more," and he explains it by saying that a liwem aioch, or bulk, is a strip of a cornfield let fallow. The fear of being left with the last sheaf of the harvest, called the Cailleach or Gobar Blach, always led to an exciting competition among the reapers in the last field. The reaper who came on a liwem aioch would of course be glad to have so much the less to cut. In further explanation of the proverb, the writer adds, "The customs as to the Cailleach and Magdien Beluana seem to have varied somewhat. 2 reapers are usually set to each rig, and according to one account, the man who was first done got the Magdien Beluana or reaping maiden, while the man who was last got the Cailleach or old woman. The term latter is used in Argyllshire. The term Goban Balak, the lame goat, is used in Skye." According to what appears to be the better version, the competition to avoid the Cailleach was not between reapers, but between neighbouring crofters, and the man who got his harvest done first sent a handful of corn called the Cailleach to his neighbour, who passed it on till it landed with him who was latest. The man's penalty was to provide for the dearth of the township Gortablail in the ensuing season. The Magdien Pana, again, was the last cut handful of oats on a croft or farm, and was an object of lively competition among the reapers. He was tastefully tied up with ribbons, generously dressed like a doll, and then hung up on a nail till spring. On the first day of ploughing it was solemnly taken down, and given as a saint seal or hand seal to the horses for luck. It was meant as a symbol that the harvest had been secured, and to ward off the fairies, representatives of the ethereal and unsubstantial, till the time came to provide for a new crop. Again the Reverend Mr. Campbell of Kilcheren, on Loch Awe, furnished Dr. Harvey McLachlan with the following account of the Highland customs and harvest. The recollections of Mrs. Cordale, then resident at Kiltrenan, refer to the customs practised about the middle of the 19th century in the wild and gloomy valley of Glencoe, infamous in history for the treacherous massacre perpetrated there by the government troops in 1692. Mrs. Cordale says that the rivalry was for the maiden, and for the privilege she gave of sending the cailleach to the next neighbour. The maiden was represented by the last stalks raped. The cailleach by a handful taken at random from the field, perhaps the last rig of the reaper last to finish. The cailleach was not dressed, but carried after binding to the neighbour's field. The maiden was cut in the following manner. All the reapers gathered round her and kept a short distance from her. They then threw their hooks, sickles at her. The person successful in cutting her down in this manner was the man whose possession she became. Mrs. Cordale understood that the man of a township who got the cailleach finally was supposed to be doomed to poverty for his want of energy. Gaelic Treblantas Felor. A sample of the toast to the cailleach at the harvest entertainment was as follows. The cailleach is with, and is now with, me, since I was the last. I drink to her health. Since she assisted me in harvest, it is likely that it is with me she will abide during the winter. In explaining the above toast, Mr. Campbell says that it signifies that the cailleach is always with agriculturalists. She has been with others before, and is now with me, the proposer of the toast. Though I did my best to avoid her, I welcome her as my assistant, and am prepared to entertain her during the winter. Another form of the toast was as follows. To your health, good wife, who for harvest has come to help us, and if I live I'll try to support you when winter comes. John Cordale, Kiltrecan, says that at Cranerac in Strathfilan they make a cailleach of sticks and a turnip, old clothes and a pipe. In this case the effigy passed in succession to 7 farms, which he mentioned and finally settled with an innkeeper. The list suggested that the upper farms stood a bare chance, and perhaps that a prosperous innkeeper could more easily bear up against the reproach and loss of supporting the cailleach. Duncan McIntyre, Kiltrecan, says that in one case, where the last field to be reaped was the most fertile land on the farm, the corn first cut in it, which was taken near the edge, was reserved to make a cailleach, should the owner be so happy as to be able to pass her on to his neighbour. The last blades cut were generally in the middle or best part of the field. These in any event became the maiden. Lastly, Dr. McLachlan observes that, having directed the attention of Miss Kerr, Port Charlotte, Islay, to the practice of having 2 different bunches on the mainland of Argyll, she informs me that in Islay and Kintyre the last handful is the cailleach, and they have no maiden. The same is the custom in Bernara and other parts of the Western Isles, while in Mull the last handful is the maiden, and they have no cailleach. In North Uist the habit still prevails of putting the cailleach overnight among the standing corn of lazy crofters. In these customs the old wife represents the old corn of last year, and the maiden the new corn of this year. The general rule to which these various accounts point seems to be that, where both a maiden and an old wife, cailleach, are fashioned out of the reaped corn at harvest, the maiden is always cut out of the last sheaf left standing, and is kept by the farmer on whose land it was cut, while the old wife is made out of other stalks, sometimes out of the first stalks cut, and is regularly passed on to a laggard farmer who happens to be still reaping after his brisker neighbour has cut all his corn. Thus, while each farmer keeps his own maiden, as the embodiment of the young and fruitful spirit of the corn, he passes on the old wife as soon as he can to a neighbour, and so the old lady may make the round of all the farms in the district before she finds a place in which to lay her venerable head. The farm with whom she finally takes up her abode is of course the one who has been last of all the countryside to finish reaping his crops, and thus the distinction of entertaining her is rather an invidious one. Similarly, we saw that in Pembrokeshire, where the last corn cut is called, not the maiden, but the hag, she is passed on hastily to a neighbour who is still at work in his fields, and who receives his aged visitor with anything but a transport of joy. If the old wife represents the corn spirit of the past year, as she probably does wherever she is contrasted with and opposed to a maiden, it is natural enough that her faded charms should have less attractions for the husbandman than the buxom form of her daughter, who may be expected to become, in her turn, the mother of the golden grain, when the revolving year has brought round another autumn. The same desire to get rid of the effete mother of the corn by palming her off to other people comes out clearly in some of the customs observed at the close of threshing, particularly in the practice of passing on a hideous straw puppet to a neighbour farmer who is still threshing his corn. Analogy of the harvest customs to the spring customs of Europe. The harvest customs just described are strikingly analogous to the spring customs which we reviewed in the first part of this work. 1. As in the spring customs, the tree spirit is represented both by a tree and by a person. So in the harvest customs, the corn spirit is represented both by the last sheaf and by the person who cuts or binds or threshes it. The equivalence of the person to the sheaf is shown by giving him or her the same name as the sheaf, by wrapping him or her in it, and by the rule observed in some places that when the sheaf is called the mother, it must be made up into human shape by the oldest married woman, but that when it is called the maiden, it must be cut by the youngest girl. Here the age of the personal representative of the corn spirit corresponds with that of the supposed age of the corn spirit, just as the human victims offered by the Mexicans to promote the growth of the maize varied with the age of the maize. For in the Mexican, as in the European custom, the human beings were probably representatives of the corn spirit rather than victims offered to it. 2. Again, the same fertilizing influence with the tree spirit is supposed to exert over vegetation, cattle, and even women, is ascribed to the corn spirit. Thus, its supposed influence on vegetation is shown by the practice of taking some of the grain of the last sheaf, in which the corn spirit is regularly supposed to be present, and scattering it among the young corn in spring or mixing it with the seed corn. Its influence on animals is shown by giving the last sheaf to a mare and foal, to a cow and calf, and to horses at the first ploughing. Lastly, its influence on women is indicated by the custom of delivering the mother sheaf, made into the likeness of a pregnant woman, to the farmer's wife, by the belief that the woman who binds the last sheaf will have a child next year, perhaps too by the idea that the person who gets it will soon be married. The spring and harvest customs of Europe are parts of a primitive heathen ritual. Plainly, therefore, these spring and harvest customs are based on the same ancient modes of thought, and form parts of the same primitive heathendom, which was doubtless practiced by our forefathers long before the dawn of history. Amongst the marks of a primitive ritual we may note the following. Marks of a primitive ritual. 1. No special class of persons is set apart for the performance of the rites. In other words, there are no priests. The rites may be performed by anyone, as occasion demands. 2. No special places are set apart for the performance of the rites. In other words, there are no temples. The rites may be performed anywhere, as occasion demands. 3. Spirits, not gods, are recognized. As distinguished from gods, spirits are restricted in their operations to definite departments of nature. Their names are general, not proper. Their attributes are generic, rather than individual. In other words, there is an indefinite number of spirits in each class, and the individuals of a class are all much alike. They have no definitely marked individuality. No accepted traditions are current as to their origin, life, adventures, and character. B. On the other hand, gods, as distinguished from spirits, are not restricted to definite departments of nature. It is true that there is generally some one department over which they preside as their special province, but they are not rigorously confined to it. They can exert their power for good or evil in many other spheres of nature and life. Again, they bear individual or proper names such as Demeter, Persephone, Dionysus, and their individual characters and histories are fixed by current myths and the representations of art. 4. The rites are magical rather than propitiatory. In other words, the desired objects are attained not by propitiating the favour of divine beings through sacrifice, prayer, and praise, but by ceremonies which, as I have already explained, are believed to influence the course of nature directly through a physical sympathy or resemblance between the rite and the effect which it is the intention of the rite to produce. Reasons for regarding the spring and harvest customs of modern Europe as a primitive ritual. Judged by these tests, the spring and harvest customs of our European peasantry deserve to rank as primitive, for no special class of persons and no special places are set exclusively apart for their performance. They may be performed by anyone, master or man, mistress or maid, boy or girl. They are practiced not in temples or churches, but in the woods and meadows, beside brooks, in barns, on harvest fields and cottage floors. The supernatural beings whose existence is taken for granted in them are spirits rather than deities. Their functions are limited to certain well-defined departments of nature. Their names are general, like the barley mother, the old woman, the maiden, not proper names like Demeter, Persephone, Dionysus. Their generic attributes are known, but their individual histories and characters are not the subject of myths, for they exist in classes rather than as individuals, and the members of each class are indistinguishable. For example, every farm has its corn mother, or its old woman, or its maiden, but every corn mother is much like every other corn mother, and so with the old woman and maidens. Lastly, in these harvest, as in the spring customs, the ritual is magical rather than propitiatory. This is shown by throwing the corn mother into the river in order to secure rain and dew for the crops, by making the old woman heavy in order to get a heavy crop next year, by strewing grain from the last sheaf amongst the young crops in spring, and by giving the last sheaf to the cattle to make them thrive. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 5, Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6, The Corn Mother in Many Lands. Part 1. 1. The Corn Mother in America. The Corn Mother in Many Lands. European peoples, ancient and modern, have not been singular in personifying the corn as a mother goddess. The same simple idea has suggested itself to other agricultural races in distant parts of the world, and has been applied by them to other indigenous cereals than barley and wheat. If Europe has its wheat mother and its barley mother, America has its maize mother, and the East Indies their rice mother. These personifications I will now illustrate, beginning with the American personification of the maize. The maize mother among the Peruvian Indians. We have seen that among European peoples it is a common custom to keep the plaited corn stalks of the last sheaf, or the puppet which is formed out of them, in the farmhouse from harvest to harvest. The intention, no doubt, is, or rather originally was, by preserving the representative of the corn spirit, to maintain the spirit itself in life and activity throughout the year, in order that the corn may grow and the crops be good. This interpretation of their custom is at all events rendered highly probable by a similar custom observed by the ancient Peruvians, and thus described by the old Spanish historian Acosta. They take a certain portion of the most fruitful of the maize that grows in their farms, the which they put in a certain granary, which they do call perua. With certain ceremonies, watching 3 nights, they put this maize in the richest garments they have, and being thus wrapped and dressed, they worship this perua and hold it in great veneration, saying it is the mother of the maize of their inheritances, and that by this means the maize augments and is preserved. In this month, the 6th month answering to May, they make a particular sacrifice, and the witches demand of this perua if it hath strength sufficient to continue until the next year, and if it answers no, then they carry this maize to the farm to burn, whence they brought it, according to every man's power. Then they make another perua with the same ceremonies, saying that they renew it, to the end the seed of maize may not perish, and if it answers that it hath force sufficient to last longer, they leave it until the next year. This foolish vanity continueth to this day, and is very common amongst Indians to have these peruas. In this description of the custom, there seems to be some error. Probably it was the dressed-up bunch of maize, not the granary, perua, which was worshipped by the Peruvians and regarded as the mother of the maize. This is confirmed by what we know of the Peruvian custom from other sources. The Peruvians, we are told, believed all useful plants to be animated by a divine being who causes their growth. The maize mother, the quinoa mother, the cocoa mother, and the potato mother among the Peruvian Indians. According to the particular plant, these divine beings were called the maize mother, Zara mama, the quinoa mother, Quiona mama, the cocoa mother, Coca mama, and the potato mother, Axel mama. Figures of these divine mothers were made respectively of ears of maize and leaves of the quinoa and coca plants. They were dressed in women's clothes and worshipped. Thus the maize mother was represented by a puppet made of stalks of maize dressed in full female attire, and the Indians believed that, as mother, it had the power of producing and giving birth to much maize. Probably, therefore, Acosta misunderstood his informant, and the mother of the maize which he describes was not the granary, perua, but a bunch of maize dressed in rich vestments. The Peruvian mother of the maize, like the harvest maiden at Belquejida, was kept for a year in order that by her means the corn might grow and multiply, but lest her strength might not suffice to last till next harvest. She was asked in the course of the year how she felt, and if she answered that she felt weak, she was burned and a fresh mother of the maize made, to the end the seed of maize may not perish. Here it may be observed, we have a strong confirmation of the explanation already given of the custom of killing the god, both prehistorically and occasionally. The mother of the maize was allowed, as a rule, to live through a year, that being the period during which her strength might reasonably be supposed to last unimpaired. But on any symptom of her strength failing, she was put to death, and a fresh and vigorous mother of the maize took her place, lest the maize which depended on her for its existence should languish and decay. Customs of the ancient Mexicans at the maize harvest. Hardly less clearly does the same train of thought come out in the harvest customs formerly observed by the Zapotecs of Mexico. At harvest, the priests, attended by the nobles and people, went in procession to the maize fields, where they picked out the largest and finest sheaf. This they took with great ceremony to the town or village, and placed it in the temple upon an altar adorned with wild flowers. After sacrificing to the harvest god, the priest carefully wrapped up the sheaf in fine linen and kept it till seed time. Then the priests and nobles met again at the temple, one of them bringing the skin of a wild beast, elaborately ornamented, in which the linen cloth containing the sheaf was enveloped. The sheaf was then carried once more in procession to the field for which it had been taken. Here a small cavity or subterranean chamber had been prepared, in which the precious sheaf was deposited, wrapped in its various envelopes. After sacrifice had been offered to the gods of the fields for an abundant crop, the chamber was closed and covered over with earth. Immediately thereafter the sowing began. Finally, when the time of harvest drew near, the buried sheaf was solemnly disinterred by the priests, who distributed the grain to all who asked for it. The packets of grain so distributed were carefully preserved as talismans till the harvest. In these ceremonies, which continued to be annually celebrated long after the Spanish conquest, the intention of keeping the finest sheaf buried in the maize field from seed time to harvest was undoubtedly to quicken the growth of the maize. Sahagun's account of the ancient Mexican religion. A fuller and to some extent different account of the ancient Mexican worship of the maize has been given us by the Franciscan monk Bernardino de Sahagun, who arrived in Mexico in 1592, only 8 years after its conquest by the Spaniards, and devoted the remaining 61 years of his long life to laboring among the Indians for their moral and spiritual good. Uniting the curiosity of the scientific inquirer to the zeal of a missionary, and adorning both qualities with the humanity and benevolence of a good man, he obtained from the oldest and most learned of the Indians accounts of their ancient customs and beliefs, and embodied them in a work which, for combined interest of matter and fullness of detail, has perhaps never been equalled in its records of Aboriginal peoples brought into contact with European civilization. This great document, after lying neglected in the dust of Spanish archives for centuries, was discovered and published almost simultaneously in Mexico and England in the first half of the 19th century. It exists in the double form of an Aztec text and a Spanish translation, both due to Sahagun himself. Only the Spanish version has hitherto been published in full, but the original Aztec text, to judge by the few extracts of it which have been edited and translated, appears to furnish much more ample details on many points, and in the interest of learning it is greatly to be desired that a complete edition and translation of it should be given to the world. Sahagun's description of the Mexican maize goddess and her festival. Fortunately, among the sections of this great work which have been edited and translated from the Aztec original into German by Professor Eduard Seller of Berlin, is a long one describing the religious festivals of the ancient Mexican calendar. From it we learn some valuable particulars as to the worship of the maize goddess, and the ceremonies observed by the Mexicans for the purpose of ensuring a good crop of maize. The festival was the 4th of the Aztec year, and went by the name of the Great Vigil. It fell on a date which corresponds to the 7th of April. The name of the maize goddess was Chicomequotl, and the Mexicans conceived and represented her in the form of a woman, red in face and arms and legs, wearing a paper crown dyed vermilion and clad in garments of the hue of ripe cherries. No doubt the red colour of the goddess and her garments referred to the deep orange hue of the ripe maize. It was like the yellow hair of the Greek corn goddess Demeter. She was supposed to make all kinds of maize, beans, and vegetables to grow. On the day of the festival, the Mexicans sent out to the maize fields and fetched from every field a plant of maize, which they brought to their houses and greeted as their maize gods, setting them up in their dwellings, clothing them in garments, and placing food before them. And after sunset they carried the maize plants to the temple of the maize goddess, where they snatched them from one another and fought and struck each other with them. Further, at this festival, they brought to the temple of the maize goddess the maize cobs, which were to be used in the sowing. The cobs were carried by 3 maidens in bundles of 7 wrapped in red paper. One of the girls was small with short hair, another was older with long hair hanging down, and the third was full-grown with her hair wound round her head. Red feathers were gummed to the arms and legs of the 3 maidens, and their faces were painted, probably to resemble the red maize goddess, whom they may be supposed to have personated at various stages of the growth of the corn. The maize cobs which they brought to the temple of the maize goddess were called by the name of the maize god Chintuetl, and they were afterwards deposited in the granary and kept there as the heart of the granary till the sowing time came round, when they were used as seed. The Corn Mother among the North American Indians. The eastern Indians of North America, who subsisted to a large extent by the cultivation of maize, generally conceived the spirit of the maize as a woman, and supposed that the plant itself had sprung originally from the blood, drops, or the dead body of the corn woman. In the sacred formulas of the Cherokee, the corn is sometimes evoked as the old woman, and one of their myths relates how a hunter saw a fair woman issue from a single green stalk of corn. The Iroquois believe the spirit of the corn, the spirit of beans, and the spirit of squashes to be 3 sisters clad in the leaves of their respective plants, very fond of each other, and delighting to dwell together. This divine trinity is known by the name of Dio-Hako, which means our life or our supporters. The 3 persons of the Trinity have no individual names, and are never mentioned separately except by means of description. The Indians have a legend that of old the corn was easily cultivated, yielded abundantly, and had a grain exceedingly rich in oil, till the evil one, envious of this good gift of the great spirited man, went forth into the fields and blighted them. And still when the wind rustles in the corn, the pious Indian fancies he hears the spirit of the corn bemoaning her blighted fruitfulness. The Huicol Indians of Mexico imagine maize to be a little girl, who may sometimes be heard weeping in the fields, so afraid is she of the wild beasts that eat the corn. 2. The mother cotton in the Punjab. The mother cotton in the Punjab. In the Punjab to the east of the Jamna, when the cotton bolls begin to burst, it is usual to select the largest plant in the field, sprinkle it with buttermilk and rice water, and then bind to it pieces of cotton taken from the other plants of the field. This selected plant is called Surdar or Bogaldai, that is, mother corn, from Bogla, the name sometimes given to a large cotton pod, and Dai for Daya, a mother. And after it has been saluted, prayers are offered that the other plants may resemble it in the richness of their produce. 3. The barley bride among the Berbers. The barley bride among the Berbers. The conception of the corn spirit as a bride seems to come out clearly in a ceremony still practiced by the Berbers near Tangier in Morocco. When the women assemble in the fields to weed the green barley or reap the crops, they take with them a straw figure dressed like a woman and set it up among the corn. Suddenly a group of horsemen from a neighbouring village gallops up and carries off the straw puppet amid the screams and cries of the women. However, the ravished effigy is rescued by another band of mounted men, and after a struggle it remains, more or less dishevelled, in the hands of the women. That this pretended abduction is a mimic marriage appears from a Berber custom in accordance with which, at a real wedding, the bridegroom carries off his seemingly unwilling bride on horseback, while she screams and pretends to summon her friends to her rescue. No fixed date is appointed for the simulated abduction of the straw woman from the barley field. The time depends upon the state of the crops, but the day and hour are made public before the event. Each village used to practice this mimic contest for possession of the straw woman, who probably represented the barley bride, but nowadays the custom is growing obsolete. Another account of the barley bride among the Berbers. An earlier account of what seems to be the same practice runs as follows. There is a curious custom which seems to be a relic of their pagan masters, who made this and the adjoining regions of North Africa the main granary of their Latin Empire. When the young corn had sprung up, which it does about the middle of February, the women of the villages make up the figure of a female, the size of a very large doll, which they dress in the gaudiest fashion they can contrive, covering it with ornaments to which all the village contribute something, and they give it a tall, peaked headdress. This image they carry in procession round their fields, screaming and singing a peculiar ditty. The doll is borne by the foremost woman, who must yield it to any one who is quick enough to take the lead of her, which is a cause of much racing and squabbling. The men also have a similar custom, which they perform on horseback. They call the image mata. These ceremonies are said by the people to bring good luck. Their efficiency ought to be great, for you frequently see crowds of men engaged in their performances, running and galloping recklessly over the young crops of wheat and barley. Such customs are directly opposed to the faith of Islam, and I never met with a Moor who could in any way enlighten me as to their origin. The Berber tribes, the most ancient race now remaining in these regions, to which they give the name, are the only ones which retain this antique usage, and is viewed by the Arabs and dwellers in the town as a remnant of idolatry. We may conjecture that this gaudy dressed effigy of a female, which the Berber women carry about their fields when the corn is sprouting, represents the corn mother, and that the procession is designed to promote the growth of the crops by imparting to them the quickening influence of the goddess. Competitions for the possession of the image that represents the corn mother. We can therefore understand why there should be a competition among the women for the possession of the effigy. Each woman probably hopes to secure for herself and her crops a large measure of fertility by appropriating the image of the corn mother. The competition on horseback among the men is no doubt to be explained similarly. They too race with each other in their eagerness to possess themselves of an effigy, perhaps of a male power of the corn, by whose help they expect to procure a heavy crop. Such contests for possession of the corn spirit embodied in the corn stalks are common, as we have seen, among the reapers on the harvest fields of Europe. Perhaps they help to explain some of the contests in the Eleusinian games, among which horse races as well as foot races were included. 4. The rice mother in the East Indies. Comparison of the European ritual of the corn with the Indonesian ritual of the rice. If the reader still feels any doubts as to the meaning of the harvest customs which have been practiced within living memory by European peasants, these doubts may perhaps be dispelled by comparing the customs observed at the rice harvest by the Malays and the Dyaks of the East Indies. For these Eastern peoples have not, like our peasantry, advanced beyond the intellectual stage at which the customs originated. Their theory and their practice are still in union. For them the quaint rites, which in Europe have long dwindled into mere fossils, the pastime of clowns and the puzzle of the learned, are still living realities of which they can render an intelligible and truthful account. Hence a study of their beliefs and usages concerning the rice may throw some light on the true meaning of the ritual of the corn in ancient Greece and modern Europe. The Indonesian ritual of the rice is based on the belief that the rice is animated by a soul. Now the whole of the ritual which the Malays and Dyaks observe in connection with the rice is founded on the simple conception of the rice as animated by a soul like that which these people attribute to mankind. They explain the phenomena of reproduction, growth, decay, and death in the rice on the same principles on which they explain the corresponding phenomena in human beings. They imagine that in the fibers of the plant, as in the body of a man, there is a certain vital element which is so far independent of the plant that it may for a time be completely separated from it without fatal effects, though if its absence be prolonged beyond certain limits, the plant will wither and die. This vital yet separate element is what, for the want of a better word, we must call the soul of a plant, just as a similar vital and separable element is commonly supposed to constitute the soul of man, and on this theory or myth of the plant soul is built the whole worship of the cereals, just as on the theory or myth of the human soul is built the whole worship of the dead, a towering superstructure reared on a slender and precarious foundation. Parallelism between the human soul and the rice soul. The strict parallelism between the Indonesian ideas about the soul of man and the soul of rice is well brought out by Mr. R.J. Wilkinson in the following passage. The spirit of life, which according to the ancient Indonesian belief existed in all things, even in what we should now consider inanimate objects, is known as the semangat. It was not a soul in the modern English sense, since it was not the exclusive possession of mankind. Its separation from the body did not necessarily mean death, and its nature may possibly not have been considered immortal. At the present day, if a Malay feels faint, he will describe his condition by saying that his spirit of life is weak or is flying from his body. He sometimes appeals to it to return. Hither, hither, bird of my soul. Or again, if a Malay lover wishes to influence the mind of a girl, he may seek to obtain control of her semangats, for he believes that this spirit of active and vigorous life must quit the body when the body sleeps and so be liable to capture it by the use of magic arts. It is, however, in the ceremonies connected with the so-called spirit of the rice crops that the peculiar characteristic of semangat comes out most clearly. The Malay considers it essential that the spirit of life should not depart from the rice intended for next year's sowing, as otherwise a dead seed would fail to produce any crop whatever. He therefore approaches the standing rice crops at harvest time in a deprecatory manner. He addresses them in endearing terms. He offers propitiatory sacrifices. He fears that he may scare away the timorous bird of life by the sight of a weapon or the least sign of violence. He must reap the seed rice, but he does it with a knife of peculiar shape, such as the cruel blade is hidden away beneath the reaper's fingers, and does not alarm the soul of the rice. When once the seed rice has been harvested, more expeditious reaping tools may be employed, since it is clearly unnecessary to retain the spirit of life in grain that is only intended for the cooking pot. Similar rites attend all the processes of rice cultivation, the sowing and the planting out as well as the harvest, for at each of these stages there is a risk that the vitality of the crop may be ruined if the bird of life is scared away. In the language used by the high priests of these very ancient ceremonies, we constantly find references to Sri, the Hindu goddess of the crops, to the fruit of the tree of knowledge, and to Adam, who according to Muslim tradition was the first planter of cereals. Many of these references only represent the attempts of the conservative Malays to make their old religions harmonize with later beliefs. Beneath successive layers of religious veneer, we see the animism of the old Indonesians, the theory of a bird's spirit of life, and the characteristic view that the best protection against evil lies in gentleness and courtesy to all animate and inanimate things. The soul stuff of the rice. It is a familiar fact, says another eminent authority on the eastern tribes, that the Indonesian imagines rice to be animated, to be provided with soul stuff. Since rice is everywhere cultivated in the Indian archipelago, and with some exceptions is the staple food, we need not wonder that the Indonesian conceives the rice to be not merely animated in the ordinary sense, but to be possessed of a soul stuff which in strength and dignity ranks with that of man. Thus the Bataks apply the same word tondi to the soul stuff of rice and the soul stuff of human beings, whereas the Dayaks of Polopatak give the name of gana to the soul stuff of things, animals and plants. They give the name of hambaruan to the soul stuff of rice as well as of man. So also the inhabitants of Halmahera call the soul stuff of things and plants yiki and duhutu, but in men and food they recognize a garamni. Of the Javanese, Malays, Makassars, Burgenese, and the inhabitants of the island of Buru, we know that they ascribe a sumange, sumangat, or semangat to rice as well as to men. So it is with the Torajas of Central Celebes. While they manifestly conceive all things and plants as animated, they attribute a tanana, or soul stuff, only to men, animals, and rice. It need hardly be said that this custom originates in the very high value that is set on rice. Rice treated by the Indonesians as if it were a woman. Believing the rice to be animated by a soul like that of a man, the Indonesians naturally treat it with the deference and the consideration which they show to their fellows. Thus they behave towards the rice in bloom as they behave towards a pregnant woman. They abstain from firing guns or making loud noises in the field, lest they should so frighten the soul of the rice that it should miscarry and bear no grain. And for the same reason they will not talk of corpses or demons in the rice fields. Moreover, they feed the blooming rice with foods of various kinds which they believe to be wholesome for women with child. But when the rice ears are just beginning to form, they are looked upon as infants, and women go through the fields feeding them with rice pap, as if they were human babes. In such natural and obvious comparisons of the breeding plant to a breeding woman, and of the young grain to a young child, is to be sought the origin of the kindred Greek conception of the corn mother and the corn daughter, Demeter and Persephone, and we need not go further afield to search for it in a primitive division of labour between the sexes. But if the timorous feminine soul of the rice can be frightened into a miscarriage even by loud noises, it is easy to imagine what her feelings must be at harvest, when people are under the sad necessity of cutting down the rice with the knife. At so critical a season, every precaution must be used to render the necessary surgical operation of reaping as inconspicuous and as painless as possible. For that reason, as we have seen, the reaping of the seed rice is done with knives of a peculiar pattern, such as the blades are hidden in the reaper's hands and do not frighten the rice spirit till the very last moment, when her head is swept off almost before she is aware. And from a like delicate motive, the reapers at work in the fields employ a special form of speech, which the rice spirit cannot be expected to understand, so that she has no warning or inkling of what is going forward till the heads of rice are safely deposited in the basket. The Kayans of Borneo, their treatment of the soul of the rice. Among the Indonesian peoples who thus personify the rice, we may take the Kayans or Bahuas of central Borneo as typical. As we have already seen, they are essentially an agricultural people devoted to the cultivation of rice, which furnishes their staple food. Their religion is deeply coloured by this main occupation of their lives, and it presents many analogies to the Eleusinian worship of the corn goddesses Demeter and Persephone. And just as the Greeks regarded corn as a gift of the goddess Demeter, so the Kayans believed that rice, maize, sweet potatoes, tobacco, and all the other products of the earth which they cultivate were originally created for their benefit by the spirits. Instruments used by the Kayans for the purpose of catching and detaining the soul of the rice. In order to secure and detain the volatile soil of the rice, the Kayans resort to a number of devices. Among the instruments employed for this purpose are a miniature ladder, a spatula, and a basket containing hooks, thorns, and cords. With the spatula, the priestess stokes the soul of the rice down the little ladder into the basket, where it is naturally held fast by the hooks, the thorn, and the cord, and having thus captured and imprisoned the soul, she conveys it into the rice granary. Sometimes a bamboo box and a net are used for the same purpose, and in order to ensure a good harvest for the following year, it is necessary not only to detain the soul of all the grains of rice which are safely stored in the granary, but also to attract and recover the soul of all the rice that has been lost through falling to the earth or being eaten by deer, apes, and pigs. For this purpose, instruments of various sorts have been invented by the priests. One, for example, is a bamboo vessel provided with 4 hooks made from the wood of a fruit tree, by means of which the absent rice soul may be hooked and drawn back into the vessel, which is then hung up in the house. Sometimes 2 hands carved out of the wood of a fruit tree are used for the same purpose. Ceremonies performed by the Achaean housewives at fetching rice from the barn. At every time that a Achaean housewife fetches rice from the granary for the use of her household, she must propitiate the soul of the rice in the granary, lest they should be angry at being robbed of their substance. To keep them in good humour, a bundle of shavings of a fruit tree and a little basket are always hung in the granary. An egg and a small vessel containing the juice of sugar cane are attached as offerings to the bundle of shavings, and the basket contains a sacred mat, which is used at fetching the rice. When the housewife comes to fetch rice from the granary, she pours juice of the sugar cane on the egg, takes the sacred mat from the basket, spreads it on the ground, lays a stalk of rice on it, and explains to the souls of the rice the object of her coming. Then she kneels before the mat, mutters some prayers or spells, eats a single grain from the rice stalk, and having restored the various objects to their proper place, departs from the granary with the requisite amount of rice, satisfied that she has discharged her religious duty to the spirits of the rice. At harvest, the spirits of the rice are propitiated with offerings of food and water, which are carried by children to the rice fields. At evening, the rice stalks, which have been cut, are solemnly brought home in a consecrated basket to the beating of a gong, and all cats and dogs are driven from the house before the basket with its precious contents is brought in. Masquerade performed by the Achaeans before sowing for the purpose of attracting the soul of the rice. Among the Achaeans of the Mahakam River in central Borneo, the sowing of the rice is immediately preceded by a performance of masked men, which is intended to attract the soul, or rather souls of the rice, and so to make sure that the harvest will be a good one. The performers represent spirits, for believing that spirits are mightier than men, the Achaeans imagine that they can acquire and exert superhuman power by imitating the form and actions of spirits. To support their assumed character, they wear grotesque masks with goggle eyes, great teeth, huge ears, and beards of white goat's hair, while their bodies are so thickly wrapped up in shredded banana leaves that to the spectator they may present the appearance of unwieldy masses of green foliage. The leader of the band carries a long wooden hook, or rather crook, the shaft of which is partially whittled into loose fluttering shavings. These disguises they don at a little distance from the village, then dropping down the river in boats they land and march in procession to an open space among the houses, where the people, dressed out in all their finery, are waiting to witness the performance. Here the maskers range themselves in a circle and dance for some time under the burning rays of the midday sun, waving their arms, shaking and turning their heads, and executing a variety of steps to the sound of a gong, which is beaten according to a rigidly prescribed rhythm. After the dance they form a line, one behind the other, to fetch the vagrant soul of the rice from far countries. At the head of the procession marches the leader holding high his crook, and behind him follow all the other masked men in their leafy costume, each holding his fellow by the hand. As he strides along, the leader makes a motion with his crook, as if he were hooking something and drawing it to himself, and the gesture is imitated by all his followers. What he is thus catching are the souls of the rice, which sometimes wander far away, and by drawing them home to the village he is believed to ensure that the seed of the rice which is about to be sown will produce a plentiful harvest. As the spirits are thought not to possess the power of speech, the actors who personate them may not utter a word, else they would run the risk of falling down dead. The great field of the chief is sown by representatives of all the families, both free and slaves, on the day after the masquerade. On the same day, the free families sacrifice on their fields and begin their sowing on one or other of the following days. Every family sets up in its field a sacrificial stage or altar with which the sowers must remain in connection during the time of sowing. Therefore, no stranger may pass between them and the stage. Indeed, the Kayans are not allowed to have anything to do with strangers in the fields. Above all, they may not speak with them. If such a thing should accidentally happen, the sowing must cease for that day. At the sowing festival, but at no other time, Kayan men of the Mahakam River, like their brethren of the Mendalam River, amuse themselves with spinning tops. For 9 days before the masquerade takes place, the people are bound to observe certain taboos. No stranger may enter the village. No villager may pass the night out of his own house. They may not hunt, nor pluck fruits, nor fish with a casting net or the drag net. In this tribe, the proper day for sowing is officially determined by a priest from an observation of the sun setting behind the hills in a line with 2 stones which the priest has set up, one behind the other. However, the official day does not coincide with the actual day of sowing. Comparison of the Kayan masquerade with the Eleusinian drama. The masquerade thus performed by the Kayans of the Mahakam River before sowing the rice is an instructive example of a religious or rather magical drama acted for the express purpose of ensuring a good crop. As such, it may be compared to the drama of Demeter and Persephone, the Corn-mother and the Corn-maiden, which was annually played at the Eleusinian mysteries shortly before the autumnal sowing of the corn. If my interpretation of these mysteries is correct, the intention of the Greek and of the Kayan drama was one and the same. Securing the soul of the rice among the Dayaks of northern Borneo. At harvest, the Dayaks in northern Borneo have a special feast, the object of which is to secure the soul of the rice, which, if not so detained, the produce of their farms would speedily rot and decay. At sowing time, a little of the principle of life of the rice, which at every harvest is secured by the priests, is planted with their other seeds, and is thus propagated and communicated. The mode of securing the soul of the rice varies in different tribes. In the Kuop district, the ceremony is performed by the chief priests alone, first in the long broad veranda of the common house, and afterwards in each separate family apartment. As a preparation for the ceremony, a bamboo altar decorated with green boughs and red and white streamers is erected in the veranda and presents a very gay appearance. Here the people, old and young, assemble, the priestesses dressed in gorgeous array, and the elder men wearing bright-coloured jackets and trousers of purple, yellow, or scarlet hue, while the young men and lads beat gongs and drums. When the priests, and with a bundle of charms in either hand, is observed to be gazing earnestly in the air at something invisible to common eyes, the band strikes up with redoubled energy, and the elderly men in the gay breeches begin to shriek and revolve round the altar in the dance. Suddenly the priest starts up and makes a rush at the invisible object. Men run to him with white cloths, and as he shakes his charms over the cloths, a few grains of rice fall into them. These grains are the soul of the rice. They are carefully folded up in the cloths and laid at the foot of the altar. The same performance is afterwards repeated in every family apartment. In some tribes, the soul of the rice is secured at midnight. Outside the village, a lofty altar is erected in open space, surrounded by the stately forms of the tropical palms. Huge bonfires cast a ruddy glow over the scene and light up the dusky but picturesque forms of the Dayaks as they move in slow and solemn dance round the altar, some bearing lighted tapers in their hands, others brass salvers with offerings of rice, others covered baskets, of which the contents are hidden from all but the initiated. The corner posts of the altar are lofty bamboos, whose lofty tops are yet green and rustle in the wind, and from one of them a long narrow streamer of white cloth hangs down. Suddenly, elders and priests rush at this streamer, seize the end of it, and amid the crashing music of drums and gongs, and the yells of the spectators, begin dancing and swaying themselves backwards and forwards, and to and fro. A priest or elder mounts the altar amid the shouts of the bystanders, and shakes the tall bamboos violently, and in the midst of all this excitement and hubbub, Small stones, branches of hair, and grains of rice fall at the feet of the dancers and are carefully picked up by watchful attendants. These grains are the soul of the rice. The ceremony ends with several of the oldest priestesses falling or pretending to fall senseless to the ground, where, till they come to themselves, their heads are supported and their faces fanned by their younger colleagues. At the end of the harvest, when the year's crop has been garnered, another feast is held. A pig and fowls are killed, and for 4 days gongs are beaten and dancing kept up. For 8 days the village is tabooed and no stranger may enter it. At this festival the ceremony of catching the soul of the rice is repeated to prevent the crop from rotting, and the soul so obtained is mixed with the seed rice of the next year. Recalling the soul of the rice among the Karens of Burma. The same need of securing the soul of the rice, if the crop is to thrive, is keenly felt by the Karens of Burma. When the rice field does not flourish, they suppose that the soul, Kala, of the rice is in some way detained from the rice. If the soul cannot be called back, the crop will fail. The following formula is used in recalling the Kala, soul, of the rice. O come, rice Kala, come. Come to the field, come to the rice. With seed of each gender come. Come from the river Ko, come from the river Ko. From the place where they meet, come. Come from the west, come from the east. From the throat of that bird, from the maw of the ape, from the throat of the elephant. Come from the sources of rivers and their mouths. Come from the country of the Shan and Burman. From the distant kingdoms come, from all granaries come. O rice Kala, come to the rice. Securing the soul of the rice in various parts of Burma. Among the Tagthu of Upper Burma, it is customary when all the rice fields have been reaped to make a trail of unhusked rice, paddy, and husks all the way from the fields to the farmhouse in order to guide the spirit or butterfly, as they call it, of the rice home to the granary. Care is taken that there should be no break in the trail, and the butterfly of the rice is invited with loud cries to come to the house. Where the spirit of the rice were not secured in this manner, next year's harvest would be bad. Similarly, among the Cherokee Indians in North America, care was always taken to keep a clean trail from the field to the house, so that the corn might be encouraged to stay at home and not go wandering elsewhere. And 7 ears from the last year's crop were always put carefully aside in order to attract the corn until the new crop was ripened. In Hisar Monghakam, a native state of Upper Burma, when 2 men work rice fields in partnership, they take particular care as to the division of the grain between them. Each partner has a basket made, of which both top and bottom are carefully closed with wool to prevent the butterfly spirit of the rice from escaping. For if it were to flutter away, the next year's crop would be but poor. Among the Talings of Lower Burma, the last sheaf is larger than the rest. It is brought home separately, usually if not invariably, on the morning after the remainder of the harvest has been carted to the threshing floor. The cultivators drive out in their bullock cart, taking with them a woman's comb, a looking-glass and a woman's skirt. The sheaf is dressed in the skirt, and apparently the form has gone through of presenting it with the glass and comb. It is then brought home in triumph, the people decking the cart with their silk kerchiefs and cheering and singing the whole way. On their arrival home, they celebrate the occasion with a feast. Strictly speaking, the sheaf should be kept apart from the rest of the harvest. Owing, however, to the high price of paddy, it often finds its way to the threshing floor. Even when this is not the case, it is rarely tended so carefully as it is said to have been in former days, and if not threshed with the remaining crop, is apt to be eaten by the cattle. So far as I could ascertain, it has never been the custom to keep it throughout the year, but on the first ploughing of the ensuing season, there was some ceremony in connection with it. The name of the sheaf was Bonmagie. At first I was inclined to fancy that this was a contradiction of the Lin Bon Magre, the old woman of the threshing floor. There are, however, various reasons for discarding this derivation, and I am unable to suggest any other. In this custom, the personification of the last sheaf of rice as a woman comes out clearly in the practice of dressing it up in female attire. The rice mother among the Minangkabewers of Sumatra. The corn mother of our European peasants has her match in the rice mother of the Minangkabewers of Sumatra. The Minangkabewers definitely attribute a soul to rice, and will sometimes assert that rice pounded in the usual way tastes better than rice ground in a mill, because in the mill the body of the rice was so bruised and battered that the soul has fled from it. Like the Javanese, they think that the rice is under the special guardianship of a female spirit called Saning Sari, who is conceived as so closely knit up with the plant that the rice often goes by her name, as with the Romans the corn might be called ceres. In particular, Saning Sari is represented by certain stalks or grains called Indoia Padi, that is, literally, mother of rice, a name that is often given to the guardian spirit herself. This so-called mother of rice is the occasion of a number of ceremonies observed at the planting and harvesting of the rice, as well as during its preservation in the barn. The rice mother among the Minangkabuas of Sumatra. When the seed of the rice is about to be sown in the nursery or bedding out ground, where under the wet system of cultivation is regularly allowed to sprout before being transplanted to the fields, the best grains are picked out to form the rice mother. These are then sown in the middle of the bed, and the common seed is planted round about them. The state of the rice mother is supposed to exert the greatest influence on the growth of the rice. If she droops or pines away, the harvest will be bad in consequence. The woman who sows the rice mother in the nursery lets her hair hang loose and afterwards bathes as a means of ensuring an abundant harvest. When the time comes to transplant the rice from the nursery to the field, the rice mother receives a special place either in the middle or in a corner of the field, and a prayer or charm is uttered as follows. Saning Sari, may a measure of rice come from a stalk of rice and a basketful from a root. May you be frightened neither by lightning nor by passers-by. Sunshine make you glad, with the storm you may be at peace, and may rain serve to wash your face. While the rice is growing, the particular plant which was thus treated as the rice mother is lost sight of, but before harvest another rice mother is found. When the crop is ripe for cutting, the oldest woman of the family, or a sorcerer, goes out to look for her. The rice stalks seen to bend under a passing breeze are the rice mother, and they are tied together but not cut until the first fruits of the field have been carried home to serve as a festal meal for the family and their friends, nay, even for the domestic animals, since it is Saning Sari's pleasure that the beasts also should partake of her good gifts. After the meal has been eaten, the rice mother is fetched home by persons in gay attire, who carry her very carefully under an umbrella in a neatly worked bag to the barn, where a place in the middle is assigned to her. Everyone believes that she takes care of the rice in the barn and even multiplies it, not uncommonly. The rice mother among the Tamuri of Celebes. When the Tamuri of central Celebes are about to plant the rice, they bury in the field some betel as an offering to the spirits who cause the rice to grow. Over the spot where the offering is buried, a small floor of wood is laid, and the family sits on it and consumes betel together as a sort of silent prayer or charm to ensure the growth of the crop. The rice that is planted round this spot is the last to be reaped at harvest. At the commencement of the reaping, the stalks of this patch of rice are tied together into a sheaf, which is called the mother of the rice, Inenope, and offerings in the shape of rice, fowls, liver, eggs, and other things are laid down before it. When all the rest of the rice in the field has been reaped, the mother of the rice is cut down and carried with due honour to the rice barn, where it is laid on the floor and all the other sheaves are piled upon it. The Tamuri, we are told, regard the mother of the rice as a special offering made to the rice spirits or Monga, who dwell in the moon. If that rice is not treated with proper respect, for example, if the people who fetch rice from the barn are not decently clad, he is angry and punishes the offenders by eating up twice as much rice in the barn as they have taken out of it. Some people have heard him smacking his lips in the barn as he devoured the rice. On the other hand, the Torages of central Celebes, who also practice the custom of the rice mother at harvest, regard her as the actual mother of the whole harvest, and therefore keep her carefully lest in her absence the garnered store of rice should all melt away and disappear. Special words used at reaping among the Tamuri. Among the Tamuri, as among other Indonesian peoples, reapers at work in the field make use of special words which differ from the terms in ordinary use. The reason for adopting this peculiar form of speech at reaping appears to be, as I have already pointed out, a fear of alarming the timid soul of the rice by revealing the fate in store for it. To the same motive is perhaps to be ascribed the practice observed by the Tomori of asking each other riddles at harvest. Riddles and stories in connection with the rice. Similarly, among the alfuras, or torages of Poso, in central Celebes, while the people are watching the crops in the fields, they amuse themselves with asking each other riddles and telling stories, and when anyone guesses a riddle aright, the whole company cries out, "Let our rice come up. Let fat ears come up both in the lowlands and on the heights." But all the time between harvest and the laying out of new fields, and asking of riddles and the telling of stories is strictly forbidden. Thus among these people it seems that the asking of riddles is for some reason regarded as a charm which may make or mar the crops. The rice mother among the torages of Celebes. Among some of the torages of Celebes, the ceremony of cutting and bringing home the mother of the rice is observed as follows. When the crop is ripe in the fields, the mother of the rice, Anrong Pare, must be fetched before the rest of the harvest is reaped. The ceremony is performed on a lucky day by a woman who notes the rites. For 3 days previously, she observes certain precautions to prevent the soul, Somenganase, of the rice from escaping out of the field, as it might be apt to do if it got wind that the reapers with their cruel knives were so soon to crop the ripe ears. With this view, she ties up a handful of standing stalks of the rice into a bunch in each corner of the field, while she recites an invocation to the spirits of the rice, bidding them gather in the field from the 4 quarters of the heaven. As a further precaution, she stops the sluices, lest with an outrush of the water from the rice field, the sly soul of the rice should make good its escape. As she ties knots in the leaves of the rice plants, all to hinder the soul of the rice from running away. This she does in the afternoon of 3 successive days. On the morning of the 4th day she comes again to the field, sits down in a corner of it, and kisses the rice 3 times again, inviting the souls of the rice to come thither, and assuring them of her affection and care. Then, as she cuts the bunch of rice stalks which she has tied together on one of the previous days. The stalks in the bunch must be 9 in number, and their leaves must be cut with them, not thrown away. As she cuts, she may not look about her, nor cry out, nor seek to anyone, nor be spoken to, but she says to the rice, "The prophet reaps you. I take you, but you diminish not. I hold you in my hand, and you increase. You are the links of my soul, the support of my body, my blessing, my salvation. There is no God but God." Then she passes to another corner of the field to cut the bunch of standing rice in it with the same ceremony. But before coming to it, she stops halfway to pluck another bunch of 5 stalks in like manner. Thus from the 4 sides of the field she collects in all 56 stalks of rice, which together make up the mother of the rice, Anrong Pare. Then in a corner of the field she makes a little stage and lays the mother of the rice on it, with the ears turned towards the standing rice, and the cut stalks towards the dike which encloses the field. After that she binds the 56 stalks of the rice mother into a sheaf with the bark of a particular kind of tree. As she does so, she says, "The prophet binds you into a sheaf. The angel increases you. The awali cares for you. We loved and cared for each other." Then after anointing the sheaf and fumigating it with incense, she lays it on the little stage. On this stage she had previously placed several kinds of rice, betel, 1 or more eggs, sweetmeats, and young coconuts, all as offerings to the mother of the rice, who, if she did not receive these attentions, would be offended and visit people with sickness or even vanish away altogether. Sometimes on large farms a fowl is killed and its blood deposited in the half of a coconut on the stage. The standing rice round about the stage is the last of the whole sheaf to be reaped. When it has been cut, it is bound up with the mother of the rice into a single sheaf and carried home. Anybody may carry the sheaf, but in doing so he or she must take care not to let it fall, or the rice mother would be angry and might disappear. The rice personified as a young woman among the Bataks of Sumatra. Among the Batas, or Bataks of Sumatra, the rice appears to be personified as a young unmarried woman rather than as a mother. On the first day of reaping the crop, only a few ears of rice are plucked and made up into a little sheaf. After that, the reaping may begin, and while it is going forward, offerings of rice and betel are presented in the middle of the field to the spirit of the rice, who is personified under the name of Miss Dajane. The offering is accompanied by a common meal shared by the reapers. When all the rice has been reaped, threshed, and garnered, the little sheaf which was first cut is brought in and laid on the top of the heap in the granary, together with an egg or a stone, which is supposed to watch over the rice. Though we are not told, we may assume that the personified spirit of the rice is supposed to be present in the first sheaf cut, and in that form to keep guard over the rice of the granary. Another writer, who has independently described the customs of the Karo Bataks at the rice harvest, tells us that the largest sheaf, which is usually the one first made up, is regarded as the seat of the rice soul and is treated exactly like a person. At the trampling of the paddy to separate the grain from the husks, the sheaf in question is specially entrusted to a girl who has a lucky name and whose parents are both alive. The King of the Rice in Mandaling. In Mandaling, a district of Sumatra, contrary to what seems to be the usual practice, the spirit of the rice is personified as a male instead of as a female, and is called the Raja or King of the Rice. He is supposed to be immanent in certain rice plants, which are recognized by their peculiar formation, such as a concealment of the eaves in the sheaf, an unusual arrangement of the leaves, or a stunted growth. When one or more such plants have been discovered in the field, they are sprinkled with lime juice, and the spirits are invoked by name and informed that they are expected at home and that all is ready for their reception. Then the King of the Rice is plucked with the hand and 7 neighbouring rice stalks cut with a knife. He and his 7 companions are then carefully brought home. The bearer may not speak a word, and the children in the house may make no noise till the King of the Rice has been safely lodged in the granary tethered, for greater security, with a grass rope to one of the posts. As soon as that is done, the doors are shut to prevent the spirits of rice from escaping. The person who fetches the King of the Rice from the field should prepare himself for the important duty of eating a hearty meal, for it would be an omen of a bad harvest if he presented himself before the King of the Rice with an empty stomach. For the same reason, the sower of rice should sow the seeds on a full stomach, in order that the ears which spring from the seed may be full also. The Rice Mother and Rice Child at Harvest in the Malay Peninsula. Again, just as in Scotland, the old and the young spirit of the corn are represented as an old wife, Kelek, and a maiden respectively, so in the Malay Peninsula we find both the rice mother and her child represented by different sheaves or bundles of ears on the harvest field. The following directions for obtaining both are translated from a native Malay work on the cultivation of rice. When the rice is ripe all over, one must first take the soul out of all the plots of one's field. You choose the spot where the rice is best, and where it is female, that is to say, where the bunch of stalks is big, and where there are 7 joints in the stalk. You begin with a bunch of this kind and clip 7 stems to be the soul of the rice, and then you clip yet another handful to be the mother seed for the following year. The soul is wrapped in a white cloth tied with a cord of terap bark, and made into the shape of a little child in swaddling clothes, and put into the small basket. The mother seed is put into another basket, and both are fumigated with benzoin, and then the 2 baskets are piled the one on the other and taken home, and put into the kapuk, the receptacle in which the rice is stored. The ceremony of cutting and bringing home the soul of the rice was witnessed by Mr. W. W. Skiat at Chodoi in Selangor on the 28th of January 1897. The particular bunch of sheaf which was to serve as a mother of the rice soul had previously been sought and identified by means of the markings or shape of the ears. From this sheaf an aged sorceress, with much solemnity, cut a little bundle of 7 ears, anointing them with oil, tied them round with partly coloured thread, fumigated them with incense, and having wrapped them in a white cloth, deposited them in a little oval-shaped basket. These 7 ears were the infant soul of the rice, and the little basket was its cradle. It was carried home to the farmer's house by another woman, who held up an umbrella to screen the tender infant from the hot rays of the sun. Arrived at the house, the rice child was welcomed by the women of the family, and laid, cradle and all, on a new sleeping mat with pillows at the head. After that, the farmer's wife was instructed to observe certain rules of taboo for 3 days, the rules being in many respects identical with those which have to be observed for 3 days after the birth of a real child. For example, perfect quiet must be observed, as in a house where a baby has just been born. A light was placed near the head of the rice child's bed, and might not go out at night, while the fire on the hearth had to be kept up both day and night till the 3 days were over. Hair might not be cut, and money, rice, salt, oil, and so forth were forbidden to go out of the house, though of course these valuable articles were quite free to come in. Something of the same tender care which is thus bestowed on the newly born rice child is naturally extended also to its parent, the sheaf from whose body it was taken. This sheaf, which remains standing in the field after the rice soul has been carried home and put into bed, is treated as a newly made mother. That is to say, young shoots of trees are pounded together and scattered broadcast every evening for 3 successive days, and when the 3 days are up, you take the pulp of a coconut and what are called goat flowers, mix them up, eat them with a little sugar, and spit some of the mixture out among the rice. So after a real birth, the young shoots of the jackfruit, the rose apple, certain kinds of banana, and the thin pulp of young coconuts are mixed with dried fish, salt, acid, prawn condiment, and the like dainties to form a sort of salad, which is administered to mother and child for 3 successive days. The last sheaf is reaped by the farmer's wife, who carries it back to the house, where it is threshed and mixed with the rice soul. The farmer then takes the rice soul in its basket and deposits it, together with the product of the last sheaf, in a big circular rice bin used by the Malays. Some grains from the rice soul are mixed with the seed which is to be sown in the following year. In this rice mother and rice child of the Malay Peninsula, we may see the counterpart, and in a sense the prototype of the Demeter and Persephone of ancient Greece. The rice bride and the rice bridegroom at harvest in Java. Once more, the European custom of representing the corn spirit in the double form of bride and bridegroom has its parallel in a ceremony observed at the rice harvest in Java. Before the reapers begin to cut the rice, the priest or sorcerer picks out a number of ears of rice, which are tied together, smeared with ointment, and adorned with flowers. Thus decked out, the ears are called the padi penkanten, that is, the rice bride and the rice bridegroom. The wedding feast is celebrated, and the cutting of the rice begins immediately afterwards. Later on, when the rice has been got in, a bridal chamber is partitioned off in the barn, and furnished with a new mat, a lamp, and all kinds of toilet articles. Sheaves of rice to represent the wedding guests are placed beside the rice bride and the rice bridegroom. Not till this has been done may the whole harvest be housed in the barn, and for the first 40 days after the rice has been housed, no one may enter the barn for fear of disturbing the newly wedded pair. Another account of the Javanese custom. Another account of the Javanese custom runs as follows. When the rice at harvest is to be brought home, 2 handfuls of common unhusked rice, paddy, are tied together into a sheaf, and 2 handfuls of a special kind of rice, clear-frigist, are tied up into another sheaf. And the 2 sheaves are fastened together in a bundle which goes by the name of the bridal pair, penkantenam. The special rice is the bridegroom, the common rice is the bride. At the barn, the bridal pair is received on a winnowing fan by a wizard who removes them from the fan and lays them on the floor with a couch of cloech leaves under them, in order that the rice may increase, and beside them he places a kimiri nut, tamarind pips, and a top and string as playthings with which the young couple may divert themselves. The bride is called Mboksri, and the bridegroom Sadhana, and the wizard addresses them by name, saying, Mboksri and Sadhana, I have now brought you home and have prepared a place for you. May you sleep agreeably in this agreeable place. Mboksri and Sadhana, you have been received by so-and-so, the owner. Let so-and-so lead a life free from care. May Mboksri's luck continue in this very agreeable place. The rice spirit as husband and wife in Bali and Lombok. The same idea of the rice spirit as a husband and wife meets us also in the harvest customs of Bali and Lombok, two islands which lie immediately to the east of Java. The inhabitants of Lombok, we are told, think of the rice plant as animated by a soul. They regard it as one with a divinity and treat it with the distinction and honour that are shown to a very important person. But as it is impossible to treat all the rice stalks in a field ceremoniously, the native, feeling the need of a visible and tangible representative of the rice deity and taking a part for the whole, picks out some stalks and conceives them as a visible abode of the rice soul to which he can pay his homage and from which he hopes to derive advantage. These few stalks, the foremost among their many peers, from what is called the Ninin Pantan by the people of Bali and the Inen Padre of the Sussex of Lombok. The name Inapare is sometimes translated rice mother, but the more correct translation is said to be the principal rice. The stalks of which this principal rice consists are the first 9 shoots which the husbandman himself takes with his own hands from the nursery or bedding out ground, and plants at the upper end of the rice field beside the inlet of the irrigation water. They are planted with great care in a definite order, one of them in the middle and the other 8 in a circle about it. When the whole field has been planted, an offering, which usually consists of rice in many forms, is made to the principal rice, Inen Pare. When the rice stalks begin to swell, the rice is said to be pregnant, and the principal rice is treated with the delicate attentions which are paid to a woman with child. Thus rice pap and eggs are laid down beside it, and sour fruits are often presented to it, because pregnant women are believed too long for sour fruit. Moreover, the fertilization of the rice by the irrigation water is compared with the union of the goddess Bhattari Sri with her husband Ida Bhattara, Vishnu, who is identified with the flowing water. Some people sprinkle the pregnant rice with water in which cooling drugs have been infused, or with water which has stood on a holy grave, in order that the ears may fill out well. When the time of harvest has come, the owner of the field himself makes a beginning by cutting the principal rice, Inen Pare or Ninin Pantan, with his own hands, and binding it to 2 sheaves, each composed of 108 stalks with their leaves attached to them. One of the sheaves represents a man and the other a woman, and they are called husband and wife, Istri Kakund. The male sheaf is wound about with thread, so that none of the leaves are visible, whereas the female sheaf has its leaves bent over and tied so as to resemble the roll of a woman's hair. Sometimes, for further distinction, a necklace of rice straw is tied round the female sheaf. The 2 sheaves are then fastened together and tied to a branch of a tree, which is stuck in the ground at the inlet of the irrigation water. There they remain while all the rest of the rice is being reaped. Sometimes, instead of being tied to a bough, they are laid on a little bamboo altar. The reapers at their work take great care to let no grains of rice fall on the ground, otherwise the rice goddess would grieve and weep at being parted from her sisters, who are carried to the barn. If any portion of the field remains unreaped at nightfall, the reapers make loops in the leaves of some of the standing stalks to prevent the evil spirits from proceeding with the harvest during the hours of darkness, or according to another account, lest the rice goddess should go astray. When the rice is brought home from the field, the 2 sheaves representing the husband and wife are carried by a woman on her head, and are the last of all to be deposited in the barn. There they are laid to rest on a small erection or on a cushion of rice straw, along with 3 lumps of nasi, which are regarded as the attendants or watchers of the bridal pair. The whole arrangement, we are informed, has for its object to induce the rice to increase and multiply in the granary, so that the owner may get more out of it than he put in. Hence, when the people of Bali bring the 2 sheaves, husband and wife, into the barn, they say, "Increase ye and multiply without ceasing." When a woman fetches rice from the granary for the use of her household, she has to observe a number of rules, all of which are clearly dictated by respect for the spirit of the rice. She should not enter the barn in the dark or at noon, perhaps because the spirit may then be supposed to be sleeping. She must enter with her right foot first. She must be decidedly clad with her breasts covered. She must not chew betel, and she would do well to rinse her mouth before repairing to the barn, just as she would do if she waited on a person of distinction or on a divinity. No sick or menstruous woman may enter the barn, and there must be no talking in it, just as there must be no talking when shelled rice is being scooped up. When all the rice in the barn has been used up, the two sheaves representing the husband and wife remain in the empty building till they have gradually disappeared or been devoured by mice. The pinch of hunger sometimes drives individuals to eat up the rice of these two sheaves, but the wretches who do so are viewed with disgust by their fellows and branded as pigs and dogs. Nobody would ever sell these holy sheaves with the rest of their profane brethren. The father and mother of the rice among the seers of Burma. The same notion of the propagation of the rice by a male and female power finds expression among the seers of Upper Burma. When the paddy, that is, the rice with the husks still on it, has been dried and piled into a heap for threshing, all the friends of the household are invited to the threshing floor, and food and drink are brought out. The heap of paddy is divided and one half spread out for threshing, while the other half is left piled up. On the pile of food the spirits are set, and one of the elders, addressing the father and mother of the paddy plant, prays for plenteous harvests in future, and begs that the seed may bear manyfold, that the whole party eat, drink, and make merry. This ceremony at the threshing floor is the only occasion when these people invoke the father and mother of the paddy. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion. Part 5, Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, Volume 1 by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6, Part 2. 5. The Spirit of the Corn embodied in human beings. The spirit of the corn sometimes thought to be embodied in men or women. Thus the theory which recognizes in the European corn mother, corn-maiden and so forth, the embodiment in vegetable form of the animating spirit of the crops is amply confirmed by the evidences of peoples in other parts of the world, who, because they have lagged behind the European races in mental development, retain for that very reason a keener sense of the original motives for observing those rustic rites which among ourselves have sunk to the level of meaningless survivals. The reader may, however, remember that according to Mannhardt, whose theory I am expounding, the spirit of the corn manifests itself not merely in vegetable, but also in human form. The person who cuts the last sheaf or gives the last stroke at threshing passes for a temporary embodiment of the corn spirit, just as much as the bunch of corn which he reaps or threshes. Now in the parallels which have been hitherto adduced from the customs of peoples outside Europe, the spirit of the crops appears only in vegetable form. It remains, therefore, to prove that other races besides our European peasantry have conceived the spirit of the crops as incorporated in or represented by living men and women. Such a proof, I may remind the reader, is germane to the theme of this book. For the more instances we discover of human beings representing in themselves the life or animating spirit of plants, the less difficulty will be felt at classing amongst them the king of the wood at Nemai. The old woman who never dies, the goddess of the crops among the Mandans and Minataris. The Mandans and Minataris of North America used to hold a festival in spring which they called the Corn Medicine Festival of the Women. They thought that a certain old woman, who never dies, made the crops to grow, and that, living somewhere in the south, she sent the migratory waterfowl in spring as her tokens and representatives. Each sort of bird represented a special kind of crop cultivated by the Indians. The wild goose stood for the maize, the wild swan for the gourds, and the wild duck for the beans. So when the feathered messengers of the old woman began to arrive in spring, the Indians celebrated the Corn Medicine Festival of the Women. Scaffolds were set up on which the people hung dried meat and other things by way of offerings to the old woman. And on a certain day the old women of the tribe, as representatives of the old woman who never dies, assembled at the scaffolds, each bearing in her hand an ear of maize fastened to a stick. They first planted these sticks in the ground, then danced round the scaffolds, and finally took up the sticks again in their arms. Meanwhile, old men beat drums and shook rattles as a musical accompaniment to the performance of the old woman. Further, young women came and put dried flesh into the mouths of the old women, for which they received in return a grain of the consecrated maize to eat. 3 or 4 grains of the holy corn were also placed in the dishes of the young women, to be afterwards and carefully mixed with the seed corn which they were supposed to fertilize. The dried flesh hung on the scaffold belonged to the old women, because they represented the old woman who never dies. A similar corn medicine festival was held in autumn for the purpose of attracting the herds of buffaloes and securing a supply of meat. At that time every woman carried in her arms an uprooted plant of maize. They gave the name of the old woman who never dies both to the maize and to those birds which they regarded as symbols of the fruits of the earth, and they prayed to them in autumn, saying, "Mother, have pity on us. Send us not the bitter cold too soon, lest we have not meat enough. Let not all the game depart, that we may have something for the winter." In autumn, when the birds were flying south, the Indians thought that they were going home to the old woman, and taking to her the offerings that had been hung up on the scaffolds, especially the dried meat which she ate. Here then we have the spirit or divinity of the corn conceived as an old woman and represented in bodily form by old women, who in their capacity of representatives receive some at least of the offerings which are intended for her. Miami myth of the corn spirit in the form of a broken down old man. The Miamis, another tribe of North American Indians, tell the tale in which the spirit of the corn figures as a broken down old man. They say that corn, that is, maize, first grew in heaven, and that the good spirit commanded it to go down and dwell with men on earth. At first it was reluctant to do so, but the good spirit prevailed on it to go by promising that men would treat it well in return for the benefit they derived from it. So corn came down from heaven to benefit the Indian, and this is the reason why they esteem it, and are bound to take good care of it, and to nurture it, and not raise more than they actually require for their own consumption. But once the whole town of the Miamis was severely punished for failing in respect for the corn. They had raised a great crop, and stored much of it underground, and much of it they packed for immediate use in bags. But the corn was so plentiful that much of it still remained on the stalks, and the young men grew reckless and played with the shelled cobs, throwing them at each other, and at least they even broke the cobs from the growing stalks and pelted each other with them too. For when the hunters went out to hunt, though the deer seemed to abound, they could kill nothing. So the corn was gone, and they could get no meat, and the people were hungry. Well, one of the hunters, roaming by himself in the woods to find something to eat for his aged father, came upon a small lodge in the wilderness, where a decrepit old man was lying with his back to the fire. Now the old man was no other than the spirit of the corn. He said to the young hunter, "My grandson, the Indians have afflicted me much, and reduced me to the sad state in which you see me. In the side of the lodge you will find a small kettle. Take it and eat, and when you have satisfied your hunger, I will speak to you." But the kettle was full of such fine sweet corn as the hunter had never in his life seen before. When he had eaten his fill, the old man resumed the thread of his discourse, saying, "Your people have wantonly abused and reduced me to the state you now see me in. My backbone is broken in many places. It was the foolish young men of your town who did me this evil, for I am Mondamin, or corn, that came down from heaven." In their play they threw corn cobs and corn ears at one another, treating me with contempt. I am the corn spirit whom they have injured. That is why you experience bad luck and famine. I am the cause. You feel my just resentment. Therefore your people are punished. Other Indians do not treat me so. They respect me, and so it is well with them. Had you no elders to check the use at your wanton sport? You are an eye-witness of my sufferings. They are the effect of which you did to my body. With that he groaned and covered himself up. So the young hunter returned and reported what he had seen and heard, and since then the Indians have been very careful not to play with corn in the ear. The harvest goddess Gauri, represented by a girl and a bundle of plants. In some parts of India, the harvest goddess Gauri is represented at once by an unmarried girl and by a bundle of wild balsam plants, which is made up into the figure of a woman and dressed as such with mask, garments, and ornaments. Both the human and the vegetable representative of the goddess are worshipped, and the intention of the whole ceremony appears to be to ensure a good crop of rice. 6. The double personification of the corn as mother and daughter. Analogy of Demeter and Persephone to the corn mother, the harvest maiden, and similar figures in the harvest customs of modern European peasantry. Compared with the corn mother of Germany and the harvest maiden of Scotland, the Demeter and Persephone of Greece are late products of religious growth. Yet as the members of the Aryan family of Greeks must at one time or another have observed harvest customs like those which are still practiced by Celts, Teutons, and Slavs, and which, far beyond the limits of the Aryan world, have been practiced by the Indians of Peru, the Dyaks of Borneo, and many other natives of the East Indies, are sufficient proof that the ideas on which these customs rest are not confined to any one race, but naturally suggest themselves to all untutored peoples engaged in agriculture. The rustic analogues of Demeter and Persephone. It is probable, therefore, that Demeter and Persephone, whose stately and beautiful figures of Greek mythology grew out of the same simple beliefs and practices which still prevail among our modern peasantry, and that they were represented by rude dolls made out of the yellow sheaves on many a harvest field long before their breathing images were wrought in bronze and marble by the master hands of Phidias and Praxiteles. A reminiscence of the olden time, a scent, so to say, of the harvest field, linked to the last in the title of the maiden, Kor, by which Persephone was commonly known. Thus, if the prototype of Demeter is the corn mother of Germany, the prototype of Persephone is a harvest maiden, which, autumn after autumn, is still made from the last sheaf of the briars of Balquhidr. Indeed, if we knew more about the peasant farmers of ancient Greece, we should probably find that even in classical times they continued annually to fashion their corn mothers, Demeters, and maidens, Persephones, out of the ripe corn on the harvest fields. But unfortunately, the Demeter and Persephone whom we know were the denizens of towns, the majestic inhabitants of lordly temples. It was for such divinities alone that the refined writers of Antiquity had eyes. The uncouth rites performed by rustics amongst the corn were beneath their notice. Even if they noticed them, they probably never dreamed of any connection between the puppet of cornstalks on the sunny stubble field and the marble divinity in the shady corners of the temple. Still, the writings, even of these town-bred and cultured persons, afford us an occasional glimpse of Demeter as rude as the rudest that a remote German village can show. Thus the story that Iasion begat a child Plutus, wealth, abundance, by Demeter on a thrice-ploughed field, may be compared with the West Prussian custom of the mock birth of a child on the harvest field. In this Prussian custom, the penetrated mother represents the corn mother, Setnia Matka. The pretended child represents the corn baby, and the whole ceremony is a charm to ensure a crop next year. The custom and the legend alike point to an older practice of performing among the sprouting crops in spring or the stubble in autumn one of those real or mimic acts of procreation by which, as we have seen, primitive man often seeks to infuse his own vigorous life into the languid or decaying energies of nature. Another glimpse of the savage under the civilized Demeter will be afforded farther on, when we come to deal with another aspect of these agricultural divinities. Why did the Greeks personify the corn as a mother and a daughter? The reader may have observed that in modern folk customs the corn spirit is generally represented either by a corn mother, old woman, etc., or by a maiden, harvest child, etc., not both by a corn mother and by a maiden. Why then did the Greeks represent the corn both as a mother and a daughter? Demeter was perhaps the ripe crop and Persephone the seed corn. In the Breton custom, the mother sheaf, a large figure made out of the last sheaf with a small corn doll inside of it, clearly represents both the corn mother and the corn daughter, the latter still unborn. Again, in the Prussian custom just referred to, the woman who plays the part of corn mother represents the ripe grain. The child appears to represent next year's growth, which may be regarded, naturally enough, as the child of this year's corn, since it is from the seed of this year's harvest that next year's crop will spring. Further, we have seen that among the Malays of the peninsula, and sometimes among the Highlanders of Scotland, the spirit of the grain is represented in double female form, both as old and young, by means of ears taken alike from the ripe crop. In Scotland, the old spirit of the corn appears as the carline or carlich, the young spirit as the maiden. While among the Malays of the peninsula, the two spirits of the rice are definitely related to each other as a mother and child. Judged by these analogies, Demeter would be the ripe crop of this year. Persephone would be the seed corn taken from it and sown in autumn, to reappear in spring. The descent of Persephone into the lower world would thus be a mythical expression for the sowing of the seed. Her reappearance in spring would signify the sprouting of the young corn. In this way, the Persephone of one year becomes the Demeter of the next, and this may very well have been the original form of the myth. But when the advance of religious thought, the corn came to be personified, no longer as a being that went through the whole cycle of birth, growth, reproduction, and death within a year, but as an immortal goddess, consistency required that one of the two personifications, the mother or the daughter, should be sacrificed. However, the double conception of the corn as mother and daughter may have been too old and too deeply rooted in the popular mind to be eradicated by logic, and so room had to be found in the reformed myth both for mother and daughter. This was done by assigning to Persephone the character of the corn shown in autumn and sprouting in spring, while Demeter was left to play the somewhat vague part of the heavy mother of the corn, who laments its annual disappearance underground and rejoices over its reappearance in spring. Thus, instead of a regular succession of divine beings, each living a year and then giving birth to her successor, the reformed myth exhibits the conception of two divine and immortal beings, one of whom actually disappears into and reappears from the ground, while the other has little to do but to weep and rejoice at the appropriate seasons. Or the Greeks may have started with the personification of the corn as a single goddess, and the conception of a second goddess may have been a later development. This theory of the double personification of the corn in Greek myth assumes that both personifications, Demeter and Persephone, are original. But if we suppose that the Greek myth started with a single personification, the aftergrowth of a second personification may perhaps be explained as follows. While looking over the harvest customs which have been passed under review, it may be noticed that they involve two distinct conceptions of the corn spirit. For whereas in some of the customs the corn spirit is treated as immanent in the corn, in others it is regarded as external to it. Thus, when a particular sheaf is called by the name of the corn spirit and is dressed in clothes and handled with reverence, the spirit is clearly regarded as immanent in the corn. But when the spirit is said to make the crops grow by passing through them, or to blight the grain of those against whom she has a grudge, she is apparently conceived as distinct from their exercising power over the corn. Conceived in the latter way, the corn spirit is in a fair way to become a deity of the corn, if she has not become so already. Of these two conceptions, that of the corn spirit as immanent in the corn is doubtless the older, since the view of nature as animated by indwelling spirits appears to have generally preceded the view of it as controlled by external deities. To put it shortly, animism precedes deism. In the harvest customs of our European peasantry, the corn spirit seems to be conceived now as immanent in the corn and now as external to it. In Greek mythology, on the other hand, Demeter is viewed rather as the deity of the corn than as the spirit immanent in it. The process of thought which leads to the change from one mode of conception to the other is anthropomorphism, or the gradual investment of the immanent spirits with more and more of the attributes of humanity. Duplication of the deities as a consequence of the anthropomorphic tendency. As men emerge from savagery, The tendency to humanize their divinities gains strength, and the more humane these become, the wider is a breach which severs them from the natural objects of which they were at first merely the animating spirits or souls. But in the progress upwards from savagery, men of the same generation do not march abreast, and though the new anthropomorphic gods may satisfy the religious wants of the more developed intelligences, the backward members of the community will cling by preference to the old animistic notions. Now when the spirit of any natural object, such as the corn, has been invested with human qualities detached from the object, and converted into a deity controlling it, the object itself is, by the withdrawal of its spirit, left inanimate. It becomes, so to say, a spiritual vacuum. But the popular fancy, intolerant of such a vacuum, in other words, unable to conceive anything as inanimate, immediately creates a fresh mythical being with which it peoples the vacant object. Thus the same natural object comes to be represented in mythology by two distinct beings, first by the old spirit, now separated from it and raised to the rank of a deity, second by the new spirit, freshly created by the popular fancy to supply the place vacated by the old spirit on its elevation to a higher sphere. Example of such duplication in Japan, where there are two distinct deities of the sun. For example, in Japanese religion, the solar character of Amaterasu, the great goddess of the sun, has been obscured, and accordingly the people have personified the sun afresh under the name of Nichirin-sama, sun-wheeling personage, and O-Tento-sama, August heaven path personage. To the lower class of Japanese at the present day, especially to women and children, O-Tento-sama is the actual sun, sexless, mythless, and unencumbered by any formal worship, yet looked up to as a moral being who rewards the good, punishes the wicked, and enforces oaths made in his name. In such cases, the problem for mythology is, having got two distinct personifications of the same object, what to do with them. How are their relations to each other to be adjusted, and room found for both in the mythological system? When the old spirit or new deity is conceived as creating or producing the object in question, the problem is easily solved, since the object is believed to be produced by the old spirit and animated by the new one. The latter, as the soul of the object, must also owe its existence to the former. Thus the old spirit will stand to the new one as producer to produced, that is, in mythology, as parent to child, and if both spirits are conceived as female, their relation will be that of mother and daughter. Perhaps the Greek personification of the corn as a mother and a daughter, Demeter and Persephone, is a case of such a mythical duplication. In this way, starting from a single personification of the corn as female, mythic fancy might in time reach a double personification of it as mother and daughter. It would be very rash to affirm that this was the way in which the myth of Demeter and Persephone actually took shape, but it seems a legitimate conjecture that the reduplication of deities, of which Demeter and Persephone furnish an example, may sometimes have arisen in the way indicated. For example, among the pairs of deities dealt with in a former part of this work, it has been shown that there are grounds for regarding both Isis and her companion god Osiris as personifications of the corn. On the hypothesis just suggested, Isis would be the old corn spirit, and Osiris would be the newer one, whose relationship to the old spirit was variously explained as that of brother, husband, and son. For of course mythology would always be free to account for the coexistence of the two divinities in more ways than one. It must not, however, be forgotten that this proposed explanation of such pairs of deities as Demeter and Persephone, or Isis and Osiris, is purely conjectural, and is only given for what it is worth. End of section 9.